Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning to you all. Just realized I don't have my cat shirt on. But today, I think we're going to go with, we'll go with this shirt today. SoFi. Looking good. We're still going to go to $35. It's just a matter of time. Just like when I said when it was at 5 and 6, we're going to go to 10. And when it was at 11 and 12, I told you we were going to 15. When it was $7.28, I told you it was going to go to $14.54. Some of you may recall. So yesterday, ARK Investment decided to do some SoFi nibbling, and they picked up a few shares. And when I say huge buys, I don't exaggerate like some people. And I'll show you right now. I also told you a year ago that SoFi was going to go from 900 institutions to over 1,000 within the year, which it is now. Over. Here's the breaking news. ARK Investment two huge buys. 2 million. What does she know? What does she know? Increasing this position by 2,339%. Wow. The value increase in percentage, 4,306. What does Kathy Wood know? Or what has she been smoking? One or the other. You guys saw me and I had to restart my other computer this morning. I don't know why it was not wanting to connect to the internet. But good morning, everyone. Good morning to you all. Let me get over here and stream this video so I can make sure the camera's working properly. Bobby Batson, good morning. Doc Airline. Oh, Kathy. Yep. Bonjour, mon ami. Ah, yes, Don Bordelon. Bonjour. Dewey P, good morning. Shabab Sandhu, good morning. Shahab Sandhu, good morning. Welcome to the channel. Are you visiting from overseas? Meaning, do you live in the Middle East? I see a lot of my new subscribers are Middle Eastern. There's a lot of listeners. I'm in Miami. Okay, cool. Well, I'm a big fan of the Miami Dolphins because I grew up in Florida. And when I was a little kid, that was the only football team there was. So, wanted you guys to know that SoFi is up this morning nicely. And just like I said yesterday, always buy SoFi when it falls with the broader market. Always buy SoFi when it falls with the broader market. It's not going to fall on its own. Thank you for everything you do. You're very welcome. Right now, my newer computer is firing up right now, and hopefully we'll have it up and online. I had to restart it this morning. My internet connection was not functioning, and here it comes on now. So, yeah, Kathy Wood decides now's the time when SoFi's at an all-time high. An all-time high. Mark, good morning. Welcome. SoFi's at an all-time high, folks. She is buying SoFi when Fed Chairman, I like to call him Colin, but his name is, well, his last name is Powell and his name is Jerry. Let's call Uncle Jerry and thank him for telling the whole world what he thinks about the stock market on his last little spiel. He decided that it was going to be the Fed chairman's job to tell everyone that he thinks the stock market is overinflated. And ladies and gentlemen, I got news for you, JB or whatever your name. That's not your job. That's not your job. That has nothing to do with your employment. That is not your job to tell what you think about the stock market. Let me tell you what I think about the stock market, Jerry, or whatever your name is, Jerome. Here's what I think. I think that all this money, $17 trillion, which is now moved over into the money markets, the safe haven money markets, when you, Jerry, start lowering the interest rates, all that money's going to get out of there and come right back into equities. And the stock markets are going to go to even higher highs than you could ever have dreamed, Jerome. Just let it happen. Just cut the rates and watch it happen. Don't try to be like you're trying to hold back the dam with your little whole fingers in the holes. Let it just go. Let it go. This economy will surge. That's what I think, Jerome. Drop the interest rates. Keep dropping them. Keep letting Americans save more money for all the things they need, for the loans they want, for the houses they want to purchase. Don't hold it back. But certainly, don't stand on your podium, Jerome, and tell everybody that you think that the stock market is overvalued. That's not your position. It's not your job. It's not your job, Jerome. Your job is to make the interest rates come down even more and keep them coming down and keep this growing economy going. Yeah, you have no purpose. There's no reason for you, Jerome, to stand up there and tell what your opinion is of the stock market. That's not your job. Just leave us alone. Let us do what we want. Money flow is coming into the market right now. Money is flowing in. Just let it happen, Jerome. Help it happen. Help it happen. Don't hinder it. It's not your job to stand at a podium and tell everybody that you think the stock market is overvalued so that it's everyone, oh, well, maybe we should sell. I mean, you're not supposed to be the panic creator. You're not supposed to be the instigator of negativity and doing that. That's all it's going to do. Why would it hurt you to stand up there and say what I just told everyone? Well, what I see is trillions of dollars has moved over into that money market funds because people are a little jittery about the market right now and tariffs and such. But now that we see tariffs, I was sort of surprised. You know, tariffs hasn't really had that negative effect that I thought they were going to have. So that's a good thing. But still, we're not going to lower those interest rates more than a quarter point. And if it was just to drop it 2%, we would save the government of the United States trillions and trillions of dollars by just doing that. Yep. Anyway, don't listen to him. He doesn't know anything. We already know that he doesn't know anything, or he would have started cutting rates, and we'd already be much better off at this point. But it's going to have to be a slow and steady process with him and his little behind the scenes, behind the doors group of people that weren't even ever elected to run this monetary system. Just a group of, I think it's 11, isn't it? Besides him, I think it's 12 total in this group that decides if we're going to have interest rates cut or not. 12 people sitting around drinking coffee and behind the doors, well, what do you think we ought to do? Well, I tell you what, let's make the decision right now. I got a Morgan silver dollar. Are we going to cut rates? Or are we going to leave them flat? Heads up, we're going to leave them flat. Right? Jesus, yeah, the name is very misleading. You talking about mine or his? So Kathy Wood buys a boatload of shares of SoFi, picks up one chunk, 2,655,790 with her ARKF, and her other fund, ARKK, picks up 2,220,559. Wow, that's Kathy Wood going in. Why? Jesus, yes, federal, yes, but is not a government agency. Correct. No, I don't want to authorize that. I don't know what the hell that is. And get that off of here. Get that off here. I tell you, this AVG antivirus is more of a virus itself. I'm thinking about just getting it off my computer completely. It just never stops throwing crap up in your screen. All right, let me do a couple of things here. Okay, I think this is going to work. And I have some photographs I need to share with you. So let me get my iCloud opened up. And we're going to start rocking and rolling here, folks. RGTI, my buddy Tom called me again, or Dave called me and let me know. RGTI, get it on your radar, everybody, because it's making a move still. But let me just get my pictures up here. But before that, okay. Here we go. And let's get me logged in, because I want to share not just the information, but photographs to back up my statements. As always, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the tank. Keep emotions out of the stock market. That's right. Never panic sell. Always buying a panic. That's right, Jesus. That dump cake hates president. Yes, he does. Yes, you're right. None of your business. You're right. Steve J. Alan Greenspan, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, used the phrase irrational exuberance in a speech on December 5th, 1996. Alan Greenspan jawboned the market. Yeah, that's right. Yep, the name is Way, the Federal Reserve's federal but not government agency. Good morning. Blockchain Metal, good morning. Leonid Brezhnev, good morning to you. Richard Vaughn, good morning. Nodo knows. Yep. Interest rates brought to you by the guy who said inflation was transitionary. Nice. Transitory, not transitionary. Transitory. I'm sorry. Yes. And I read the word. I saw it, and my mouth went something. This is what happens when you get to be 64 years old. Look, this is what you have to look forward to, folks. Forgetting the proper pronunciation of words. But as long as you get the point, and you can all read it yourselves. Yes, inflation was transitory. That's right. A guy who also says that he was extremely worried about the tariffs being inflationary. A guy worried about these tariffs being inflationary, but if he would just go back through the history of the implementation of tariffs, every single time tariffs have been implemented and gone into action, it's deflationary. Every single time through history, when tariffs were there, it was always had a deflationary effect. If he'd just go back and look at the history of it, he would know that. He wouldn't have to worry about tariffs. He'd just go look at the history of what happens when tariffs kick in. It's deflationary, people. Go look. You can look yourselves. Oh my God, this stupid antivirus crap. Get out of here. All right. So let me get my Thinkorswim log back in here because I had to reconnect, and I guess we're all connected back to the internet now. I'm hoping all my previous windows, restore. And yes, Kathy Wood this morning goes in heavy, picks up on 2 different funds. She picks up over 2 million, one 2.2 million, the other 2.6 million shares of buying of SoFi. Do you know how much money that is? Why aren't you restoring my... There we go. Alexa, what is 2.6 million times 29?
2.6 million times 29 is 75.4 million.
She just bought 75.4 million with one account and about the same amount over that. $150 million of SoFi stock just got taken off the market, folks, by Kathy Wood. That's pretty decent. And why of all things is she buying right now with SoFi at an all-time high? Well, let me tell you why I think she did, folks. I think she did because she's watching Catfish. I like that. I think she's here watching and she's listening to me and she hears what I'm saying. I think she can understand what I'm saying here. When it comes to SoFi, I think she's hearing me out. And let me go get logged in here on my Thinkorswim. Of course, it's got to update. Installing updates. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I've been trying to say. And everybody should be able to get this very quickly. Back in 2001, when SoFi reached this price, there was no volume behind it. There was nothing to sustain it hitting that price. There was no volume behind it. Now, you can clearly see, and I'm going to just log into my account and watch it on this other screen to make sure you guys can see everything. And if we get donations over $50 today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to cut all these stupid advertisements off. All right? And right now, it's 9:08. At 9:08 and 56 seconds, or 9:08 and 48. Let's do it. 9:08 and 48 seconds. Let's hit the like button. Come on, guys and gals. Let's do it. Let's do it. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit that like button. And slam some love on the screen, please. Let's go. Let's fill this up. What say you? Is there anybody out there? Hello? Can you hear me now? Can you see my heart on the screen for you? Can everyone see? All right. Put something in that chat screen and let's get this thing kicking, man. Let's get even more people in here. We got to have the love screen. Hello, Marcin. Good morning. Ellis, good morning. Welcome. Gabrielle, hello. Welcome. SVSA, hello. Thank you for your comment. We appreciate it. All for your entertainment purposes. You're forgetting the words entertainment. It's all for entertainment purposes. Ellis says, we agree. Keith McMahon, hello. Welcome. Steve J, think I'm going to exit open today. Yep. Wait time, you're 67. Good morning. Tyler, long-term holdings, all I care about. What are you planning on holding for that time frame? I have all my long-term stocks on a spreadsheet that I've been holding forever. AMD is one of them. PLTR is another one. NVIDIA is another one. All my longs are on a sheet I send out to all my top-level members get all my longs that I hold long and don't day trade. Sahab, Sandhu, just because market may feel hood is topped out for now doesn't mean SoFi is. SoFi is just getting started towards growing its own massive market cap in due time. You're right. Patience is paramount. That's right. You're exactly right, Shahab. You're exactly right. But I still like to day trade it every day. Some of it, I like to day trade a third of my account. Interest rates brought to you by the guy who said inflation was transitory. Yes. I'm not 67. I'm only 64. Don't overage me yet. Hold on now. Hold on. Now, listen, folks, take a look right here at this data. SoFi institutional ownership. Look at ARK Investment coming in. Wham! ARK Investment says, I'll take $2,220,000, $75 million worth of the stock in 2 different buys. A total of over $150 million she just bought SoFi. Why? Why is she buying it now? Well, I'm going to tell you why I think she's buying it. I think she's watching Catfish Tyler's channel. All right? And she might believe what I'm saying, and I'm going to show you what's going on in case you're not aware of it. I'm here to let people know what's going on with SoFi, and I've been doing that for 2 years. Since the price was $4.55 on May the 15th, David Chiaverini Day. Now, the person that you're listening to is me, and my name is, I go by Catfish Tyler, and I have all kinds of catfish stuff. I got catfish mugs that say, I could be wrong, but I don't think so on the back. I got other coffee mugs. I've got street signs. I have a selection of about 10 different shirts. All right, honey buddy, I love you. So just now I got a security code on my camera. So I got to get off my camera for a minute to get the security to get into my Thinkorswim. So please hold, and I'll put the screen on black screen. I don't even know what happens when I do this, but it just stops the video for a moment. Here we go. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. All right. And we're in like Flynn. And let's see if we can get my VPN to fire up. Oh, boo. Not going to happen. So one thing I was talking to you guys about yesterday is, SoFi right now is getting so high in price that it's getting hard to make as much money on it day trading as we were making. So we need to target some of these stocks that are down here. Find some runners in the $4 to $5 range is what we need to target, because we can get a lot more shares. And if you can buy 500 shares of something rather than 100, and it goes up $1, well, you made 500 instead of $100. So we're going to have to start trying to find. I'm always going to be talking about SoFi, of course, but SoFi right now is more of a long-term. Really, it really is. Right now, it's not going to be that great for day trading. All right, I'm just letting you know, because it's getting too expensive. If you could buy 500 here, and it goes up $1 and you sell, you just made $500 if you bought 500 shares here. But and that's when it was, let's say, $6 a share. When it was $6, it would cost you $3,000 to buy 500 shares at $6. And then if you got it to go up $1, you just made $500 on 3,000. That's a good return, folks. But if the price is here at 29, and you're buying at 6, and now you're at 6, 12, 18, 24. Well, now you can't buy 500. You can only buy 125 shares. And if it goes up $1, you only make $125. Understand? So we need to find some running stocks that are going to be in the $4 to $5 range that we can buy 5 times as many of, if you know what I mean. Does that make sense to everybody? Because we're here to day trade. And SoFi is going to make us great money on the 2% pullbacks each time. And I told you, every time SoFi pulls back 2 or 3% on the market, the broader market, that's the time to buy it, like it was yesterday when we bought it. The broader market was down and running down, all because of Jerome Powell, who got on the podium yesterday and announced that his thinking is the stock market is overvalued. It's not his job, of course, to do that, but he decided to do that yesterday. There is nothing in his job description that would say, give your personal opinion on the stock market, okay? He's trying to snuff it out because it's reaching all-time highs. And if you think it's reaching all-time highs now, wait till you see the $17 trillion that fled over into the money market funds over the last year and a half because of him not cutting rates and keeping interest rates high. If he just dropped the interest rates, all this money that's tied up into the money market funds would start coming back into the market, folks. This is what I think. There's over $17 trillion now that has just been flowing into the money market funds. And I'm going to show you them right now, if you give me a moment. I'll show you what's going on. I also want you to know that if you decide to become a member of this channel at a Goliath level member, I'm going to send you my dividend stocks. And this list of dividend stocks that I have, there are 70 on it. And you can see the performance on all of these stocks that pay dividends over the last year. And you can pick which ones you want to go with. All right. So these are the price changes over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days. And there's a lot of money that's flowing back into index stocks now. Look at the gains here over the last year on all these stocks that are paying you. All this stuns here, they pay dividends. That's what they do. And look at the gains on some of these stocks that have been paying dividends the whole time you're making this kind of gains. There are 75 dividend paying stocks on this list that I have. And if you want to get some dividend stocks that I got, all these, by the way, are not my picks. This list that you'll be getting is the stocks picked by a guy named Keith Gill. He used to live about an hour away from me. And all these I got from Keith Gill. These are his dividend paying stocks. And I have access to them, and I'll give them to you if you become a Goliath member. It's $29.99 a month to be a Goliath member, and you'll get this list of dividend paying stocks, and you can see which ones are really starting to take off right now, too. You can cherry pick, folks. So these are all dividend paying stocks, and they're all from Keith Gill. And if you don't know who he is, his most common name is Roaring Kitty. And so this is Roaring Kitty's list of dividend paying stocks. I got them from Roaring Kitty. So you can have the same dividend paying stocks that Roaring Kitty has if you want to pick and choose which ones you want. And the way I have these things set up is it shows the price today and the change. Now, these are all in real time, so it won't update until the market opens. But it shows the price 5 days ago, 10 days ago, 30 days ago, what the percentage gain over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and 1 year. And at the very end of it, it shows you the PE ratio of all these stocks and the market cap. All right? So you'll have the market cap and PE ratio. That's if you become a member of this channel at the Goliath. Or if you come in at the Monster, you can get all this information, but you won't be able to edit it. If you come in as a Goliath level member, you can not only use this, but you can put your own stocks in. But if you come in at Monster level, you'll still get this list. If that's what you want to do, if you want to start investing in dividend paying stocks. I just wanted to show you that. All right. So we see SoFi right now this morning in the pre-market up nicely. And in case you didn't know it, Cathie Wood just decided to come in hugely on SoFi. I'll show you right now. Bills Josh Allen surpasses Tom Brady with unprecedented NFL record that might never be beat. Well, nice. Let's go to up here to, give me a second, SoFi institution ownership. Right here. And you'll see now that the change over the most recent quarter of institution ownership, the average portfolio gain of SoFi over the most recent quarter is 25%. And ladies and gentlemen, I guarantee you, if you search for any big bank like Fifth Third Bank or any bank you want to name, they're going to be negative over the most recent quarter. There are very few exceptions to that rule. But here's what I want you to see. Right down here, ARK Investments, folks. There it is. Cathie Wood, not multiple Woods. Cathie Wood decided to buy 2,220,559 shares, and 2,655,000. Alexa, what is 2,220,000 times 29?
2,220,000 times 29 is 64,380,000.
Wow. $64 million. Alexa, what is 2,655,000 times 29?
2,655,000 times 29 is 76,995,000.
God. 70 plus million, folks. At SoFi's highest price ever, she's buying 130 million plus. $130 million worth of SoFi that she just purchased through ARKF and ARKK. Folks, you want to know why she's doing that? Because right now, SoFi is a short-eating porpoise. You can never look at that thing. It is absolutely a short-eating porpoise. And she knows it. She sees the chart. She's here on my channel. This is a 5-day short-eating porpoise. Not only that, look right here. I got more for you. I showed this, and this is why she bought yesterday. I showed everybody that look at the volume on SoFi 4 years ago, and I want to make sure you guys can all see this, and my camera's not zoomed in, so just hold on. All right. Look how little the volume was on the screen 4 years ago when SoFi hit its all-time high. But I got news for you. That wasn't its all-time high. I put a line where it was on February the 2nd, and it was right there. But Yahoo wants everyone to think that in 2001, SoFi never went over $25.14. That's what they want you to think. They want you to think that SoFi never was over that price. They want you to think that, folks. Now, the reason they want you to think that is because Yahoo currently has a price target on SoFi of $21. $21.28 is what Yahoo's price target is. That is almost as bad as David Chiaverini, everybody, and Baloney, and Tim the Thumbhead Schwitzer. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason Yahoo doesn't want you to know that SoFi was at that price, and I'm going to show you that it was at that price right now by changing the start date of the data on this thing, and I'm going to make the start date 01/31/2025. And I'm going to come right over here now to this data, and I'm going to update it. I'm going to show you the highest price back in 2021 because you all should know this. And you can see right here, and why didn't it do 2021? What the heck, man? Start date. Let's try it again, ladies and gentlemen. 01/31/2021. Let's try it again. All right, we're going to get it this time. It's taking a long time to gather all the data up, and it's going to do it. I believe it'll do it. SoFi, here we go, right on. Here we go. All right, here you are, folks, for your proof. Feast your eyes on February 1st, 2021. Price opened at 25.85 and hit 28.26. It closed at the price that Yahoo wants you to think that that's the highest it ever was. That's where it closed that day. But Yahoo doesn't want you to know it hit 28.26, folks. I mean, it looks to me like they don't want people to know that. That's what it looks to me like. All right, this market is about open, folks, and we're running. So here we go. Let's start trading. Let's start trading here, folks. Here we go. And let's all hit the like button right now as the market opens up. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Am I right? No, I got 30 seconds left. 25 seconds till the market opens. And let's see some love until then. Come on. Let's see some love, everybody, and then we'll hit the like button together. Come on. Show a heart or two. Show a heart, please. Have a heart. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are off and running, ladies and gentlemen. And I've got 60 share orders in place. I've got 60 share orders to sell here. And I'm selling at 66, so I just sold 60 there. Or I tried to. Oh, well, now I got a daggum buy here. I'm going to kill that sell order. I'm buying here now. Man, they wouldn't let me sell when I was up there at 66. They wouldn't let it sell, folks. But now you know why I was trying to sell there, don't you? Now you see why I tried to sell there. I tried to sell there. That's on the sell sheet, folks, 66. 55 is too. 55 would be on the sell sheet, and 66 would be there. Remember what we bought these for yesterday. I'm up 128 right now up 150, now up 128. And they're going to try to build this probably 1 million shares at this point at 29.31. Try to get 1 million shares at 29.31. Right now they only could get 163,000 there. But they want to get 1 million here at 29.30, 31. They want to get 1 million. They'll want 1 million there. Getting everybody the big finger right here. Now it's going to come up here 10 cents, and it's going to get another. Oh, it already did up here. 345,000 already bought at 29.50, folks. And here she rides. Right back up. Yep. All right. What I'm looking for, folks, is the amount that they got here. 71,000, 89,000, 84,000, 70,000, 84, 80. Oh, yeah, there she goes. And it'll fly back through here now. It's going to fly back up now because they use very little volume to make it fall. Very little volume here to make it fall. Watch the buyers come in. The dark areas on these candlesticks to the left here is the number of shares being sold to make it drop. The light areas you see right through here, see those dark areas? Right there, the dark areas is what was sold to make it fall. These are the light areas that are buying it to make it rise. And there's a lot more buyers here than there were sellers. A lot more buyers here than there were sellers. There's a desire for this stock, folks, that cannot be denied. There's just a desire for it, folks. They try to run it down, and there's just the public's demand just says, I want that there. And right now I'm up 180 today on this position. I'm going to watch them try to, I guess this is their new place to try to build their first big, million at each point here, and then run it on up, and then get a million here at each, and then run it up and a million here. But she's freaking green, ladies and gentlemen, just like I said she would be. And look at this. Kathy Wood, ladies and gentlemen, steps up and says, I want some more SoFi pie, please. And she places an order yesterday, and she bought a shitload of pies, people. On the 23rd, actually, was when she made the purchase right there. ARK Investment buys 2,220,000 shares there, and a whole new position she takes up on ARK with this fund here, ARKK. A brand new position taking 2,655,000. Folks, this is $130+ million buy, increasing their portfolio value. This one here, she increased her value by 4,300%. Why would Kathy Wood do that when SoFi is near the high of all-time high? Why would she be buying SoFi right now at near all-time highs in that quantity? What does she know? You know her and Anthony Noto are friends, right? They love each other. I'll tell you something else. Here's why I think she bought all those shares. Because I think she's watching Catfish Tyler's channel, and she heard me say this yesterday. The first thing I said was, this is not the highest SoFi was back in early 2021. This is what Yahoo wants you to think. This is what Yahoo wants you to think in 221, that SoFi stopped out of gas at 25.08, basically. 25.14 really is the number. But I told everybody and have been telling everyone for 2 years that SoFi was this price on that day. But Yahoo doesn't want to show you that. But I've got proof that it was up here at $28 that day. And my proof is available right here on Yahoo, showing the day, February the 1st, right there, opened at 25.85 and went to 28.26. But do you want to know why Yahoo? Do you want to know why Yahoo is trying to make everyone think that $25 is the highest it ever was back then? Because they have a target price on SoFi right now of $21. That's as bad as Chiaverini. I mean, it really is $21, people, and the price is going to go over 30. And here's Yahoo with a year price target of $21. And not only that, they're trying to tell the whole world that the highest SoFi ever was back in 2021 was right here at $25 when it was actually up here. So you know that. And I want you to also know, look at the volume that was there when it fizzled out right there and couldn't go any higher. Look at the volume. There was none. Look at the volume right now. Now, here's what got Kathy Wood to buy yesterday. She was watching my channel, and I showed this. I said, ladies and gentlemen, what I have for you here is an unsustainable spike on very little volume, another unsustainable spike on very, very little volume, and a third unsustainable spike on moderate volume. But then I wanted you to see this. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this volume. And here's what I showed Kathy Wood yesterday. I'm guessing she's watching my channel. I said, this is not an unsustainable spike. That is a hitch and go. And I said, and this is not an unsustainable spike. That is a hitch and go. And I said, this is not an unsustainable spike. It's a hitch and go. And by the way, I called every single one of these. And I said, and this is not an unsustainable spike. It is a shoulder. That's what I said yesterday. And Kathy was listening and she said, huh. And I said, and this is not an unsustainable spike. This is a shoulder identical to the look of this one you see right here. Do you see how far they were able to drop it though there that time before it built and went off? Look at this. They could not even drop it as much, and they tried a longer duration. This is a 2-day duration of dropping it. And here you've had a 4-day duration of building a shoulder. And the whole time, the 10-day and the 5-day are just skyrocketing. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is another hitch and go that you're going to witness now. All right? That's what I said yesterday, and I think that Kathy Wood agrees. I'm just going to say it. I think Kathy Wood agrees. That's a hitch and go. That's a hitch and go. There's a hitch and go. That's a hitch and go, baby. And as soon as this line, as soon as this 5-day hits right there, this son of a is gone. All right? That's my call. And you can see they are converging, these two, the 45-day in red and the 50-day in purple. They're converging them. This is convergence, folks. It's called convergence. And they're all rising. See, they're rising, they're rising, they're rising, and they're converging. And when they rise and converge, then boom. When they rise and they don't converge here even, boom, boom, boom. Folks, it's going to go off. Don't overlook this. Don't overlook it. It is getting ready to explode right now. Just like it did right there, just like it did right there, just like it did there, and now here. And folks, take a look at the distances from here to here and the distance from here to here. See? Yep. 3 booms in a row and it will zoom. That's right. I'm telling you right now, folks, this is going to be their last hurrah. You should be buying this right now at $29.19, $29.18, $29.13. Get it. Get you some. Because I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, every one of these chart patterns I'm showing you is an indicator of nothing more than a shoulder. That is a shoulder. That is a shoulder on this 5-year chart. Just like that shoulder, just like that shoulder, just like that shoulder, like that shoulder, like this is another shoulder. And all these long-term averages are just rising and rising. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why I think Kathy Wood bought all those millions of shares yesterday, because I think she's watching my channel. I think she's watching my channel, and I also showed everybody, look at SoFi institutional ownership, the average portfolio increase over the most recent quarter, 25.47% increase over the most recent quarter. Let's go compare that with Wells Fargo, shall we? Let's go look at Wells Fargo institutional ownership. Oh my gosh, look at that increase in theirs over the most recent quarter. Let's go look at Citi. Let's go look at Citigroup. See how they're doing over the most recent quarter. Institutional ownership. Nope, that's not it. Maybe I just need to put Citi. Hold on. Let's just try Citi. Search. Here we go. Citi. Institutional ownership. Oh, that's not bad. 17% increase. But I want to see Citibank. I just saw Citibank. Let's see what that is. Go there. I can't get an institutional ownership on Citibank. What's the deal? Why not? Anybody else want to throw a bank out? The high of SoFi stock yesterday was 3014. 3014. Anybody else got Truist Bank? Truist. Institutional ownership. Oh, nice. Institutional ownership, negative 3.2%. Negative 3.2%. Let's look at Fifth Third Bank. Oh, why aren't they coming up? Fifth Third Portfolio. I don't know what that's about. No, I don't want that. Anybody got another bank at all? TFC. Search. There we go. Thank you. Negative 3.2%. Negative 3.2% over the most recent quarter. AXP. American Express. 4%. 4% increase. Bank of America. BAC. That's BAC. That's BAC. Yep. Institutional ownership. 2.2% increase. The reason I'm showing you all these major big banks is because look at SoFi's. Look how SoFi compares. Institutional ownership. An increase over the last 90 days of 25.47% institutional increases. You can name any other bank you want to. They cannot hold a candle to the number of institutions coming into SoFi right now, folks, including Kathy Wood today, yesterday. Those are huge buys, folks. They're huge buys. Look down here at Kathy Wood's buys. 2,220,000 and 2,655,000. Are you kidding me? That is huge, man. $150 million worth of stock. And by the way, that just takes fewer shares for the shorts to borrow now. Look at the value increase, 4,300% increase in value. Oh my gosh, it's a whole new position, folks. Someone wants to look at Chase Bank. Pardon me. Hold on a second. Chase Bank. Folks, I got to go get, come on, man. Oh, shit. Sorry. Chase. Search. Institutional ownership. Finally someone that's positive, but not even close. SoFi's 18% higher than that. In most recent quarter, average portfolio institutions. Folks, SoFi can't be beat. There's no one that can beat them. No one's even coming close to having as many institutional investors increasing their positions. No one. I don't care what bank you name. It doesn't matter. And most of them are negative. I did some others that were negative. There was U.S. Bank, right? U.S. Bank, I think. Wasn't that another one? Yep. Let's look at Bank of Montreal. Let's go see how they've been doing. Uh-oh. Not good. Bank of Montreal down 2.38%. Signature Bank. Let's look at that. Oh, they're doing damn good. They are the only ones I've seen. Signature Bank. Institutions are sure coming in that over the most recent quarter. Wow, we find an exception. Signature Bank. That's the first one I found yet, though. Royal Bank of Canada. No, that's short interest. Bank of New York Mellon. Let's look at them. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my gosh. Well, you can see it right there, folks. They're all leaving. They're all leaving. I don't understand why I'm not seeing bookmarks over here. What I do want to show you, markets are selling off after Powell said 6 words. Yep, investors don't want to hear equity prices are fairly highly valued. Equity prices are fairly highly valued. Shut the fuck up. We don't need your opinion on the market right now. It's doing fine without you. Thank God. Yeah, exactly. You have no business talking about the stock market. Stick to what you do. We'll do what we do. Dipshit. He's trying to get more people scared out of the market and to move over into the money markets, folks. And we don't need any more money moving into the money markets. We don't need that. We don't need more money going into the money markets right now. We do not need it. There's been plenty of money flowing out of the stock market into money markets. We don't need you to kickstart it even further. We need this money to come back out of this money markets, and it will if you'll just start lowering interest rates and keep lowering them. They'll start coming back in. We do not need you to boost what money's flowing over into the money markets. Please stop that. We need this to come down. There's 17 over $17 trillion now sitting here basically in a reserve in the money market funds. And it's just waiting to come back into the market if they will just let off the pressure. If they'll just ease and let the interest rates come on down, this money will start to move back into the market, all 17 trillion. Some of it'll start to come back in. Man, during this period when the money was coming back into the market right here, every stock was on fire. I mean, absolutely on fire. When all these stocks, this drop right here, every stock, we made so much money last year in June and July last year, just killing it on this money coming in from the money markets. We need the money to get back out of those money markets and back into the stocks and back into crypto. All right. Time to buy. It's the regular morning rundown, ladies and gentlemen, 2884. A great place to buy this stock today. Down 21 cents. And just to give you a relative comparison, let me show you what they have been doing. When they run SoFi down in the morning out of the gate, they've run it down 10 cents, 68 cents, $1.28, $1.21. But this number right here, around 26, is a common. They run it down $1.21. They've run it down 37. They've run it down out of the gate 80 cents here. These are the days in September early. They ran it down 10 cents. They ran it down 76. They run it down 33 2 days ago out of the gate. And today, what are they going to run it down? It's down 16 cents now, folks. It's going to go up. It's going to go back up, folks. When they only run it down small amounts, it goes up. Look at this. All of these days here, when they ran it down 13, look, it came back $1.06. When they could only run it down 26, it came back $2.35. When they could only run it down 37, it came back $1.57, folks. And here today, they've run it down, and let's put down what it opened at. Stock opened at 29.40. Opened at 29.49, okay? So let's get this number in, 29.49. And then they ran it down to a low of 29.67. That's where I told Dave to put his orders in, 29.66 and 67. Hopefully he had them there. I'm sure he did. So, Alexa, what is 29.49 minus 29.67?
29.49 minus 29.67 is minus 0.18.
18 cents.
I'm not quite
No,
sure.
no,
how
Alexa,
that would
stop.
be.
Alexa, stop. All right, 18 cent down. That's nice. 18 cents they ran it down today. That's pretty wimpy. That's half as much as they ran it down here. Up, and she's back over 29 right now. Something isn't right about this. Hold on. Alexa, and the low was 28.63 they're showing. That's what's wrong.
From
28.63. Hold on, Alexa. Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop.
Treasury.
Alexa, stop. 0.63. What am I doing here this morning, folks? Where's my mind at? All right. Alexa, what is 29.49 minus 28.63?
29.49 minus 28.63 is 0.86.
There we go. Now we got it right. So they've run it down 86 cents today out of the open. Well, look up here, folks. They've run it down 76 cents. And up here, they've run it down 68 cents. And afterwards, it came back $1.25. And here, they ran it down 80 cents. And afterwards, it came back $1.58. And it only closed 37 cents off the high that day. So a good day to see a swing down in this range right out of the gate. 76 cents one time down out of the gate saw a 95-cent return. And then it only closed 14 cents off of that high of 26.10. It closed at 25.96, just 14 off the high. And the next 3 days, 4 days, look at it just come off the bottom. Every time they ran it down, that's how much higher it came off the bottom. Every day they ran it down the next 5 days. This is what it came back. Total manipulation of retailers right here. Running it down and then pulling it back up. Run it down and pull it back up. Run it down every day, pull it back up. Total manipulation of the market every day on this stock. Thank you very much, Rick Hard. Your name is now being added to the drawing list, which I don't see where the drawing list is now. That kind of stinks. But I'll write it down here, and I'll transfer it when I find it. Thank you very much for that contribution. Going to my yes, going to my vet breakfast in Rockwall. All right, we'll see you then. Safe travels, my friend. And thank you for your contribution to the channel today. You just put us $40 away from no more commercials. If we can get $40 in donations today more, we'll no more commercials the rest of the day. No more. So we're going to save this information right here. Put it down here. And pre-market $29.50. As we get the last picture of $28.99 right now. Let me get this last few pictures of this. There we go. That's the last picture of 12 cents down, and that's the last picture of 11 cents down. I'm taking the last picture of 12 cents, and that's the last picture of 10 cents down. And there's the last picture of 9 cents down. You guys count with me? Now we look at them trying to stop it and make it 13 cents down, everyone. Isn't that scary? It's down 13 cents. Oh my gosh, it's down a whole 15 cents today. Oh, that's just so petrifying. All it's going to do is rise from here, folks. It's just going to rise. It's just going to rise, folks. All it's going to do is rise. Because that's what they always do, folks. I'm showing it to you here right now, as you can see. This is the daily manipulation. Run it down 86 cents and get it to the low. And then what's the high going to be right now? Where is it right now? 29.04. 29.04. Let's just do that. 29.04. All right. So, Alexa, what is 29.04 minus 28.63?
29.04 minus 28.63 is 0.41.
All right. Thank you. 41 cents back off the low already. Nice.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
No worries. I can handle it. Very nice. Well, right now, we're already recovered 41 cents green off the bottom. And it's probably going to go much higher than that. We'll see over here. I'm going to remove that. And once we get to the back up to the high, we'll see how much they can pull it off the high at the end of the day and close it out. All right. And then we'll put the number in here. How much did they, after it got to the high, the next high it goes to, we'll put down how much they pulled it back for the end of the day. All right. And look at this freaking thing taking off like a crazy banshee right now. Look at SoFi stock, everyone. It's beautiful. And that right there, I call it, folks, I call that formation right there the vaginal drop. You can clearly see it, ladies and gentlemen. It's right there. I hate to point it out any other way, but these are the labial folds. And that is the vaginal drop. And as a matter of fact, it happens to be where certain things can be found. And I'm happy to share them with you. When you got that kind of a drop, you get garment formations. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And what you see develop at that point is right here for you to understand. That's what you got. Says down here, when you're, it says, can you read that? Will snatch you out of a tight spot. Okay? And they also have this lovely shirt that reads, when you're in a wedge, we'll pull you out. So there you go, folks. That's what you got right there. That was a wedge. All right, everybody. Green, green, green. Hey, I'm sorry I calls them like I sees them. And if you look down in my description, ladies and gentlemen, on this stream, I want you to be aware that right down here, if you click below my feed here, right here, if you click below the feed right here, you're going to see all my links to my different stuff. But right up the top, it says SoFi stock, wood dives all in, day trade with me, Catfish Tyler. And what does the next line say? Rated M for mature audiences. Okay? So you're going to hear some mature subject matter, including formations I call hairy nut sacks and vaginal drops and tatas. They will be included, among other things you're going to hear, some verbiage that might not be appropriate for some children. Or all children, really. But at any rate, folks, get yourself some cool Catfish merchandise by going. It's not catfishtyler.shop anymore. I've got to change that. It is now catfishtyler.com. Catfishtyler.com, and you can get your merchandise to buy and over 120 of my original songs are there on that link right there. So go click on that while we're listening, and you're listening to me, and you can be playing my music while you stream and learn how to make money with me. All right? But there you go, folks. We just saw the first attack that was absolutely as unsustainable as those highs I showed you before. And now here's how we're going to make money on this stock. I want you to see what they just ran the price up to. That price was $29.16. And I want you to see where they just drove it down to, $29.16. 13 cents down. 13 cents down, folks. We want to find out how much they drive it down, because it's going to come up here and then they'll drive it 13 down, up here and then 13 down, up here and then 13 down, up here and then 13 down. So we're just going to ride this 13 wave all the way to profits today. All right? If that's what they want to do, if they want to take it up and then down 13 cents and then it goes up, and they want to take it down 13 and it goes up and they want to take it down 13, we'll take advantage of that pattern, folks. I promise you. And right now, they've taken it down 16 cents, now 17 cents. So they're going for 20. There's 18. They're going for 20-cent drops today, folks, is what they're going to try to do. They've got 18 there. Now 19. And they're trying for a 20-cent drop. There it is. They got 20. Now watch it run. See? Boom. 20-cent drop. Just like that, folks. That's their goal today. 20-cent drops is going to be their pattern. And you watch and see if I'm not right. 20 cents, folks. That's going to be their drop pattern. And there she goes, right back up after they got that 20-cent fall. And folks, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been doing this for 25 years. That's how I knew they were just going to take it down 20 cents just then and called it. And as soon as it got there, boom, it went up. It's not just luck, folks. I know what I'm talking about. QURE. Hey, Leonard, I won't buy it today, but I'll buy that tomorrow morning. QURE. Thank you. I'll buy it in the morning if they run it down. Up 190%. See, stocks like that, we can make a fortune on the next morning when they run the shake the tree out. Leonid Brezhnev, thank you. We do not buy stocks on a tear. We don't. We wait for the following day for them to be washed out in the morning, right at the early, and then we buy those stocks. Let's go have a look at that one right now. And that is QURE. Damn it, it's so much though. Yeah. No, don't you dare buy this stock right now, folks, please. Especially at 38, 33. They'll run it down from that for sure. And what did they hit the high of? 4208. Oh, was it 4208? Wow. High today was 4271. Wow. Well, you got to sell the 4266, folks. You got to know that. 4266, you got to sell that number. All right, there it is, QURE. We'll watch it tomorrow morning for guys that want to get in on this when they drop the shit out of it in the morning. Shake out all the newbies. Well, what do you know? SoFi's accumulating now at a price. And what was the low today? 28.63. Yesterday's low was, let me guess, lower. Oh, man. Oh, look at that. Here we go, folks. And here's Yahoo. They're not going to show me today's date when I refresh the screen. Once again, I have to go up and put the date, even though it says the 24th. They won't show me the 24th when I refresh the screen. They won't show me the 24th. I've got to put in the 25th to get today's date to show up. So yesterday's low, 28.85. Alexa, what is 0.85 minus 0.63?
0.85 minus 0.63 is 0.22.
So yesterday, we got them to go 13 cents lower than the day before's low, and today, 22 cents lower than the low of yesterday. Yep, and you can all thank, by the way, Mr. Jerome Powell for the whole market being red today, right now, except for the Dow. But it is indeed Jerome Powell's mouth, his diuretic mouth, saying that he thought the stock market was overvalued, fairly overvalued, he said. Why are you talking like that? You have no business talking about the stock market. You don't know anything about the stock market. Stick to what you do. Leave us alone. It's not your position, Mr. Powell, to tell what your opinion is of the stock market. That's not your job. That's not what you get paid to do. Stick to what you do worst. And that's run our government's monetary system with your 11 little friends behind closed doors that were never elected to be in those positions to make these decisions for the country in the first place. But you go back behind your little door with your 11 little friends and you hang out back there and leave the stock market alone. It's none of your business. You're not getting paid to throw out your opinions. If you would have said something like, wow, I see the stock markets really could turn around if we lower interest rates, and that would get more money to leave the money markets where they've been hoarding up over $17 trillion. So if we would just lower the interest rates, then we could get all that 17 trillion to start make its way back into the market. But instead, let's not do that let's just be too late Powell. And he has been. And here he is now standing on a stage telling everybody yesterday what he thinks about the stock market right now. Fairly overvalued. I think you think you're overvalued. I think you've overvalued yourself. You have no business telling the stock market that it's overvalued. It's doing just fine. $11 other people unelected to make the monetary policy for this the largest economy in the world. How did this ever come into existence? How? Why don't we let the American people vote on it? Why don't we let Congress and Senate divide and say, hey, should we cut interest rates? Let's vote on it. Ayes have it. Cutting interest rates. Let's do it that way. Right? Let's let them do it. Not let's let a consortium of great minds, and I'm not so sure, I might be overextending by saying that for sure, because many of the minds up there are just overaged and just out of touch with reality. But that's another story altogether. Term limits should have been kicked in. And why do you think they won't pass that? Because they are in control. They're the ones voting on it. Of course, they're not going to pass term limits. They're going to let themselves be getting money the rest of their lives. And even if they're not working after they retire, it just keeps on flowing. Got this congresswoman asked how she made $6.2 million in the stock market last year buying defense contracts, and she stumbled and bumbled her way, and you should have heard her. And then she says, her actual comment was, I don't think I made that much. I don't think it was that much. I really don't know, she says. Oh, my God. Yeah, they don't know. They don't know, folks. Nobody knows. She's keeping it secret. Nobody knows. But she's running for office in some state, Maryland or somewhere. It was brought out by her opponent at the debate they had at the city national debate. He said, well, I can tell you one thing I haven't done. I haven't made $6-point-something million off investing in defense stocks like you have over the last 2 years. And then later she went to someone who is one of these internet, podcaster people that broadcasts. And he asked her flat out right there. And she just, she was not expecting that. And she just blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you were in the hot seat and you didn't know how to respond. You just sat there and babbled on about you didn't think you made that much. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you're worried about SoFi right here being down 1% on the broader market, don't be, because SoFi is going to go to the numbers I told you. And I've been telling everybody for 2 years since SoFi was $5 and $6 and $7 that it was going to go up these prices. I told you it would. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, back then, the price would, just to remind you of some of the manipulation, let me show it to you. I'm happy to refresh your memories. Look at SoFi price right here, ladies and gentlemen. You want to see some manipulation? I'll show you some manipulation. Right here's where it began. When SoFi was in 2023, and you're going to see some major manipulation if you go back to 2022. And you'll see some if you go back to 2021. So just look here. In November of 2021, the price was $18. 6 days earlier, it was $23 a share. Then it was at $20. Then it was at $17. Then it was at $15. $14. I'm going 10 days at a time. $16. These are 10 days at a time, folks. $18. $22. $24. Do you see the period here? June the 8th, 2021. 24.20. June the 8th. By July the 8th, it had gone from $24.20 to $16. $8 down in 1 month. And then you go to the next 8th, August the 8th, and the price was 16 still. Go to September the 8th, and the price was still 16. October the 8th, still 16. Wow. November the 8th, $23 in 1 month, from 16 back up to $23. And a few days later, back to 24. What I'm showing you here is these two spikes right here. This is the two spikes I'm showing you right here. 1, 2. And then you saw major swings every 2 weeks. Major swings. You know what happened right here? Things were starting to recover because it looked like SoFi was going to start getting their student loans paid back because there was a moratorium put on right here. It came back up here, and then Joe Biden says we're going to forgive for another year. And when he made that announcement, wham! Oh my gosh, and then they just worked it down. Well, I told you all a long time ago that this price fell too fast over 6 months. I told you it fell too fast, and I told you all nobody owns any shares through this range. That's what I said 2 years ago. I said nobody owns any shares through this range, so when we get back up here, it's going to ride like a rocket because nobody owns these shares. Well, what happened? Look at that. Look at the recovery. Just what I told you. Just what I told you guys. Because over here, folks, when they ran it down too fast. There wasn't even any chance for people to get any accumulation at all. It was just panic selling and attacks. And now it goes back up in this fashion. And what it does is has a herk and jerk. It has a herk and jerk. It has a herk and jerk. And here's another herk right now. This is a double herk going on right now. It's a double herk before the jerk, folks. As this 5-day reaches right there, it's going to go. I'm telling you, when this 5-day line reaches that right there, that will be the ultimate springboard part. Look at this consolidation now with the 40 and 50-day coming together and conjoining there. This is what you call consolidation. It's called convergence. These are converging together, and these numbers are converging on that price. And all long-term indicators, the blue, the turquoise 5-day, the 10-day orange, The red 45 and the 50-day purple are all rising, folks. Everything's climbing. And I think this is why Kathy Wood bought yesterday, because she was here on my channel, or somebody she listens to. And they said, you know what, Kathy? I think Catfish is right. I think Catfish is right. I think he's right about this. They said, hey, Kathy, look, that's an unsustainable high because there wasn't any volume on it. And that's an unsustainable high because there wasn't any volume there. And now things are different. Things are different, folks. That's not an unsustainable high. That's a shoulder building. This right here is not, it's the same as that. 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 It's the exact same. In every place where the 5 and 10 day finally met it, it shot. And every day where the 5 and 10 day finally met, it shot. And right now, when this 5 and 10 day, when this thing hits this 5 day, folks, it is going to shoot just like it did there where it hit the 5 and just right there when it hit the 5. Right here, it hit the 5 too. See that? Right there, it touched on the 5 day. Boom. Right there, it touches the 5 day. Boom. Right here, touches the 5 day. Boom. Here, couldn't even touch the 5. Boom. Trying to touch the 5 again now. What I call the praying mantis formation. And when it hits that 5 day, folks, what do you think is going to happen when it hit there and hit there and hit there and hit there? What do you think is going to happen when it hits the 5 day right now? Anybody want to guess? Well, I'll tell you what, Kathy Wood knows. Kathy Wood knows what's about to happen. And also, everybody who've run the price down today 24 cents right now, they know what's about to happen too. And that's why they ran it down, so they can get on this train before it goes. Yep, RGTI moving on up. Good. Today, I went and looked at the history of SoFi financial institutions buying in. And I decided to show everybody, how SoFi compares to many other banks right now. And this bank right here is the Bank of New York Mellon. And you can see that Bank of New York Mellon, which is a large bank with 2,551 institutional owners, but over the most recent quarter, they've reduced their portfolios by 5.56%. That's right. The Bank of Mellon has a reduction over the most recent quarter. The average portfolio of institutions has reduced by 5.56%. Now let's go look at another one. This here is JP Morgan Chase with 6,344, and their increase over the last portfolio's average has been 6.97%. That's pretty hefty. 6.97. Let's look at some others. That's SoFi, folks. 25%. SoFi over the most recent quarter, right here, this is SoFi. Over the most recent quarter, the average portfolio increase is 25.47%. Let's look at some others. This is Bank of America. Bank of America's had a change of just 2.20% over the most recent quarter. This right here is American Express. Over the most recent quarter, average portfolio increase, 4%. This right here is Truist Bank. Truist Bank, folks. Look at theirs. A negative 3.2%. They're leaving that, folks. they're getting out of Truist Bank over the most recent quarter. I'm not done. That's Truist Financial. That is not Citibank. I looked that up erroneously. I was trying to find Citibank. This right here is Wells Fargo over the average portfolio. Wells Fargo and a change of negative 0.3. There are many, many others. Yep. There are many others. Thank you, Alex, for letting me know about RGTI. My friend Dave bought into that. He's overjoyed. And today, my presumption can only be that the institutions that saw Cathie Wood just buy all these shares, in case you're not aware of it, that's what my headlines are today about. Cathie Wood, right here, of ARK Investment, just comes in and acquires 2.6 million shares in one fund and 2.2 million in another fund. She increases her portfolio value by 4,306%. And her other portfolio value is increased by 186%. So this is a new position she took with that one. With ARKK, that's a new position. And I'm telling you, I think that she came and bought because she showed, or someone, or maybe she's watching me, and she heard me show this chart of the 5-year chart. And she might have looked at that and she said, you know what? I agree. She might have looked at this 5-year chart and she might have said, yep, that is a shoulder. Boom. And she said, yep, that is a shoulder. Boom. And yep, that is a shoulder. Boom. And she looked at this and she says, yes, this is a shoulder. I think that's why she bought there. And I think that's why a lot of people in the Middle East, folks, I have to tell you, my new subscribers I was looking at yesterday, and I am getting crazy views in the Middle East right now. It is crazy, folks. I mean, some major viewers are listening to me from overseas right now in the Middle East, in the richest countries in the world. In Dubai, in Qatar, a lot of viewers. So I'm getting some notoriety over there in the Middle East among the people who probably make pretty good money. And I think they're also buying because they can look at, they can see the writing on the wall by this chart, and so could Cathie Wood. And I want to point out to you all again, just one more time, back in 2021, that is a very unsustainable spike with very low volume. And this was an unsustainable spike with very low volume. This was an unsustainable spike right here, even though it had fairly good volume. But then the rundown was also an unsustainable spike on increasing volume. This day right here was the day called Independence Day. Tariffs hit that day. Tariffs. And then we saw a hitch and a go and 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 a hitch and a go, and here's a hitch. That's what it is, folks. It's just another hitch. It's just another hitch. You better look at the 3-month chart. Every single time They've tried to manipulate this price down below the 10-day, boing, below the 10, boing, down to the 5, boing, just below the 5, and boing is going to be the result because you can see that these two, the 50-day and the 45, just pinched together right there. And this is why Kathy Wood just bought, because she can see this 45-day is rising above the 50-day purple. See how tight they got together right there? See how tight that was? Look, they're gaping away now. They're going away from each other. The 45-day is leaving the 50-day behind. And ladies and gentlemen, look where I want you to look on this point where the price hit the 5-day like it is here. Look where the 10-day was when that happened. They're right together. They're stuck together like mates. The 10-day and the 5-day had converged. They had converged here. The 10-day and 5-day converged. And look where the 10-day was, the orange line, and look where the 5 was. They're next to each other. Now look at this point where they drove it down to the 5-day. Well, look where the 10-day is, where this came together. Look how far it is away. See it? Down here, they were together when that happened, when they ran it to there. Now they run it to here, and look at the distance between the 5 and 10-day. And now up here, they try to run it down, and look at the distance between the 5 and 10-day now. Just understand what this means. Here, they ran it down, and they were actually, the 5-day was up here, and the 10 was down here. And when they attacked real hard that day, they got the 5 and 10 to come together. But after they came together, then the next time they got it up here, they could only get here, and there they were still together, but rising. And then here they get the 5-day to the 10-day, and boom. Here the 5-day to the, and now I just want you to see, look at the distance. At each point of resistance, they were together there, they were gaped away there, and now they're gaped away even further on this attempt to run it down right now. It's all manipulation. But the fact of the matter is, every single time that this blue line has dropped below the orange, it's bounced. Blue line drops below, bounce. 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 Blue line can't even get below the orange here. It can't even get below the orange. And it's barely going to get below the 5. Just like it did here, folks, it's going to do the same thing below the 5. It's just going to go right there. It's just going to get barely below it like it is right now, and then it's going to go off. It's going to rise, folks. Because the 45 is now lifting higher off of the 50-day. The 45-day moving average line here just turned from flat to rising. And the 200, ladies and gentlemen, has never, ever deviated from this path. Every one of these herks and jerks and herks and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk. Look at the 200 the whole time. Just look at it. Steady, solid, foundation, climbing. You can believe it or not, folks, but I'm telling you, these charts, they tell the story. They tell you what's going to happen next. You can see it every time, bounce. See it every time, bounce. See it every time, bounce. Every time, every time. Why? Because the 200 is rising and rising and rising and rising and rising. And the 50 is rising and rising and rising and rising and rising. And the 45 is rising and rising and rising and rising. So this is why it's happening, folks. It's called energy. It's called momentum. All long-term averages are climbing. All short-term are herked and jerked, but climbing. And look at the angle of this 10-day orange. Look at the 10-day angle now over the last 2 weeks. Man, I'm telling you, this thing is about to boom. Oh my gosh, it's going to go so high, folks. Don't worry about the daily market maker manipulation. This thing is just going to keep climbing. Drew Proctor, thank you. LAC up 100%. I'll write that for tomorrow. But what's the price? Please tell me the stock is cheap. By the way, the stock my friend Dave called and told you about 2 days ago is up another 10% today. RGTI, he called 2 days ago and told you about it. It's up another 10% today. Now, this is what I'm looking for. This is what I like. 618 and rising. All right, I'm going to move some money around right now. I'm going to move some money around right now. And I don't usually buy on highs like this, but I like what I just saw on that chart. I'm going to buy it right now, 20 shares. It is on it. It's breaking away, folks, right now. This is it, LAC. This is the 5-day chart on it. Let's go to the 1 day right now. Yep, she's rising nicely. And see, she's already broken over the 50-day and the 45 and the 200, and there's no resistance line for it now. If it was pressuring this, it already crossed over, folks. This is good. I like it. So let me get over here on charts. LAC. Yes, I like this a lot. Let's look at the 1 day. There's the 5-day, folks. Look at the 5-day chart on that thing. LAC. Let's look at the 1 day now. Jeez, oh, peace. Wow. High was 623, folks. High was 623. Give me a second here, folks. I want to try to buy 608. I want to try and buy 609. Try to buy 610. Try to buy 611. Try to get 612. Because they're going to want to fill out this to 400,000 at these like they did 4 million, 7 million, 6 million, 4 million, 5 million, 4 million. Yeah, they want to fill all these in. I just bought a bunch there. I now have 120 shares of this stock. Just bought it down there at 601, 602. They'll try to hold it under 6, folks, as long as they can. And you can see how heavy they came in right below there. They tried to hold it under a long time, folks. They tried to hold it under. They tried to hold this thing under 6 very hard. They wanted to hold that thing under $6, folks. Look how hard they tried to keep this thing. Look at all the dark areas of selling there. Look at all that dark areas of selling. And then the lighter areas is what bought to make it go back up. I just bought 609. I'm going to click on auto send up here now. And I just went green. But I do expect to see them try to fill all these out to the same levels as they got these. They'll really like to try to fill all this out to the same point they got all these down below here, to about the same, before they let it go up anymore. And I could be wrong, but I know them pretty well. So I'm going to keep my orders going in here. And they're doing it perfectly, just like I said. I just bought 20 more at 604. All right. That was a good call on that one. I'm just gonna get in it today for a little while. And let's get a picture of SoFi. The last time it's below $29 right now. Let's get the last time below $29 right here, right now. Market makers trying their little shit right here, right before it goes over. Oh, yeah, she's going over, folks. There's no stopping it. They got all they could, folks. They got all the low they could. Just look at that thing chattering away, man. Just look at that thing. Just buy, buying. All buying, folks, on the ask. All the fake shares are gone. All the fakes are gone. Yeah, they're gone away. 28.88. That's what we love to pay. And then she breaks 29. Oh, on her way to 29.20. Oh, and we make a bunch of money on another SoFi day. Oh, they tried to jerk it down, dude. They jerked it down today. Just like they always do. Oh, yeah, they do. And that's when we all say, we ain't cutting any slack. We know when they attack. We buy the nutsack. Oh, yes, we do. And then we watch her blow. She goes. Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Watch it rise. Watch it rise as they try to deny it. Just like they're trying to keep this thing under my dollar cost average now. Watch them scratch and claw, trying to hold it back, but it can't be held back. It can't be. It can't be stopped. She's going to pop. And now I'm looking at LC. Got a huge wall of accumulation below this price right now. Huge wall of accumulation below this price. Ah, yes, and now I'm about to see it go green. There we go, and she's on her way, folks. LAC, she's on her way. I'm up 17, and she's out of here. She just took off. LAC has just taken off and left the building, ladies and gentlemen. LAC has left the building. Raising my buy orders out now up to 608, just above my dollar cost average, and 609. And I'm going to come over here to SoFi right now. And SoFi is now rebounding and running up. Looking very good here. Yes, SoFi got the double nut sack, and she's gone, folks. That's right. She's out of here, folks. It's on her way. There she goes, LAC. This is LAC, folks. LAC. The stock is LAC. And it's cheap, folks. That's what I like about it. I can buy a lot of shares of it, and it is a short eating porpoise right there. LAC, folks. And I'm coming down here to buy 20 shares now of it. That's right. I'm buying 20 shares of LAC right now. And I'm going to raise these buy orders up here down below it. You guys just hold on a second here, and I'll show you what I'm doing. Make sure you can all see it. So I just got through buying, and I now have 300 shares of LAC, which I'm up $16 on. I love what the chart is doing. I'm going to buy more at market now. And I'm up $22 now on the position. Waiting on the pullback down to 608, which they love to buy. And I guess I just bought some SoFi at $28.96. I just bought SoFi at $28.96. Nice. And she's at $29.01 now. Nice. And that's the last picture. That's going to be the last picture of SoFi at $29, $29.01. Get it, folks. Get that picture right there. Get that photograph. Oh, yeah. Look at her go, folks. Watch it blow. Hey, you guys and gals have anything to say over here? Let's see some love. Let's go. I love XRP. It's going to be the future of Bitcoin. XRP is my favorite. Blockchain Metal says open looks like it might have more juice, okay? Thanks for that heads up. I appreciate it. And there goes SoFi, folks. $29.05, $29.06. She's out of here, folks. Only 3 cents red now, and it's not going to stay that way. Not going to stay that way, folks. It's a daggum shoulder, folks. I told you. I've been telling you it was a shoulder. And it's going to launch from it, folks. It's going to rocket off this shoulder. It is going to rocket, and Kathy Woods knows it. She knows it. She knows it, folks. By the way, I just sold some shares of SoFi so that this would happen, so they'd think I just sold everything. And now look at it run after they thought I just sold all my shares. Isn't that sweet? All I had to do was sell 120 shares, and it's off to the races. Nice. I'm sure you probably looked into what I have on my headline today. SoFi Technologies has an interesting party by the name of Kathy Wood, who just came in and bought 2,600,000 under one fund, increasing the portfolio by 2,339%. And the next one, she bought 2,220,000 there. This totals over 63 million, and this is over 75 million in SoFi stock. 130 million worth of SoFi stock she just bought. What? Someone says, what else is good on the market? Well, we're going to be watching this one for tomorrow morning to buy in. We're not going to buy it now because it's at an all-time high up. It's way up there, 198% up. And I never want to buy there, but we're going to watch this stock in the morning at 9:30 and see if they try to run the weak hands out. And we might buy a few shares of this if they run it down tomorrow. QURE. QURE. So here's some data I have for you folks. Kathy Wood, of course, buys two different funds, are buying massive numbers of shares. And I want you to know, earlier yesterday, an article was released about SoFi saying that Morgan Stanley leads Zero Hash. Now, let me show you what this is about, folks. Just give me a second. Just give me a minute here. All right, we're almost there. Here we go. So here we go, folks. Interactive Brokers leads Zero Hash capital raise as Morgan Stanley, Apollo, and SoFi also make significant on-chain infrastructure investments. Did you guys know about this? Did any of you realize this happened yesterday? Well, it did. It sure did, folks. Fundraise marks one of the largest crypto and stablecoin private capital raises in 2025, helping define the future of finance. It says right here, ladies and gentlemen, Interactive Brokers, Milan Galik, CEO, Interactive Brokers has always prioritized giving clients better access to global markets. Zero Hash has been central in enabling us to expand into digital assets and continue to innovate with confidence. Their regulatory first approach and proven scalability align with crypto values, and we're pleased to deepen our partnership through continued investments. I don't know if that word was crypto. It might be customers. But look here, folks. SoFi, Anthony's Noto, CEO, blockchain is a technology supercycle that will reshape financial services and make it faster, cheaper, and easier for people to interact with money. We're pleased to support Zero Hash's continued growth and accelerate the adoption of crypto, stablecoins, and tokenization across mainstream finance. Folks, this is big, folks. This is big. And it could lead to SoFi acquiring another company. The leading crypto and stablecoin infrastructure platform, Zero Hash, today announced a $104 million Series D2 raise. And SoFi is investing in this, folks. It's a 104 million Series D2 raise, led by Interactive Brokers, one of the world's largest and most trusted brokerage firms. The round also saw new participation from major institutions, including Morgan Stanley, SoFi, Apollo. Oh, yeah, baby. This is good news. And we may see SoFi use some of this billions of dollars it's making to buy up someone soon. It says here the new 104 million raise brings Zero Hash's total funding to 275 million. This capital will accelerate product expansion, support talent growth, and further solidify its role empowering on-chain innovation for the world's leading financial institutions. Zero Hash provides the infrastructures that enables any business to seamlessly unlock crypto, stablecoin, and tokenization solutions for their customers. This is big, folks. The company has been building in the United States since 2017, making it one of the industry's longest standing players. To date, Zero Hash has supported over 5 million users across 190 countries, powering solutions for some of the largest and most innovative global companies, including Interactive Brokers, Stripe, Shift4, BlackRock's, BUIDL. So this is just another thing that has SoFi getting in the headlines. And this company's leader says, we are building the AWS of on-chain infrastructure, said Edward Woodford, founder and CEO of Zero Hash. This raise and the caliber of our investors and clients is testament to the trust we've built. It further underscores the scale and proven track record that we have developed since founding in 2017. Crypto, stablecoins, and tokenization aren't coming. It's here. And Zero Hash is the engine behind the scenes. Every financial institution is looking to provide access to the crypto asset class and innovate with this technology at scale, said Adam Berg, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Administrative Officer of Zero Hash. I've recently met with multiple large bank CEOs and financial services executives, many of whom said that they are spending more than 50% of their time driving on-chain innovation at their firms. They are, of course, leveraging Zero Hash as the backbone of this innovation into crypto, stables, and tokenization. This is big, folks, for SoFi. It's good news for SoFi. In case you haven't heard yet from my headline, Cathie Wood takes a deep dive and she buys a ton of shares of SoFi stock on the 23rd. 2,220,559 at one firm, increasing their portfolio value by 118%, and a new position by the second firm of ARKK, taking on 2,655,000 shares, an increase in the portfolio percentage of 4,306%. It's a new position, folks. God, dogs. Wow. And as I look at SoFi right now, I want you all to realize that the entire market, as you can see right now, is mixed right now. But all of it being red is most likely thanks to a gray-haired old fart named Powell that decided it was his decision to make the country believe that the stock market is fairly overvalued. Yet he took it upon himself to get up on a podium and invade the stock market. It has nothing to do with him, and he should have nothing to do with it. Keep your frickin' dementia mind out of SoFi and the stock market. We don't need your assessment of the stock market. That's not your job. You're not here as a stock market analyst. You're not working for Goldman Sachs or something. You're the Fed chairman. Stick to your job. Stay in your little room behind the doors with 11 other people that were never elected to control the world's policies and the U.S. funds. You do that. You stay behind there where you belong. You don't need to be out on a podium telling everybody the stock market is overvalued. That's not your job. You're not getting paid to try to bash the stock market. Ascertain Mr. Powell's Catfish Tyler will have words with Mr. Powell. Yeah. It's not his position to give his opinion on the financial markets of the stock market. It's not him. He has taken this upon his own shoulders, and it's not his load to carry. Don't worry about us. We know what we're doing fine. Did it disturb you that all of the Democrats were saying that if Donald Trump took office, that he was going to crash the stock market? And now, day before yesterday, the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ, and the S&P all hit record highs on the same day. Is that bothering you, Mr. Powell? Is that upsetting you that everybody said the market was going to absolutely collapse if he got into office and these tariffs were just going to destroy the stock market? Is that upset you that he's got it at all-time highs it's never been before? And people love investing again and are making great money, and it's none of your business, Mr. Powell. Stay out of it. Like I said, go get back in your little room behind closed doors with your 11 other people that weren't elected to control the United States and interest rates. And leave us alone. I've already told everybody we've got a huge amount of money sitting over in the money markets right now because of you. Because of you, my friend. It's all because of you that all this money is tied up in these money markets now. This is partly your doing, Mr. Powell. Start cutting rates and let's get this money back out of the $17 trillion plus that's in here. Let's bring them back into the equities market. They've already got all this money out. The money has flowed out. Stop trying to help the money leave the market by your comments. Let's get this money back out of these money markets and coming back into equities, back into the stock market, back into crypto. We don't need them piling up money market funds. Let's get them back in the market. And if you just would cut rates and stop your mouth talking, just shut up, please. And we'll see this money come out of these money markets and back into the stock market. But you trying to say it's overvalued is not going to help our situation. You're a hindrance. You are a hindrance to our prosperity. Now, this morning, I did not get up at 4 o'clock to monitor price changes at 4 a.m., so I didn't see what happened. But this is what happened at 8 o'clock. At 7:58, 29.30. At 8 o'clock, 29.36. At 8 o'clock and 15 seconds, 29.32. At 8 o'clock and 16, 29.33. At 8 o'clock and 17, 29.28. At 8 o'clock and 18, 29.40, folks. It went from 29.28 to 29.40 in 3 seconds. So when you want to put another buy order in then at 29.29, right then when you saw that, put another buy order in at 29.29 because it spiked to 29.40. So as soon as you buy the 29.29, put your sell order in at 29.39 because you know it's playing in this range. So here it goes. Back to 29.35, 3 seconds later at 8 o'clock and 20 seconds. And then back, there's the buy. There's the sell, 29.39. Right what I said, sell there. Bam, you just sold. Now, back to 29.32. And this is all in just 30 seconds time. It's only 8 o'clock and 25 seconds now. 29.33, 29.31 at 8 o'clock and 42 seconds. 29.33, 29.33. Now it's 8:01 and 7 seconds. 29.28 again. What do you know? 29.28 again. You just bought it, 29.28 again. Now we sit and wait for a little bit. Now you got to buy at 29.26. Nice. And it's up to 29.33, probably going to 29.39 again. 29.32. And that was it. I stopped taking pictures there. But just so you can see the action, that was right at 8 o'clock when the market opened. It was a lot of popping up and down. If you're here because of my thumbnail today, that's right, Kathy Wood just came in and bought massive numbers of shares. This is right here. This is $64 million worth of shares. Or I'm sorry, this is $73 million and this is $64 million worth of shares. 130 plus million that she just bought. Why? Why would she buy SoFi at an all-time high? And look at this, folks. Look right here. It's all over, folks. The game is over. She's going green, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to go green. Yep, she's going green and she's going higher, folks. Now I'm going to get over here. I want to see how I'm doing. Yeah, I'm about to go green. And how am I doing on my LAC buys? I'm down $53 on that right now. Oh my gosh, look at that. They just took LAC down right below the 50-day moving average. Look at it, it's starting to rise now. LAC just got took below the 50-day and it's starting to rise back up. LAC stock, LAC. Right now, capitulating right on the 50-day moving average as the 200 rises and rises and rises. And it's capitulating right on the 50-day. And I'm about to go green on SoFi right now. Clearly see the chart on SoFi looking very good. And there's the capitulation of LAC. There's the capitulation of LAC now. Been capitulating for about 20 minutes on the 50-day rising. And the 200 keeps rising as well. So there it is right now, totally capitulated with the 200 rising, 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 rising. And SoFi's going off, folks. I'm here to tell you, SoFi is going off right now, ladies and gentlemen. SoFi is going off here. Let's go put SoFi up here so you can see it. And there she goes, folks. She's rising and she's going. She's going to break over the 200 right now. She's going, folks. She's off on her way. There she goes. She's breaking over the 200-day moving average right now. She's leaving the station, folks. This train is leaving the station, ladies and gentlemen, and you better punch your ticket and you better get on board. You better get on board, folks, because it's ride the train time, because she's getting ready to pull out of the station right now, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think you better get on this train. Now, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think you better get on this train. Oh, yeah. That's right. You better get on it. Oh, yeah. I do believe, ladies and gentlemen, that there will be resistance to try to keep it from going over that 200-day moving average. You will see some red candlesticks come in here, but ladies and gentlemen, this 50-day and this 45-day are rising, and you can see now that the blue and yellow snake has come together, and they just created the blue back yellow belly. The blue back yellow belly, one of the most toxic snakes with about a 25,000 mouse unit venom. And you can see right now that that is a blue back yellow belly. You can see the blue 45 is now separating from the yellow 50-day, rising above it. The shorter long-term line has now broken over the longer long-term line. And this means she's going to go off, most likely, no matter what they try. And I was the one that just told you guys a little bit ago that they can't keep the light blue below the orange. I told you that. Let's go and look at this 20-day chart. All right, here's the 20-day chart. There's the 20-day chart right there. And I want you to see that right here, when this all capitulated, she bounced. And right here, when they got it below the 200, she bounced. And right here, when they got near the 200, she's going to bounce. They always bounce it off the 200. Right there, they bounced it. Right there, they bounced it. Down here, they bounced it off the 200. When they get this down to the 200 like they just did just then, it bounces, folks. It bounces good. And it's going to bounce again now. You're going to see. Let's take a look at the 5-day chart to give you more understanding. Or better than that, let's look at the 1-day chart. Are you getting the picture? Look at that, folks. Low, 2863. 2907 now, huh? Hold on, let's do something. Let's do something here. 2909 now. Hold on. So right now, if you look at my daily manipulation sheet on SoFi, just like always, folks, when they take it up out of the gate and it rises, they smash it down afterwards. When they take it down out of the gate, it rises afterwards. When they take it up out of the gate, they smash it down. And when they take it down out of the gate, they run the sucker up. And right now, this price is not 29.04. It's 29.10. So we're going to add 6 cents to the change. And the recovery now is not 41 cents, it's 47. Off the bottom. We've now recovered 47 off the bottom. Just like almost always, folks, we're not even close to done going up yet, because these other days when they've run SoFi down, like today, when they ran it down 76 cents, it came back 95, not just 47. Back here, when they ran it down 80 cents, it came back $1.58. You see that? Here, when they ran it down $1.21, it came back $1.51. God, dogs. Here, when they ran it down 10 cents, it came back $1.21. And today, they ran it down 86 cents, and right now, it's back up 47. I doubt that's going to be that. I doubt that's all it's going to do, folks. I don't think so. I think it's going higher. But this information I'm sharing with you should make it obvious. If SoFi comes out of the gate and they let it run up out of the gate, you better sell it at these numbers, because they're going to knock the shit out of it after they run it up out of the gate. But if they run it down out of the gate 30 cents or 70 cents or today 86, well, you better buy it, because they're just going to run it up afterwards. They're just going to run it right back up. This is a daily pattern with this stock, folks. Milo, hello there from Romania. Welcome to the tank. Yep, Powell, Mr. Powell. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can see now that SoFi is in the form of triple upside crossover. You're going to see this price go over, then you're going to see the 50, and then it's going to be a golden cross, and this thing is going to launch right off of that. It's going to launch off this, folks. Now I want to look at the 10-day chart. Look at this stock, folks. On the 10-day chart, look at the attack at the opening there, and look what it did afterwards. Look at the attack on the opening there, and look what it did afterwards. Look at the attack, the major attack on the opening, and look what it did afterwards. Here they backed it around, and they attacked it at the end of the day. They let it run up, and then they attacked it at the end of the day. But here they're back in the old saddle again, running it down at the open, and then off she goes. And here the opposite, run it up at the open, and then take it down, and oh shit, off she goes. And then yesterday, run it up at the open in the afternoon, or day before, run it down. Then yesterday, open the market and crash it to the 200 and accumulate a nut sack in the after hours. Then the same action, run it down and then up the rest of the day, just like they did here, just like they did here, just like they did here, and just like they did here. That's what they're going to do today, folks. This thing's going to run right back up here to about this price. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so, folks, because I'm going to show you the chart right now. Going to show you the 1 day, and you'll see what's happening. We got a triple crossover about to happen. Right now, this is about to cross all of it. It's all going to cross the 200. And look at the 45-day gaping off the 50-day now. Look at that 45 rising off the 50-day, folks. And they're all going to cross the 200. But before they do, when they get right here, close to the 200, they're going to sell this down. They're going to start dumping shares down to here. I'm telling you, folks. And so I'm going to sell right now. I'm going to sell some shares right here, a few shares right here. I'm up $53 only, but I'm selling right here because I know to. And now I'm going to sell some more here. I just sold $29.23. And you know, if you buy the 2888, you got to sell 2920, folks. I just sold 2921, 2921. Just sold again 2921. I'm selling 40 shares at a time. And if you're wondering why I'm selling at these numbers, well, they're on my buy sell sheet, folks. That's why. Look up here at the fourth one from the third one from the top. It says sell 18, 19, and 20. And then sell 22, 23, 24, and buy back as low as 01 after the 20. Or you can even get 97. I could actually right now get a 28.97 buy-in off the 29.20. It doesn't always do that, but I've seen them do it before. I've seen them. So here they come now, right now. They're going to try to come down here. And I'm going to be buying now 20 shares, 10 shares instead of 20 that I sold. So I'm going to be buying in increments of half. And I'm going to try to buy 29.13, 29.11, 29.15, 29.17, and 29.16. Now, I want you to realize something, folks. Understand, my dollar cost average is up here. My dollar cost average is at 29.90. 29.90. And you might be going, well, why in the world are you selling at 29.20 then? Because I know they're going to pull it back to 29.01 afterwards. That's why, or maybe lower. I've seen them do it many times, many times. And because of that chart that I just showed you, this is why. See, they're already, as the 50-day is approaching the 200, they're already trying to smash it down. They're trying to work it down as it gets closer to the 200. Oh, believe me, when that thing gets up there to that 200 day, when this 50-day reaches that 200, they're going to attack it hard. I'm here to tell you right now, when this 50-day gets right up here to the 200, they're going to come hard at this thing. Just let it get up here, get it closer. But boy, she's a short eating porpoise right now. Look at that 5-day just lift off of the 10 right there. Look at that momentum as it rises off the 10 there. Jeez, oh Pete. And now I see this LAC is down below my dollar cost average. And I got some shares so I can buy. So I'm going to buy some LAC here below my dollar cost average. Try and get it at $6 right now. Oh, come on, baby. LAC, give me some. I just got 602 right then. Buying again. Folks, there's a massive wall down below this of shares that have already been bought. All right? And that's why I'm buying here. Just now I bought. And I just bought some SoFi at, and by the way, I want to show you a little trick I use here. Right here, I want to show you guys a trick. I don't want to have to keep watching this, but I'm going to put a sell order right here at 614. I'm going to try and sell at 614. So I'm going to put a 20 share sell at 614, sort of as an alarm for me. That way I'll know if it's getting close. I'll put in 612 too. And I got 440 shares of this stock. LAC, and take a look at the chart on it right now. LAC, folks. There it is. There's the chart on it right now. LAC is the stock. Oh, that is the LAC chart. Yes, and there she goes, folks. LAC. She's the 5 days rising off the 10 right now. LAC. And now you can see I'm up on it. I just went green on it. I'm up $19.80 on it. And I just bought it just below my dollar cost average, just below me, because that's what they like to do. They like to keep it right below me if they can. Market makers. All right. That's LAC, folks. I just bought some more right at my dollar cost average, 607, LAC. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking at SoFi, and I'm going to go over to the trade here. Active trader, there we go. Pull this back over here so I can watch it. And the stock we're on is SoFi, SoFi. And right now I'm just looking at LAC again one more time, and then I'm going to roll this out of the way, and we're going to hopefully hear my order start selling up there at 611 and 612, 613. This is SoFi's chart right now, and it looks absolutely fabulous. Every single effort so far to drive the 5-day below the orange 10-day has resulted in a rise. Every effort to drop this turquoise line below the orange has been a rise. And here again, they're trying to take it below the orange, just as I told you they would do, just as I told you. As soon as that 50-day got up there close to that 200, I told you they'd do that. I called it, folks, because I know what they're going to do, and I just filled it 29.13. Nice. Oh, yeah. I love it when I call out an attack, when they're going to do it and how they're going to do it. See that, folks? As soon as that 50-day got up close to the 200, there's the crush. There's the crunch, just like I called, and they're going to take it right down here to this line, right here if they can. I know these people. I know what they're going to do, folks. I know exactly what they're going to do. I know them. I got them figured out, folks. Stick around. You'll see. I know what they're doing. I know how they're going to do it, when they're going to do it, what they're going to do, and why. And I just bought it at $29.05. Going again here now. And now, did you see why I sold all those shares at $29.20 I just sold? Do you see why? I told you, if you buy it at $28.88, you got to sell the $29.20, folks. It's a no-brainer. You've got to. I just showed you on this chart a moment ago, you've got to sell at the 20, at the 18, 19, and 20. I just showed you guys this. I said you got to sell the 18, 19, and 20 and buy back 93, 97, 98, even 101 of the 1 or the 7. And there they are right now, folks, exactly like I told you. Exactly what I told you. It's not rocket science, folks. I've just been watching them do this for so long. I know what they're going to do. And I know why they're going to do it. They did it because they do not want to see a triple upside crossover. They don't want to see the current price, the 10-day and the 50-day cross the 200. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that is a golden cross, and there's a reason they call it that. They don't want a golden cross. They fought that. Look at all that volume selling there. Look at that candlestick. They fought it hard, folks. They fought it as hard as they could. Right here, they sold 112 million. Right here, they sold 140 million, 120 million. They're still selling. They're a lot lower now, though. The amounts are lower now. Now they sold 70 million, and then they sold 50 million, and here they sold another 70 million, 68 million. And what they're doing is just trying to accumulate now on the 50-day moving average and consolidate it sideways here for a while. And then it's going to run right off that and go right up. I just bought LAC at 605. And watch them try now to sit here and run this thing sideways under this rising 200-day moving average. Watch them try to ride this thing right here on this. They won't try to drop it anymore. They just want to buy here now. They just want to accumulate here now, right on the 50-day. Why even try to drive it below the 50-day? Don't even try. Just accumulate here. Accumulate, shorty. In case you're not aware of it, right here, you can see when it got up here and nearly crossed the 50-day, just the regular price nearly crossed the 50 and they attacked it so hard. Then up here, we nearly crossed the 50 and they attacked it hard again. Then we got up here and crossed the 50 and they attacked it hard. Here we broke across the 50 and they attack it hard. But every place they attack it to is a higher low. This is a higher low than that one. That's a higher low than that one. That's a higher low than this one. That's a higher low than that one. And this is a higher low than that one. Okay? Are you getting the picture? And look at all this volume that they were using to make it get down to these lows that were lower than the one before. And the volume here to get to there, to a higher low. And the volume here to get to there, a higher low. And less volume here to try to get to there, a higher low. And big volume there to try to get to here, a higher low. And now, big volume coming in right here to try to get it down to a higher low. And look at all this, folks. Look at all the red. But look at the price. Up, nut sack. Up, nut. Up, nut. Up, nut. Up, nut. All the red sea of selling. And just up and frickin' up, folks. Oh my gosh. It's worthless for them to try. It's worthless for them to try. It's not going to drop no matter what. It isn't going to drop no matter what, folks. No matter what you try, shorty. It won't matter what you try. It isn't going to drop. It isn't going to drop any more than what you got it right here on the 50-day. You can't get it below the 50 because the 200 is steadily rising. No matter what you try, shorty, it won't work. And ladies and gentlemen, once they get 1,000,002 shares right here, once they have 1,000,002, this thing is off to the races. When they get 1,000,002 right here, it's going to be gone. 1,000,002 is what they're trying to get here right now. 1,000,002, folks. And when they do, it's going to rise. Oh my goodness, you mean they've got SoFi down 13 cents right now today. Oh my goodness, it's down 13 whole cents, everyone. 13 cents down right now. Isn't that scary? Now it's down 12 cents. But now they've got it down 13 cents right there. Doesn't that just scare you to death? 13 whole cents down today. The price is $29 and it's 13 cents down. 13 cents. Are you shitting me, Shorty? That's all you can come up with? That's it, folks. That's all they can come up with. 13 cents down. Isn't that scary? Isn't that just shaking you in your shoes? Whole 13 cents down. Petrified. I'm petrified by that. I am. It just shocks me that we're down that much. Down 0.5%. But today, the NASDAQ just barely red, not even 0.1%. The Dow's not even 0.1% red. Sorry, colonoscopy Powell. Sorry, you had no negative effect on the market really at all. You might want to take a look here, folks, at the depth of near the lunchtime low. Look at the depth of all the markets. They're panic selling on Powell's diarrhea mouth. That's right. You can all clearly see the effect he's had on the market today by him saying he thought the market was fairly overvalued. I don't know why. And I don't know how old. Let's find out. Alexa, how old is I'm sorry. Alexa, stop. Alexa, how old is Jerome Powell?
Jerome Powell is 72 years old. He was born on February 4th, 1953.
Alexa, who elected Jerome Powell to be Fed chairman of the United States?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
Oh, I have no idea, but I just told you guys to sell SoFi at $29.20 about an hour ago with me. It was a half an hour ago. And when I sold it, I said, look, people, my dollar cost average is actually higher than this. You might be wondering, why am I selling this at $29.20 below my dollar cost average? And I said, because I know they're going to run it down from here, folks. And I was right. And look at this manipulation. I'm going in right here, folks. I'm trading, buying at market. And I just bought at 28.81. I just bought 28.81 right there, 28.81. The master chumps have run it down. Now I'm going to buy some more. And I just filled at 28.83. And this is going to be the end of this because, ladies and gentlemen, as you can already see, they tried this stunt earlier an hour ago. Look, the same number. They've already tried this stunt 3 other times today. They tried it once, they tried it twice, and now this is the 3rd time they've tried to get shares at this price right here. The 3rd time. And you can see where the price went after this when they got it there that time. You see where it went. You see how fast it went too. Watch it go again. Watch how fast it goes. And there's never been any accumulation through here, from here to here. There's never been any. There was never any when it dropped from here to there. There was never any when it went from here to here. There was never any when it fell from here to here. So why should there all of a sudden be any resistance now? There's not going to be. It's going to go right back up, folks. You'll see. After they get a few shares here, it's going to go right back up because there's never been any resistance through this range. Never through this range has there been any resistance. It's going to bounce off this and go right back up here and be there within 3 minutes from now. Minimum 5 minutes, folks. Watch where the price is. It'll be right back up here in 5 minutes at this price right here. And that price is going to be $28.98. In 5 minutes or less, you're going to see $28.98 again, folks. Just write it down. And I'm going to buy now. And I just bought 28.82. Look, folks. When they got it here, they had it here for a duration of about 8 minutes. When they got it here, they had it there for a duration of 10 minutes. They're going to have it here 8 minutes, folks, or less. If it ran out in here in 5, and here it ran out in 4 minutes. Here it ran out in 5. Here it ran out in 8. And here it might be here for 5 minutes. And it will run out just like it did there and there and there and here. It will run out. It won't stay there. It will run out and it will go right back up. And you're all going to witness it right in front of your eyes. And I'm going to buy right here. Because I know that this is just the same number as they were before. 25.82, 25.81, 25.80, 25.74, 25.72. That's where they were a little bit ago, and now they're trying it again. So I'm going to buy right here. And I just bought 25.76. Nice. We're almost to the same low of 28.74. I mean, I just bought 28.76. We're almost at the 28.74 of earlier, but they're not going to get it there. It's just a rundown to get 28.77. That's all. That's all it is to try to accumulate at 28.77, folks, for 5 minutes. 5 minutes they're going to sit here now, like they did over here. And like they did here, 5 minutes, folks, and it's going to be gone. And you might want to look at this line right here. This is higher than we were before. Where we are right now, it's still higher than this where we were earlier. It's still higher, folks. The resistance is higher no matter what they try. The resistance is higher. Now I want to look at my other stock that I bought, which is right here. And yes, I'm up $100 on it. Yes. All right, LAC. LAC. And I sell here. I'm selling here at the 30, at the 29, 30, 31. I'm selling, folks. I'm selling here. I'm selling these numbers. This is a number to sell on my buy sell sheet. 30, 31, all over my buy sell sheet. And I'm selling here. I'm selling 20 shares at a time. I've now sold 120 shares. I know to sell these numbers, folks. I just sold 625, 626, 625. I now have 160 shares left, and I'm up $86. And I know to sell the 630, folks. 630, 31, 32, 33 are on my sell sheet. And now I can go back over to SoFi. Nice. I've only got 120 shares left, and now I'm going to take that money and buy SoFi right now. I'm buying the dip, baby. I'm buying the dip right now. I just bought 28.68. I just bought 28.69. The low today was 28.63 earlier. The lowest was 28.63 this morning out of the gate. 28.63. So you bet your ass I'm buying here. Just got 28.69. Just got 28.68. Why wouldn't I buy here, folks? It's already been the substantiated low once there, and it's the same low now. Buying here, the lunchtime low. Buy it on the dip, folks. Buy it on the dip. I just bought it $29.67 or $28.67. Do you guys know now why I sold all those 200 shares at $29.20 about 30 minutes ago? And you know what? I want to start a poll right now. I want to know if anybody else bought with me sold at $29.20. And we're going to do a poll right now. Start poll. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Hold on. Where's my friggin' poll? End poll. We got to make a question for this stupid poll first. All right, here we go. Start poll. Here we go. Ask a question. Did you sell SoFi with me when we were in the 29-20 range? $30 minutes ago. That's what I want to know. Start the poll. Did you sell SoFi with me when we were in the 29.20 to 29.30 range, 29.20 range 30 minutes ago? And I'm going to start the poll right now. And out of 109 viewers, And it says 30% of my viewers said yes. All right. Daniel, the reason SoFi sold off is because it's up from $8 to $29 in just 6 months. Here's more. Here's why it sold off. Because back here in September, here's why it sold off. We don't know why it sold off. We don't know why it sold off this day, but we know it came back $1.51 afterward. We don't know why it sold off that day, but it came back $1.06 afterwards. We don't know why it sold off that day, but it came back $2.35 afterwards. And we don't know why it sold off that morning, but it came back $1.57 afterwards. In that duration of time, the price went from $21.21 up $5.17 to $26.60. So all we know is when they run it down, they're going to make it go up. And when they run it up at the open, they're going to make it fall. So here they ran it down 76 cents on September the 8th at the open. They opened at 25.81, drove it down to 25.05, 76 cents down, and then it came back 95 cents. And all these days that they've driven SoFi up at the open, well, then they crash it down afterwards. So this morning, they drove it down at the open, and now it's recovering, and the price now is where? 28.73. It's recovering. 28.73. All right. Hold on a second here. I don't want to do that yet. So they ran it down 86 cents. And right now it is at 28.71. Up 11 cents right now, 28.71. It's not done, folks, going up. 28.71. So right now it's up 12 cents off the manipulated bottom. Right now. All right? Understand? It's up 12 cents off the manipulated bottom. Don't worry, every time they run SoFi down out of the gate like that, it recovers nicely. It'll recover nicely. It'll recover nicely. This 29.49 open down to 28.63, down 86 cents. And now it's going to go up. And I need to change this. This is where I need to change it to 12. This is how much it is now. Where's the price now? 28.69. All right. 6 cents up off the bottom now. Up 6 cents. All right. And the price is going to be 28.71. Yes. All right. So I seriously doubt that on a day when they ran SoFi down here 68 cents and it recovered $1.25, and on a day when they ran it down $1.21, it recovered $1.51, and the day that they ran it down 80 cents and it recovered $1.58, I seriously doubt that they're going to run it down 86 and it's only going to come up 6 cents. I seriously doubt that. I seriously doubt that. I seriously doubt it. And even at today's low, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know there's no shares really available. There's no shares being sold here. Right there, you've only got 22,000 shares that just sold at today's low. There will be probably 40 or 50 million shares of this stock traded today, and they could only get 22,000 at today's low just then. That's all, folks. 22,000. That's all they could get there. And now at 28.59, the new established low, they've only had, look at these jump shares they're selling. 500 shares, folks. Look how many shares they sold there. 8,000. Look how many shares they sold here. 10,000 shares is all they're selling here. That's what they're manipulating with. At the low of the day that they just got, the number of shares they had available to sell there was 1,241 shares, everyone. At the low of the day they just reached, 28.55, where I told Dave to have some buy orders because they love the number 55. And you might want to look at my buy-sell sheet here, because what it says here, and it says, now you know why I told you guys 45 minutes ago to sell the 29.19, 29.20, 29.21. Now you know why I told you to sell there. And then down here, you'll see buyback numbers, and it shows in the blue 55, 56, 61. Well, they just took it down to the 55. They just took it down to the 55, folks. There it is, as clear as a bell. 55 cents is what they just tried for. And they got it, 28.55. They got it. And they only had their 1,241 shares is all they used to get to that price. You'd think they'd use millions to get down there. But they just used 1,200 shares to get to that low. 1,200, folks, that's all they had. Jeez, oh Pete's. Look at the dark areas of these candlesticks. Ladies and gentlemen, the dark areas is how many they just sold to make it fall. The light areas is what is being bought now on the ask to make it rise. And you can clearly see, folks, there's a lot more demand for the stock now than there was to sell to make it fall. Look at the light areas of the candlesticks getting larger and larger, and the dark are getting smaller and smaller in comparison. Folks, I'm telling you, there is a lot more demand for this stock at this price than there was to sell it. You can see right there on these candlesticks. The dark areas is what made it fall. How many shares? Look at the buys coming in, making it rise now. Look at the buyers coming in. The light areas are being bought on the ask. The dark areas of each candlestick were sold on the bid. But the light areas are being purchased on the ask now, on the ask price, all of them. All of these buys coming in right now are buying on the ask. And sure, the shorts are dumping out shares and dumping out shares and dumping out shares, but it doesn't matter because everybody's buying on the ask. The only shares that were sold on the bid were right there, a few there. There were a few there, very few there, very, very few sold on the bid there. When they ran it down here just now, everybody just started buying the ask price. They just threw in their orders, folks, and bought on the ask, market share buys. And they all filled on the ask. They're filling right now on the ask, and they're not going to get a million shares here, folks. This isn't going to be where they get 1,000,002 and 1,000,002 and 1,000,002 and 1,000,002. No. Not today. No. Up here is where you're going to see the 1,000,002s when it gets back up here, and it'll go back up here, and then they'll try to get 1,000,000 at each one of these candlesticks right here. But not down here. They're not going to try to get 1,000,000 down here. There's just no way. There's just too many buyers coming in on the ask. All these light shaded areas are all buying the ask, every one of them. There's no shares being sold right now to anybody on the bid price. Everyone's buying the ask. But right there, I see some darks that were just thrown out. Didn't work, didn't fall anymore. Not going to work. And this is absolutely, you can see beyond a shadow of a doubt, there's no panic sell-off here. There is no volume at all on it. There's no volume at all here on this. And 28.55 the low today. 1,200 shares at 28.55 low is all they had. 1,200 shares at 28.55. All right. I see that. Down to 28.55, 8 cents lower than this morning's low. All right. Alexa, what is 29.49 minus 28.55?
29.49 minus 28.55 is 0.94.
So today, ladies and gentlemen, they were able to run SoFi down out of the gate, and afterwards, they were able to get a 94-cent drop today. Well, up here, they got a 76-cent drop, and it came back 95 cents. All right? Here, they got a 33-cent drop, and it came back $1.33. Here, they get a 94-cent drop, 28.55. The price is already right now, 28.62. $28.62, I'll just put it in. And that's a 7% rise off the bottom. And it's not going to stop there, folks. It just isn't going to go up 7 cents. It's not just going to go up 7 cents, folks. That's not going to happen. Look at all these rises after drops of 63, $1.55, 92, 73, $1. Look at all the rises. This thing's not going to rise just 7 cents now. It isn't going to happen, folks. This is the tradition. Run it down and then make it recover at least sometimes almost all of the rundown is recovered by the end of the day. Here they ran it down $1.39. It got back $1.27 by the end of the day. God dang. Well, here you can see today they ran it down 94 cents. Now the only question is, how much is it going to go back up? Not if it is, but how much does it go up? That's the question. That's the question to be asked. And oh my gosh, look at all those shares I just sold up there at the 620. Look at that. I just sold this up at 620s, 619, 618s, and look where the price is now. Just like SoFi, sell the 20, buy back in at the 93. Oh my gosh. It's absolutely beautiful, and I'm going to buy here right now, buy market. Jeez, oh, Pete's beautiful. And I just sold this at 620 a share, and I get to buy back down here. I absolutely love it, folks. It's fantastic. Now you guys know why I tell you to sell that 20, folks. You got to sell that 20, man. They love to attack down that 20. They just love to get it back down to 88 cents even. See, here they come right now. They're going to try to get 88 cents off the 20. It's their favorite numbers to accumulate, folks. take it up to the 620, down to the 588, just like they took SoFi up to the 2920 and down to the 2888. It's the same tactic, folks. The stock I'm buying now is LAC, and I'm back up to 220 shares of it. I just bought it at, I just bought SoFi at 28.55. I just bought SoFi at the low of the day. Yep. Just bought SoFi at the low of the day, folks. 28.54 is now. And how many shares did they have? 400 shares they sold at 28.54, folks. 400 shares. 400, folks, is what they had. Now, I'm coming in here for sure. Nice. And I just got through selling these shares at $29.20, and now I'm buying them back 80 cents less. 80 cents less than I sold them for, folks. I'm getting to buy these SoFi shares after I just sold at $29.20 at $28.47 and $28.48. Nice. Well done, market makers. And SoFi's down today, 2% again. I just filled 28.46. Nice. I just bought the low of the day, 28.46. 28.46, folks, I just filled. And look at it pop off that number now. Now I said here, did you sell SoFi with me when we were at 29.20 30 minutes ago? 18% of my viewers said yes, they did. All right. And then I want to know now, did you just buy SoFi with me at 28.46 or 45? That's what I want to know. So let's end this poll. And let's start another poll right now. The hell is this? Hold on. Now I want to know, did you just buy SoFi on this next poll? I'm doing good, Tree Leaf. I'm doing real good. So I want to start another poll. Did you just buy, if you just sold at 29.20 with me 45 minutes ago, now I want to know, did you just buy SoFi? That's what I want to know. Did you just buy back in? After selling, I should say, after selling SoFi at 29.20 with me, then did you just buy back in at 28.45 range? 28.45 range. 28.44 range. We'll just say that. That's what I want to know. After selling SoFi at 29.20 with me, did you just buy back in at 28.44 range? Start poll. That's what I want to know. And look at it now, 28.50, folks. And look at it rise. Nice. Folks, this is going to be another vaginal drop. This is a vaginal drop. It won't be here long. It's going to rise right back up because, folks, there's been no resistance from here to here. There's been none from here to here. There's been none from there to there. There's been none. There'll be none from here to here, folks. When we get back up and we break this number right here, there will be no resistance back up here because there hasn't been any there all day. It's the same thing with this 5-year chart here. I want you to see what I mean here. Hold on. And look at the price up here, folks. 11.45, 11.45, 11.46. Here's what I want you to understand. When SoFi, make sure that you guys can see all this. And it looks like you can. Just give me a second here. Yeah, you can see this. Ladies and gentlemen, here's what I want you to understand. When SoFi was here at this price and Joe Biden said we're going to extend the moratorium another year on student loans, it fell so fast through here. And then it was hurt, and it was jerked, and it was hurt and jerked and hurt and jerked and hurt. But I told everyone, and I've been telling everyone for 2 years, it fell so fast that no one could accumulate it through here. That's what I told everyone. And I said, so when it starts to rise back up off this bottom, there will be very little resistance to this area. That's what I said years ago. And so here we are, and look at the change now. Look at that. Off of that, look at the resistance. There's none. There's none because there wasn't any when they dropped it. They didn't give it time for people to accumulate in this range. The same thing applies now with the one-day chart. They just dropped it from here down to here with no chance for anyone to get any shares there. And here, there's none. So when we get back up to here, folks, it's going to go right back up to there, just like I showed you that long-term chart. You watch, but they're going to herk it, and jerk it, and herk it, and jerk it, and herk it, and jerk it all afternoon. Watch them. It's going to come up here, and then it's going to come here, and they'll jerk it to here, then it'll come here, and they'll jerk it to there, and then it'll come up here. Very little jerk, then it'll come up to there. Folks, and each one of these numbers, when they did it before, you should use them again as gauges where to sell. So as we rise from here, you should sell there, then buy here, then sell here, then buy there. Then you should sell right here and buy there. I'm over here now. Then you should sell here and you should buy there. Then you should sell here and buy here in the middle. Then you should sell up here and then you should buy here today. And you should sell here and you should buy here today. And you should sell here and you should buy back here. Okay? That's what you should do this afternoon as it rises. Folks, it's called mirroring. Okay? What I'm showing you here is a trading pattern called mirroring. It's called mirroring, folks. If these were points of resistance before, they're going to be points of resistance here as we rise this afternoon. So if these were points of resistance, were they manipulated as it rose? Well, expect the same thing again. Same thing again. Same thing again. Same thing. All right. Just watch, folks. Watch it happen. Watch it happen in front of your eyes, right in front of your very eyes. Watch it happen. They're going to pull it up to right here, and they're going to try and stop it right there. See, they did. They just tried to stop it then and try to pull it back a little right there. I know what I'm talking about, folks. You'll see. I'm not just spatting off here. I know what I'm talking about, and there she goes, right back up. See? Now, here, if you sell here, you can get a buyback there. If you sell right here now, you can probably get a buyback right here, right now. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Watch how they do it, folks. Just watch them. They're going to take it down now to 28.57 now. If they can, they'll take it down to 28.57 or 55. Now, if they cannot do that, then the next level we're going to is going to be right there. The next level we're going to go to is going to be right there. And there should be resistance right here now because there was resistance to it on the drop, and now it will become resistance to it on the pop. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So now I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to buy some shares right here. Boom. Confirm I'm in there. I just bought SoFi at 28.65. I just bought at 28.65. You can clearly see that this is now making its move. I just bought it right here just below the 50-day. Going to go in again here right now, 28.65 again. Tree Leaf, he says, we back at 6:30, then no cause. I was there with ya. Well, no, Catfish. I love the watching you do your thing. I do my own things. Lots of options. That's right, Tree Leaf. Hey, Catfish, a Tree Leaf, did you used to be Tree Tramp? Did you used to be Tree Tramp? Have you changed your user ID? Richard says, buying in you below 16. And hey, did I buy that LAC at the right price again? Yes, I did. Oh my gosh, look at it, folks. LAC has now gone back up over my dollar cost average. I bought it again just a little bit ago at $5.92, $93, $91. Nice. And I'm up $66 on it now. Very nice. Oh my gosh. And folks, when it breaks over this accumulation area, it's going to go, 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 go. LAC. Nice. Now we're going to look at SoFi again. 28.68. And ladies and gentlemen, they just got 280,000. And she took off from there, folks. There's not going to be any 700 or 800,000 shares down here. I told you that earlier. They're not going to be 700,000 or 1.2 million. I told you that. No. Not like yesterday's accumulation out here with these big old things. No, sir. No, sir, not today. Not like here at this price. There's not going to be a massive thing here, right here. It's not going to happen. It isn't going to happen, folks. It's going to run back up here, and then it's going to run past all this shit. You'll see. And by the way, take a look at all the dark sections that they sold here to get the price to fall through this range. Look how heavily they were selling the dark areas. But now look at these light areas that are coming in to rise it back up. There's a lot more light than there was dark. There's very few dark that were sold through here. Look at the light areas buying now. Look at them buying at this price. There's very little dark candlesticks that made it price fall compared to how many's buying now on the rise. You can clearly see that. The dark areas of these candlesticks were sold to the bidders. The dark areas you see there were sold to the bidders at those prices. The light areas were bought at these prices. And there's a lot more buying now than there was selling at this price range right here now. You see it? There's way more buying here than the sellers sold. There's going to soon be way more buyers at all these than the sellers that sold. And that's why it's just going to climb right back up, because there were very few shares actually sold here to make it fall, the darkest area part. And now these little light areas are making it rise. And look at it rise right on up. And congratulations if you just bought this stock after selling SoFi with me at $29.20. Did you buy back at $28.44? And 36% of my viewers said yes. All right. Dang, you guys are becoming professionals. All right. Awesome, guys and gals. That is awesome. And look at all the light areas pushing this price right back up. And now I'm going to change this information on my data sheet, because right now the price has not just risen to $28.62, up 7 cents off the bottom. Right now it is at $28.78. And now that is 23 cents off the bottom. And you better look at yesterday. Look at the above that, the day above that, yesterday. Look at the day above that yesterday. It recovered only 24 cents off the bottom yesterday. 28.85 was the low yesterday, and it only came back up 24 cents. And here we are in middle of the day. We're at the lunchtime low, and the stock has already recovered 23 cents. But yesterday was different. Yesterday, they ran up SoFi at the gate, out of the gate. They ran it up from $29.75 to $30.14, up 39 cents, and then they attacked it down to $1.29, and it got back 24 cents. Today, we saw them out of the gate from $29.49, see them take it down to $28.55, 94 cents down. And now she's recovered not just 6 cents, 23 cents. I got this wrong. This is where it's supposed to say 23. And now the price is at $28.80. So she's up 25 cents off the bottom. Nice. And now we're going to see, after it gets at the close of the day, we're going to see how much it falls off of what it recovers now. So right now, we've been seeing this kind of action every day with SoFi. Every day we've noticed if they go up at the beginning of the day when the market bell rings, if it goes up, they come after it. If it goes down, then they go back up. If it goes up, they come after it. If it goes down at the open, then it comes back up. That's what happens with this stock every day, folks. And now the price is not 28.78 off the bottom of 28.55. It's at 20. It is at, yes, 28.78 is where it is now. Well, let's just go ahead and make it 28.88 because we know it's going to go that high. So we'll just go ahead and foreshadow. We're going to foreshadow 28.88 at least for a recovery price. LAC is climbing. All right, cool. LAC, let me go check it out. Nice, up $81. Very nice. And now I'm going to come in with some buys here. I'm going to buy at market right here. And seeing that, I'm going to buy more of this, folks. I'm going to move over to SoFi right here, and I'm going to sell some. I'm going to sell some right now of SoFi. I just sold 20 shares. I'm going to sell 20 more. I just sold 28.79, 28.79. Now I'm going to come over here and buy some of this LAC, buying at market right now. And on LAC, I'm now up $94.70. I'm buying at market again on LAC, folks. I just bought 20 more shares at 604. 604 I just bought. Try to get 601. Try to get 602. Try to get 603. 604. And I now have 300 shares of LAC. My dollar cost average is $5.97 on it. And I'm up 91.34 because I already sold it at 620 up here, and then I bought it back down here at 592, 593. Now I want to put a sell order in of 20 up here at 614 because if it breaks that, I'll be buying even more of it. Okay, now I can turn this volume up. Because I want to hear this thing ringing. I want to hear my cash register ringing, folks. How nice. I just sold 28.79, 28.79, 28.79, and now SoFi's back down to 28.75. Nice. Oh, we'll probably be green on SoFi by the end of the day, folks. Trying to hold this thing down 1% now. All right. I just sold something on Thinkorswim or bought something. I'm guessing I got a little bit lower price on, yep, 601 I just bought. So I'm trying to buy right here, LAC, as low as 601. And I just bought 604 just then. And boy, howdy, does that chart look strong. And SoFi right now, folks, looks very, very strong as well. It is capitulating nicely right below the 200-day. This is exactly what I told you would happen to it. And I just filled at 603 on LAC. And I now have 380 shares of LAC. And the price is 6 cents above my dollar cost average. And you better look at this chart on LAC, folks. You better look at this. Hold on, I'm going to show it to you. Look at that chart, folks. Look at this chart on LAC right now. I bought it at the 200. I sold it right up here. I sold it there. You guys just watch me sell it there. I told you to sell there at $6.30 range. 630, you guys. You saw me start selling there. I sold 630, 629, 628. I sold. And now look at this thing bounce off the 200-day where I just bought again. LAC, folks. And there it is. You can see the 5-day rising above the 10-day now. And they both crossed over the 50-day moving average. Oh, my. Now, listen, folks, they can let this thing rise and rise and rise until this 200-day gets up here. Man, they're going to have to come after this thing. They got to stop this thing. This is scary for them here. This looks so strong. I'm coming in here, buying right here. I just bought LAC at 602. Yep. And I'm going to buy again. LAC, I'm buying it now at 601 right now. I just filled it at 601. Turn this up even more. Yesterday, Kathy Wood steps in and buys 2,655,000 shares of SoFi at close to its all-time high. And she buys another 2 million with another fund. She increases her portfolio value by 4,306%. And her other portfolio by 118%. That's huge, folks. Why is Kathy Wood buying SoFi at an all-time high and so many shares of it at an all-time high unless she knows something? Well, I think she did it because she came over to my channel and she saw SoFi's 5-year chart. And she probably bought it because she saw me show this is a hitch and go. That is a hitch and go. That is a hitch and go. That is a hitch and go. And this is going to be a hitch and go because the 5-day is rising off the 10-day. Look where this hitch and go was formed. The 5-day and the 10-day were right next to each other. Look at this hitch and go. Look how far away the 5-day is from the 10-day. Look at this hitch and go. Look where the 5-day is and look where the 10-day is. Now look at this hitch and go. Look where the 5-day is and look where the 10-day is. Look at the gap between them. Look at that gap. See down here where the gap was when they hitch and goed here? And look how the gap was where it hitch and go there. There is really virtually no gap there. I'm telling you, there's no gap between the turquoise line and the 10-day hardly there, right there, when it made that move. And there's that gap between the 5 and 10 when it made this move. And now there's this gap between the 5 and the 10 here. And that's why I believe Kathy Wood bought so many shares, is because this all looks familiar. That looks familiar. That looks familiar. That looks familiar. And this looks very familiar. This right here looks very familiar. Very familiar. And from every one of these little manipulative spike, man, I tell you, it goes up big, folks. From this one down here, the SoFi price was $14.08. From this hitch and go right here, the price was $14.08. Right here, the price was $14.08 when they got to the bottom. See that? $14.08, Savannah Banana. And then from this hitch and go, where was the price? $21.32 from $14.08, up $7.20. And from this hitch and go, what price did it go to? From $21.26. It went up here to $25.41, up $4.20 higher. And from this hitch and go, how much higher did it go? From this price of $25.35, it went to $30.30. Right? It went up $5, folks. So from this hitch and go right here, we're going to $33. We're going to go to $33, folks. And that's what the Elliott wave is calling for. 33.25 is what the Elliott wave sees. And I know now why. Now I know why. They're following the patterns. They're following the patterns. They're following the patterns. Following the patterns. They're following the pattern. Following the pattern. Following the pattern. Following the pattern. All right? And I think this is why Kathy Wood bought so much yesterday, because I think she believes Catfish, Tyler. I think maybe this chart right here is why she bought so many, because of this chart. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And look at this, folks. I told you when the price got here, where it was right here at that bottom, they would pull it back. And I told you they would pull it back down to here. And that's exactly what they did. After they got it there, they pulled it down to this level right there. And now what's going to stop it from going up here? Nothing. Nothing's going to stop it from where it is right here to go right back up, except it will stop right here. It's going to stop right here next. And that price is going to be at $28.96, folks, and $28.97 today. They're going to try to stop this and close it at $28.96 or 7 today. That's my call. But, ladies and gentlemen, this price from here to here fell too fast. There was no accumulation through here. But now we're going to see a mirroring of what happened here. It's going to go from here, where it is now, up to that price. Then it's going to come back down to there. Then it's going to go to that price and then come down to here. Then it's going to go to that price and come down to there. Then it's going to go up to this price and it's going to come down to here. Then it's going to go up to this price and it's going to come down to there. That's what it's going to do the rest of the afternoon, folks. It's going to mirror what it did here. It's going to do it again now, the same way, the same tactic. Because it worked so well for them before to do it like this, they'll just repeat it and do it again right up. Watch and see if I'm not right or not. Watch and see if they don't mirror it. Now, this stock was called out this morning, and we're going to be watching this to get run down tomorrow morning. This stock right here is called QURE. QURE. Look at these numbers. 45, now 46.40, down 46.10, 46.50, 46.80, 47. QURE. QURE. Tomorrow, we're going to watch this stock and hopefully can buy back into it if they leach some people out early in the morning. QURE. We may see a nice pullback of 20 or 30% on light volume early in the morning and look to buy there. QURE, folks. It was called out this morning by one of our viewers. Called out by Leonid Brezhnev. Leonid Brezhnev called this out this morning. Well, they better think twice about shorting Cathie Wood because she's right this time. You're damn right she's right. She's right because I'm telling you, that chart says it all. This chart says it all. This chart says it all. This is an unsustainable spike. This is an unsustainable spike. But this is a sustainable shoulder hitch and go. And down here, this is a sustainable shoulder hitch and go. And right here is a sustainable shoulder hitch and go. You're going to see it. You're all going to see it, folks. Watch and learn. Watch the method with which they buy back the shares they borrowed this morning. And watch the procedure of how they do it. And you're going to see them run this thing higher because all this is a shoulder building right now. This is a shoulder building right here, folks. It's the same as this right here. The same. It's the same as this right here. But here you can see it actually had a tent formation. Here they just tried to manipulate, period, right off of here. No tent at all. See how they tried to gradually work it up and then attacked it down and got the shoulder? Here they didn't do that. They massively attacked it and got the shoulder here now. See? I know what I'm talking about, folks. This is a shoulder. This is a shoulder. I've been telling you about this week after week, and I've been right. Off every single shoulder, it's bounced. I've told you that. And I've been right every time. And I'm right again. I'm going to be right again. For those of you that are here with me right now, please be aware of what I'm trying to make sure all of you are aware of. This formation right here, boom, off she goes. It's the same formation. It's here, the down, the shoulder, boom, off she goes. It's the same formation, folks, as up here. This, here, then lateral, then off she goes. Look at that. It's identical almost. Look at that lateral move. And look how the lateral move rose slowly and then it took off. That's what's happening here now. It's rising slowly and it's going to take off. It's slowly rising, folks. And then this 5 days going to hit it and kaboom, off it's going to go. Because see here, it had to wait till the 5 day caught up to it and then it took off. And down here as well. Down here as well. It had to wait. When this shoulder was here, it had to wait until the 5 day came up to it before it went off. And right here, it had to wait on the 5-day to get up to it, and then it took off. And all it's doing now is the same thing here, waiting on this shoulder for the 5-day to get to it, and then off it goes. Right now, it's just building the shoulder here and waiting to see if the 5-day can get up to it. And the interesting thing is right here is where it broke away. The 5-day wasn't up to it yet. It broke away right there. And here as well, it didn't let the 5-day catch it. It didn't let it hit it. It just took off that far away from the 5-day. And look how far we are from the 5-day now, and it's already taking off the 5-day. That big of a gap now. Not this tiny gap like you see there, and not this dinky-winky gap that you saw there. But a real gap has formed here now where it's making the shoulder. I know what I'm talking about, people. This is a shoulder. This was a shoulder. This was a shoulder. This was a shoulder. All right? And the whole while of all of these shoulders building, look at the 5-day and the 10-day and the 45 and the 50-day. Golly. When this shoulder formed here, the 45 and 50 were down here. When this shoulder formed here, the 45 and 50 had risen to here. When this shoulder formed here, the 45 had risen to here. And here, now that they're here, the 45 and 50 has risen to here. Do you see? My gosh, folks, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. And I have a feeling that this is the reason Kathy Wood decided to buy so many shares yesterday. Yeah, Leona Brezhnev, how many hertz do you need to jerk to make it blow? It's absolutely so true, folks. It's absolutely so true. David Garcia says he's buying RCAT. By the way, I want you to know, David Garcia, he's on this fish wall behind me. He's one of my biggest donors ever. He's right behind me, folks. One of my biggest donors ever. David Garcia. David together. Rusty Prater, Gary Inwards, Regina, Jeremy, $200 donation. Gwinnett just keeps them coming. J.P. Panick. All of you, pale pinkish humanoid. And the top donation ever on this channel was by Jamie Mack, $500. But we got Alan Sita. I don't even know if she's going to come back anymore. Tomorrow we had a spat yesterday. Robert Cam, C. Richard is now up to 320. All of you, great donations. Kimberly, Macias, thank you. Kapira Tekken, thank you. VZ Rover, C. Richards, Robert Cam. And David Garcia, he just keeps it coming, folks. He keeps it coming. Big donations from David Garcia. And I want to thank all of you because last week we had a record high in donations. I've never seen that much before. And as you saw, I actually had 2.5 pages worth of donations last week. And that was a record high last week. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. QURE is now falling. It's starting to make its tumble. got maxed out. QURE up 250%. Watch for a pullback on this in the morning, folks. Watch for a pullback on this in the morning. Did you guys know that Wells Fargo has had average portfolio of institutional owners drop 0.30% over the most recent quarter? And I want you to know that SoFi has had, over the most recent quarter, average portfolio increase 25.47% average portfolio increase over the last most recent quarter. Compare that to any bank you want to compare to in the U.S. Name any legacy bank you want, U.S. bank. Let's compare Bank of America. Let's look at Bank of America's institutional ownership. How much has theirs increased? 2% over the most recent quarter. How much has the Bank of New York Mellon, what's their institutional ownership been? A reduction over the most recent quarter of 5.56%. Bank of New York Mellon, everyone. Bank of New York Mellon, down 5.56%. How about the Royal Bank of Canada, institutional ownership? Up 3.05%. Let's go look at some other banks. Anybody else want to throw out a bank to go compare SoFi to? Anybody want to throw out another bank to compare SoFi to? Let's try Deutsche Bank. 3.73% increase most recent quarter. Does anybody else have a bank they want me to look up? To compare to SoFi, which is up 25% most recent quarter. Let's do a Google search. Top 20 U.S. banks. PNC Bank. Let's go look at PNC Bank. How are they doing? PNC Bank. PNC. There we go. PNC. Search. Institutional ownership. The last most recent quarter, down 3.87%. What else? Let's look at Truist Financial. There it is, Truist Bank. Let's look at Truist Bank. I'm not seeing any institutional ownership of Truist Bank. Why? How about just Truist? Truist. Try that. There we go. Truist Bank. Average portfolio decrease 3.20 over the most recent quarter. Someone's saying LAC sell now, so I'm going to jump over there to my LAC. I've got a lot of shares of it. Let's go see if it's time to sell it. LAC. I'm not selling this thing now. No, man, that's my dollar cost average, man. I'm not selling there. I'm at $68. I'm not selling that. Nope. Not with 7 million at $6 and 8 million at $5.98. No, I'm not selling that yet. Thanks though, but I'm not interested. I'll pass. But I would sell that other one for sure. No, I got my sell orders where I want them on LAC. I'm fine. And I sure enough am glad. And I said to you guys, after selling SoFi at 29.20 today, did you buy back in at 28.44 range? And 28% of my viewers said yes. And that's 80 votes. Nice, everyone. Alexa, what is 80 times 29%?
80 times 29% is 23.2.
So, Alexa, stop. So 23 of my viewers today sold SoFi with me at 29.20 when I said to get out between 29.20 and 29.30. Because
I'm not quite sure how to help you
Alexa,
with
stop.
that.
Alexa, stop. And you guys heard me an hour and a half ago. I was screaming at you to sell SoFi when it was at 29.30. I told you to get out there, 29.30. And what was the high today? 29.67. I tried to sell up there too, you guys. You were watching me this morning. When the market opened, I put in a bunch of sell orders here. I had a bunch of sell orders at 29.63, 64, 65, 66. I had a bunch of sell orders here right out of the gate this morning. I put sell orders in, and none of them filled. They let the price fall all the way back down here, and I said, no, cancel those orders, so I canceled them. But every order that I had here that was set in here to sell, none of them sold. Not one of them sold at these prices where I was trying to tell you to sell. But then I told you to sell at 29.30 because I said, folks, they're going to kill this, and they did. Now it's just accumulate time here. Get yourself 1.2 million at every one of these. That's all they're going to do is get 1.2 million here, 1.2 million, 1.2 million. They've already got 1.3 million, 1.5 million, 1.1 million, 1.5 million. So they've already filled all this out. Once we go back over, it's going to go past this very fast, folks. It's going to go over it fast. Because they've already got their capacities at every one of these levels. They can't get any more. They can't get any more. They've already gotten their 1.2 million here almost even, see? But they want 1.2 million at every number. They want 1.2 million at every number. And then it'll go up. It'll go on up after that, right on up. But let them first get 1.2 million if they can at every single number here, just like these above. They're trying to fill this gap right here, right now. They're trying to fill this gap and get 1.2 million at every one of them. That's all they're trying to do, folks. 1.2 million at all these. 377,000 is all they can muster here. There ain't no 1,000,002 here, baby. Nope, I'm afraid not, market makers. There will be no 1,000,002 at these numbers. I don't believe it. I don't think so. I'm going to guess 900,000, folks, at these numbers. 900,000 each one. Not the 1,000,002 that they want. 900,000 at each one of these. Here's what they want. And as soon as they get there, it's gone. Trying to get 900,000 at all these candlesticks right here now. And they're going to try to get 900,000 here too, but it's rising already. And by the way, you see the dark areas of this candlesticks? The dark areas is how many of the shares were sold this morning to the bidders. The light areas of these candlesticks are how many now are being bought at this giveaway price. The dark areas is what they were throwing out for sale to the bid price. The light areas where we're sitting now, right now, all this light area is buyers buying on the ask. You have so few bidders at this price compared to buyers here now. Do you see the difference? There's tons more buyers here than there were sellers this morning. Way more buyers coming in here now than there were sellers this morning. And yet they try to hold it there. And you can look here, watch and see. Do you see any of the dark areas getting bigger? Because those will be shares they're throwing out to the bid. The dark areas, if they're growing, that means they're still selling shares here if the dark areas are growing. But if these light areas are getting bigger, that means there's nothing going on but pure buying, folks, regardless of what they try to sell. There's just nothing but buyers here now. And you can see the dark areas are very small compared to these light areas buying now. And they've almost reached their quota here, 900,000. They just did. And they're going to try to get 900,000 here, here, all of them. They're going to try and get them, folks. Oh my gosh, she's gone, folks. That right there was the drop before the pop, what you just saw. And look at them trying to get to 1 million here now, trying to get to 1,000,002. I told you they could only get about 900,000. We'll see if they can get 1,000,002 there or not. We'll see if they can get 1,000,002 here. And now they're at 952,000. I think they're going to max out here, folks. And she's already risen to this one now. See, I told you they wouldn't get 1,000,002 there. 962,000 is all they could come up with. Boy, they want it though. They want to try to get all of these to 1,000,002 right here. They want you to be a sucker and sell them to them there. They want you to be a sucker and let them get 1,000,002 here. Unfortunately, all they could get was 970. And here the most they could get was 464. And now 876, so another 100,000 here, and this one should climb. And it's already up here now. And she's gone, folks. And listen, guys, I'm telling you, I'm signaling right now, the train is leaving. The train's going to leave you if you don't get on now. The train is leaving you, folks. The train is leaving, folks. Get your tickets and get on board, all aboard, because right now they have got 1,000,002 at this number almost. They've almost reached the max, folks. You can see up here when they're maxed out, 1,000,003, 1,000,005. They're maxed out here, folks. As soon as that number hits 1,000,002, this is going to run, and it's going to run right past all these two, and it's going to go over them now. It's going to rise over them right now, folks, because these are already at max capacity. They're already maxed out. It'll run right past these numbers now. Here it goes, right past them. Right past them, folks, because they're already all too maxed out. This has been shaven bald here, folks. This is all bald here. There's no hairs, shares left. This is bald, people, completely bald here, and it's going to run right past these numbers now. There'll be nothing to stop it, folks. There's going to be nothing to stop it, and I'm going to buy right here. Buying at market because I believe so sternly that that's the case. And I just bought it 28.72. And I'm buying again here right now. And I just bought it 28.71. And listen, folks, when they get all these candlesticks here to 900,000, like down here, 1,000,001, when they do, it's going to rise. It's going to go by all these. It's going to go past them all, folks, and it's going to rise past them all now. Here they go. Watch how fast it runs past these numbers right here that are already all maxed out. Watch how fast it runs past them now. And she's on her way, folks. She's going to take off. And if you're wondering whether or not now is the time to buy when Catfish says, go look at my account value right now. Watch it changing, folks. Watch what happens here. Just watch what happens. You think you should buy the stock now? You think you ought to buy SoFi right now? Just watch it change, folks. And watch it, how fast it's going to come up over these numbers that all these 1,000,002s have already been reached at. Watch how fast it goes above them, folks. They've already completely filled their wagons here, folks. They're overloaded. They're all overloaded. All this is overloaded. 1,000,004, 1,000,005, 1,000,005. They're going to get 1,000,005 here. And then it's just going to go right on up. It's going to go right up, folks. Yesterday, we saw the max limit was about 2 million. Yesterday, we saw the max limit was 2 million at one of these candlesticks yesterday. 2 million it reached. But usually they only get 1,000,006 or 1,000,004, 1,000,005, and then it goes to the next level. Just watch and see. Watch and see it happen. Trying to get 1,000,005 here at these two is all they're trying to do is get 1,000,005 here. But here's what I want you to be aware of. Do you see the dark areas of these candlesticks? The dark areas right there on the left? That's how many shares were sold this morning. The darkest areas were sold this morning to make the price fall. Look at the size of these light areas that have been buying this afternoon now, accumulating here. Look at how big they are compared to the minuscule cells that made it fall. Look at all the accumulation now. Look at all the buying. Folks, there's tons more interested people in this stock at this price to buy it than there was to sell it. Look at the little wimpy sell numbers. Look at the dark areas on each candlestick. That's how many they sold to make it fall. Look at the light areas that are being bought back now to make it rise. And it's going to keep rising because that's what it's going to do. 1,000,006. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yesterday, we saw a couple candlesticks hit 1,000,007, and then it went right on up after that. We saw them hit 1,000,007, and then it was gone. Just like what's going to happen here now. 1,700,000, and off she goes. Almost there. Almost got it. Almost there. 1,700,000. Almost there. Yesterday, you guys were watching this happen, and you watched it get to 1,700,000 right there, and then the dang thing just went brrrr. Try and get him 1,200,000 here now. See if they can get 1,200,000 here too. Yep. Right here, they got to get 1,200,000. 1,200,000 right here. That's what they're looking for right there. 1,200,000. 1,200,000. Come on, boys. 1,200,000. Almost got it there. When will they run out of shares to keep selling? Fourth time today at this price now. The fourth time today at this exact same price, 28.66. The fourth time today, 28.66. One, two, three, four. Fourth time today at 28.66, folks. You see that Savannah banana? Look at all the shares that they just sold to get it down to the 66. 701,000 shares they just have sold there. Right here, 387,000 shares sold. And all those candlesticks are superior red more than buyers. But this one just became equal buyers and sellers at that price. 28.66. Look at all the effort to hold this thing from breaking over that price. Once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times now, trying to stop it from going over that price. And all it's doing is herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking and jerking and herking, folks. And the whole time that's happened, the 200-day moving average has risen and risen and risen and risen and risen and risen. Through all of the short-term herk and jerk, the 50-day yellow line has now moved up to there. And the 200 has gone from a price right here on this first herk effort. The 200 was right here on the first effort to get the price of 606. And somehow I'm on my other chart now, LAC. So right here, this is LAC. And the 200-day, when they got it down to the 50-day, the 200-day was priced at 538. And up here, they just got it down to the 50-day, and the 200-day is at 588, 50 cents higher. The 200-day is now 50 cents higher. Over here, when they reached it here, the price is now 50 cents higher. And someone was just jumping in here telling me to sell this stock. And I said, no way am I selling this stock here. No way I'm selling this thing. I got my sold orders in at 6011, 612, 613, 614. No way I'm selling that, baby. That chart looks too dang good. And you better look at that doggone tip of it just rising now. Look at that thing rising. Look at it rise, folks. And look at the buyers coming in. Look at the buyers coming in here. This is LAC, folks. LAC. And that is a short-eating porpoise, folks. Look at all the buyers. Look at all the buyers coming in on LAC right here now. And it's all over the 50-day, folks. It's gone. This thing's gone. And here it is right now. This is LAC. I'm going to pull up the chart on it now. There it is. And look at that huge volume candlestick to try to stop it from running. 964,000 shares sold to the bid price to try to stop it from rising. Almost 1 million shares just sold right there to try to stop it from rising above 606. 1 million shares sold there to try to stop it from going off. Market makers having a shit fit now. Back to look at SoFi now. There she is. Oh, just freaking accumulating the crap out of this right now. And are they going to get 1 million? Are they going to get 1 million too at all these numbers too down here? Are they trying to get 1 million too here? All these numbers. Are they trying to get 1 million too? No, they throw in a half number to get 291,000 shares there. 2866 and a half. Trying to get 1 million too at all these folks down here before they let this thing run. All of it has to be filled out to 1 million too. They're going to try. All this right here, they're going to try to get it to fill it out to the same levels they got all these. Where they already hoarded up all the shares right there. Yep. And the futile attempt for them is to try to drive it down now to the same low because all these that already bought up here, they'll just dollar cost average now. They'll just go, all right, we'll buy here and get our average to be here instead. So this is not going to stay down here, folks. There's going to be some buying coming in from all these that bought up here that want a dollar cost average. They'll do it. They'll do it right now. At 1:22 in the afternoon. LAC is now at 610 and rising. And because of that, I'm going to sell some SoFi here. Because SoFi is going to rise too, folks, this afternoon, but I'm going to sell a little bit of it here. 20 shares at a time because I want to buy some more LAC right here, folks. I want to buy more LAC. SoFi is going to rise too, but I'm going to buy some more LAC first. Then I'll sell all that LAC for a nice profit, and then I'll move that back over into SoFi as it starts to rise. I'll help it run up. So right now I've got about $1,000 to buy some more LAC, and I'm going to come in right now, buying it right now at market. And I just bought it at 611. And in case you don't know about it, this is the chart for LAC right now. The reason I'm buying it, there's the chart on it right now. LAC. LAC. And this is the reason that I'm buying it now. And I just bought it at 611 again. Coming in again on it now. Just bought it again at 611. Buying again now. Got it again at 612 now. 612. Buying market again. Just bought 611 one more time. I'm going to try to buy 608. Try to buy 69. Try to buy 610. The stock I'm buying is LAC, everyone. LAC. Neil Weston, I'm in the money. US in the jam. LAC, 245 million, yes. My name does not matter, says 100 shares at 28.66. Smart. You'll sell it at 29.20 either this afternoon or tomorrow. 29.20. I'm buying the market again now on this stock, LAC. I just bought it at, and by the way, I'm just buying very small amounts. I just bought it at 607. And I just bought it at 608. And I just bought it again at 608. My dollar cost average on LAC is 598 is my dollar cost average. So when it takes off like this and is rising and rising, and then they try to push it down to the 10-day, that's where I buy it right there. That's why I'm buying it here. Because every time they've tried today to push it down to the 10-day, it bounced. Down to the 10-day, bounce. Down to the 10-day, bounce. Down to the 10-day, bounce. That's what it's going to do again. It's going to bounce, folks. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And I'm going to buy again here. LAC, buying again right here on this, right on the 10-day. 608. Man, I love to buy that number 608. When they run it down, I love to buy 608. And again, I buy 608 again. And ladies and gentlemen, all they're doing here is they're just letting it capitulate on the 10-day average. And they're buying shares. They're buying right on the 10-day right now, capitulating. And I'm going to buy more here. 609 I just got. Going in again, I see the bid is 608. The ask is 609. As soon as I see those raised to 609, 610, I'll put my order in. I see 608, 609. Still 608, 609. Bid is 608, ask is 609, and it just sold at 609. Bid is 608, ask is 609, it just sold again at 609. Bid is 608, ask is 6. There, when it jumped, it just jumped. And I just bought 612. I just bought 612 again. And now I'm going to start selling, folks. You can see I've got my sell orders here. And I'm up $118 right now. And I'm going to take this sell order away right now because it's going to rocket past that. And this is the stock that I'm trading right now, LAC. LAC. And I'm buying right here. I'm going to buy more at 611. I want to try to buy 610. Try to buy 611. Try to buy 612. Buy at market now. I just bought 613. I just bought 614. Folks, look at it go, folks. Now up 128 on the position. I just bought 615. LAC, everyone. LAC. I just bought 614. I'm buying very small quantities here because I just want to keep pumping it. Buying market now. I just filled at 612, 612, 612. Thank you, shorts. Coming in again. Just bought 612 again. And you better look at this buying going on, folks. You better look at this buying going on. This candlestick right here, folks, was massive. 612,000 shares bought there. And here, 645,000 shares bought there. Price is now 613, and I just bought. And I'm buying again. The bid is 613. The ask is 614. Look at the price rising, folks. And by the way, SoFi is now at $28.75, 10 cents higher than it was 10 minutes ago. Nice. And we got a lot of day left here, folks. We've got a lot of day left here. A lot of day left. And I'm buying here right now at 609. I just bought LAC at 609. And again, folks, they're just trying to keep push it down to the 10-day as they all rise. They just keep doing this, folks. They try to push it down to the 10 and it pops, down to the 10 and it pops, down to the 10 and it pops, down to the 10 and it pops. And it's going to pop again now. That's what it's going to do, folks, all afternoon. That's what it's going to do all afternoon. Down to the 10 and pop, down to the 10 and bounce, down to the 10 and bounce. And that's why I'm buying here, right on the 10-day average. I'm buying right here on the 10-day right now as it touches the 10-day, like it did there, like it did there, like it did there, and like it did there. I buy it when it touches the 10-day, folks. And I just bought some 608. There's the KY flag at 60879. There's the KY flag. 60879 is the KY flag. And there it is. And I just filled at 610. I'm up $110 on this position today right now, up 111. Buying again here now. Yes, sir. I'm buying this thing on that 10-day line. Just bought 611. Look at it bounce off that 10-day, folks. Look up here. Look at it bounce off that 10-day again, folks. Look at it bounce again off of it. Just like I said it would. Just like I said it would. Buy it, market. Buying again. And I just bought 612. Buy it, market again. Just bought 611. Looking over here, man, there's a lot of volume here, folks. A lot of volume. 393,000 shares just bought in that last minute. And right here, we're at 300. Wow, there's a lot of volume here, folks. Big time volume here. Buy market, just buy the 608, folks. Every time they go down to 608, buy this sucker. Confirm it again. And I just bought 608 again, folks. And why not? There's been 33 million shares traded at 608 and 26 million at 609. 33 million at 608, folks. 33 million at 608. Jeez, oh, Pete. And down below that, 53 million at 607 and a half. Holy crap. 607 and a half has 53 million shares. 607 and a half, 53 million shares. And the next number up only had 354 million. And this only had 274 million. And this only has 314. So I'm buying here. I'm coming in here. $6.10. Trying to buy a market here, folks. And here they are trying to accumulate again, where they've got 54 million shares at 607 and a half. Man, I'm just going to come in with all these people that bought all these shares here. They know what they're doing. They bought all these shares at 607 and a half. And now they bought 13 million shares at 607,777. 60777, folks. 60777. What a joke. And I just bought at 606. Buying again here at 605. Got it at 603. Nice. I'm only buying 2 shares at a time, folks. I'm not going heavy on this. And now this is where you want to buy because they've got it on the 50-day moving average, folks. They just took it to the 50-day. They just took it to the 50-day. This is where I'm buying. They've never been able to get this low before today. They've never got it this low before. It's under this attack only. And I just bought 602, just bought 602, just bought 602. I just bought 605. Going again here. Just bought 603. Buying on the 50-day, just got 603 again. And I'm buying this on the 50-day right now. Right on the 50-day, folks. And interestingly enough, that's where my dollar cost averages is, just below the 50-day. Nice. I just got 602 again. I just bought 602 again. And now I'm seeing the market makers try to get SoFi down to 28.66 for the sixth time today. I'm seeing market makers trying to get SoFi down to the 28.66 for the sixth time today. They've tried to get this number, folks. For the sixth time today. And I just bought 602 again. And that's going to be it for the rundown attempt on LAC. I just bought 604 now. And watch it rapidly rise now. Watch it go, folks. It's all over. That was it for their rundown. I just filled at 605 now. That's it for their rundown, folks. There's the market manipulation. They got it down below the 50-day just for a brief moment, folks. And that's where I bought. Just for a moment down below the 50-day. Which prior to this time, they've never been able to do before. They couldn't do it all day. Prior to this manipulative time, they could never get the price down below the 50-day where I just bought it. So congratulations, and I just filled at 601. Buying again, I just filled at 602. 602 again. Folks, it should be no surprise that they just tried to take it down to 2 cents below my dollar cost average just now. They're trying to get it down 2 cents under my dollar cost average. Where the most shares have been bought today, 1 penny below my dollar cost average. The most shares of this stock bought today is 1 penny below my dollar cost average. The most shares of the stock bought today, 1 cent below Catfish Tyler's dollar cost average. Nice. And now it's get it down to my price and accumulate the shit out of it. As long as they can until it runs up to $6.20 by the end of the day where I'm going to sell it. But right now, it's just accumulate around Catfish is what they're doing. And you hear me, I'm just buying one order after the other here, just waiting for it to run back up because it's going to. Most likely it's going to. But it is up 96% today, this LAC. It's up 96%. And I'm going to buy some more here because, ladies and gentlemen, it's flattened out. This is a short eating porpoise, folks. This is a short eating porpoise. You can clearly see the fin on its back, and this is a short eating porpoise, folks. Buying here again. Just bought 603. Buying again. Just bought 602. Confirm this order. Just bought 604. And folks, just watch this thing. Watch this turquoise line now break back up to the upside right here. And I could be wrong. They could try to take it below my DCA right now. But I'm buying on my DCA just like they are, folks. And I just bought 601. And look at all the shares that have been purchased at $6. 1 penny below my dollar cost average. And I just filled at 602. Ladies and gentlemen, they're showing you this number in white because this is the most shares accumulated today at that price. 1 cent below my dollar cost average is where the most shares today have been purchased. 1 penny below my dollar cost average, folks. As always. And I've always told you, it doesn't matter where my dollar cost average is. It doesn't matter where it is. They're going to try to make the most buys 1 penny below my dollar cost average right there. It doesn't matter where my DCA is. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Every single day, it's the same rigmarole, folks. Try to get it down to Catfish's price right before the end of the day and accumulate as much as you can. And I'm waiting now, just waiting for them to bring it below my DCA if they can. They should get it down 2 cents below at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, it should be 2 cents below my dollar cost average because it's kind of a rule they have. It's a little bit of a rule that they've got. Every day at 2 o'clock to 2:15, it's got to be 2 cents below me. It's sort of like a ritual, if you will, almost like a homage. They're paying homage to me. They're paying homage to me, folks, every day at this time. And here we go. I'm going to try to buy 1 cent over my DCA. And instead, I got a 603 to fill. Try again here. 1 penny over my DCA. And I got a 603 to fill again. I can't even get one over me. Let's try and buy here over me. 1 penny over me, folks. Come on. Or on my DCA. Try and get that. Well, folks, this is all over. They're not going to get that price. There it goes. You can see the 5-day is now going to rise. And it's going to rise right back up over the 10-day. They're all going to rise back over the 50-day. And this thing's going to be on its way this afternoon. And the stock I'm talking about is LAC, folks. LAC. I'm confirming another buy right now. And I just filled at 604. Buying again right now. Just filled at 605. And it's going to run, folks. Look at the 5-day going back up over the 10 right now. There it goes. And the RSI has plenty of room to move, and the exponential has now risen and is crossing the simple moving average. Nice. And I got 552 shares of this stock. I'm now up $88. Should you buy in? Watch my profit, and that'll tell you if you ought to buy this or not. Watch. I'm up $85.90 now. Up $86 now. Up $85. Now I'm up $88. And I'm going to buy at market. Now up 77. That's a perfect place to have an order fill right there. Perfect. Hello, Dark Airline. I'm buying LAC right now, and I'm up $80 on it. LAC. We sold SoFi this morning at $29.30, and we bought it back at $28.30, basically. Man, it was killer, man. We had a great day with SoFi today. We nailed it. Gonna buy them right here again. I'm buying the stock LAC at 603, or trying to. And wow, I'm really glad I sold those SoFi shares now where I did at 28.70s, because they've knocked it down 20 cents since then. Buying at market right here. And I've seen enough of this accumulation bullshit. I'm going over to SoFi. 28.57 on SoFi now. Time to get in on that too. I already bought the low on SoFi today at 28.54, I think it was, or whatever they took it down to, 28.44. I bought it. Let's go, SoFi. It's time to kick it in the ass here. Let's go. I'm still buying here, folks. In case you're not aware of it, Kathy Wood just bought a crap load of SoFi yesterday, actually. And I tell you what, this is a long time for this stock to be sitting here at 602, 603, folks. A long time. Man, this thing is capitulating and consolidating. LAC, folks. And it's not going to stay here, I don't believe. I'm buying market now. And I just bought 605. Buying market again because it's going to run, folks. I just got 605 again. Just bought 605 again. I cannot even get a 604 order to fill. And it's going to run, folks. This thing's going to run here. LAC. Bid is 604. Ask is 605. Bid is 606, 607. There you go. Just filled at 607. Bid is now 606, ask 607. The stock I'm buying is LAC. And I'm buying it here because it capitulated for about 20 minutes now, and it's breaking over the 5-day and 50-day now. It's just now breaking over. And look at the exponential rising. Look at the blue exponential rising over the simple moving average. That's why I'm buying it right here, right now, folks. And I now have 568 shares of this, 570, and I'm up $997.21 on the position today. And you can tell by watching how much I'm up. You can tell if it's rising now. Yep, it's rising. And there she goes, folks. She's off to the races. She's off to the races, folks. And I say it's train time. Train time, folks. You better get on this train because she's leaving the station, folks. She's leaving the station, folks. Look at that thing break over that capitulation line where it capitulated. Nice. Market makers try one more dump. All they want to do is buy my shares from me I had down here for sale. That's the only reason they just came down there to that. They saw all my buy orders there, and they said, all right, let's go get that from Catfish, and then we'll let it run. That's right. Watch it again, folks. Watch this thing now as they try to keep it from breaking over the 50-day. Watch it bounce off the 50 now. Watch it bounce. Right off the 50 again, it's going to bounce, folks. Because, listen, all that's happening with the 200-day is it's just rising and rising and rising and rising and rising, folks. Any effort to try to push this below the 10 will fail. Fail. Because the long-term averages are all rising. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So I'm going to buy at market right here now. As they try with all their effort to make it stay on the 50. See here, they tried to keep it below the 50-day for a long time. They tried to keep it under that 50-day for freaking 30 minutes almost, trying to hold it under that 50-day average. Oh, my God, but look at it bounce now off of it. Bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. And it's going to rise off that, folks. We still got friggin' 2-hour power hour of LAC going up after it bounces off this 50 now. 2-hour power hour coming on LAC. And I now have 584 shares of this stock. And I'm telling you, we are going to see this thing bounce off this 50 and run right on up. Just like when they accumulated here for 30 minutes, they're now trying to hold it here for 10 minutes. And it isn't going to work, folks. It's going to rise off that. And I could be wrong, but I sure as shit don't think so. Because consolidation and capitulation and convergence, all those favor longs. All those C words favor longs. Consolidation, capitulation, convergence, where everything converged together. And here we go. Consolidation, capitulation, convergence. From those C words favor longs, and it will rise. It will rise. So I just bought 602. Gonna buy 601 right now. I just bought it. And by the way, folks, take a look here. Right below my dollar cost average, believe it or not, is the most shares of this stock sold today. Right below my dollar cost average, 1 penny below my dollar cost average, the most shares of this stock bought today. 1 cent under my dollar cost average. Again, folks, again, this never ends. This never ends of everybody buying up shares all around my dollar cost average, folks. It never ends. It's never going to end. Wow. I show you this every single day. Every one of you are shown this every day, and I point it out. I point it out to you every single day, folks. And don't worry, I got my eye on SoFi too. I saw him try to get down to the low again, 28.55. I saw that. I see where it is now, 28.57. I saw him try to get 28.55 then. So what? Who cares? Price was $8.88 6 months ago. But I sure wish these market manipulators would really take this LAC for a ride. I mean, down, but they just can't. They're just piddling around with it here. 250 million shares traded on the stock. Buying again here. I just wonder how long they can hold it here and how long they can hold it at 606 a share. I just wonder how long they can hold it there. I don't think they can, so that's why I keep hitting the button every now and then at 605. Because I already see how many shares they bought here, 1 cent below my dollar cost average. They've got a whole hell of a lot more shares there that were available than they've got at 605, I can tell you. They've only got 626,000 shares right there at 605.38. Forget about it. This thing's out of here, folks. It's out of here. And there he goes, folks. Right now, she's broken loose. She's leaving. She's out of here. That's the end of it. There's the crossover of the 50-day, and she's gone. She's not going to stop now. She's not going to look back. She's not going to look back, folks. And you can now see I'm up $106, now up 112. And I just bought 609 after all those shares I just bought down there at 602, folks. All those shares. And now I'm going to try and buy 606, try and buy 607, try and buy 608. And you better look at the chart. Look at the chart, folks. This is LAC. Look at the chart. And now she's at 611, folks, and she's running. She's out of here. Look at it run after they capitulated and consolidated and converged, like I told you. Look at it run. Look at it run. I just bought 609. And folks, we've already seen this level right here. We've already seen this level as resistance, and we just broke beyond that. All right? We've already seen a lower level of resistance, and we just broke above it. I just filled at 608. Look at all these shares that have been now purchased below me. 60 million, 65 million, 61 million. No, I'm sorry. This is 6 million 1, 6 million, 6 million 5, 6 million 1, 575, 347, 3 million 4, 4 million 5, 5 million here at 607, 5 million there at 607, folks. And it's even 5 million at 60717, for gosh sakes. It's an odd number. 60717. What a freaking joke. Oh, yeah. Look at that thing break over that freaking thing. Look at it rise now. Look at it rise, folks. Oh, now what? Now you're going to consolidate it above the 50-day for a while? Over here, you can consolidate it for 20 minutes below the 50. And then here you consolidated it for 8 minutes below the 50. And now you're going to consolidate it for how long over the 50? How long? 8, 10 minutes? Is that what you're going to do? See, folks, look at this duration. 1 minute, 2, 3, 4 minutes, 5, 6, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12, 13 minutes. Oh my, 13 minutes. What do you know? Then it comes over for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. It's down below for how long? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3, 4, 5 minutes below. Over here, 13 minutes below. Here, 5 minutes below. And run out. And right now, how long will it be? 2 minutes this time? Here you had it 15 minutes, 13 minutes. Here you had it 5. Here you're going to have it what? 2 minutes, 3? Is that what we got to look forward now? Is that how long you can hold it there now? I'm buying here. You bet your butt I am on that 50-day. Oh, yeah. I'll buy right on that 50-day, folks. You bet I will. And so will they. So will they, folks. They'll be buying on that 50. They'll buy just like they bought here below the 50. Then when they got it here below the 50, they bought it again, and they get it here below the 50. They're going to buy it again, folks. They're not going to let it sit here. No, sir. It's going to bounce. And I now have 618 shares of this stock. And I'm just waiting for it now, like I was here, said, well, I'm just going to wait here and accumulate until they run it over. And then I said, I'm going to wait here now and accumulate until they run it over. And now I'm saying, well, I'll just sit here and accumulate until it bounces off this and goes higher. And it's going to do that right now. You can all bear witness to it with your own 2 big old eyes. Watch it rise. Because, folks, they've now been on this line for about 3 minutes. 3 minutes, folks. This is how long they've been on this line. And I'm not the only one buying here. You better look at that candlestick, because on that candlestick there, the volume level of, what was the volume level here? 191,000 shares. 191,000, and of that candlestick, almost all of them were bought on the ask. Out of this 191,000, 170 were bought on the ask. Buying market here. It's gone. Folks, look at it. Look at it here. There she goes. And that's a short-eating mallard right there. That's a short-eating mallard. And she's out of here, folks. She's going to run now. And they got all they could of it. They got all they could of this. They bought all they could on the 50-day moving average, folks. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Jonathan Fox, hello there. Yep, LAC. LAC is the stock. LAC, and look at it rise now. It's going to go over this resistance level. There she goes. She's breaking away. I was right. I was completely right about it. I was right about it. And here she goes, folks. She's off to the races now. And I'm going to move this over here, and I'm going to start selling here now. I'm up $115 on this position, and I'm going to begin selling 20 shares at a time. And I'm going to wait until they get up here, and I'm going to sell a market share. And here we go, folks. Look at that thing's chart now. This is LAC. LAC. They accumulated it for 13 minutes down below the 50-day. Then they ran it down below again where they accumulated it for 5 minutes. Then they ran it down again and they held it there for 3 minutes, which I told you they would. And now she's gone, folks. This is LAC. LAC, folks. And I'm selling it now. I just sold at 609. I've got 610 shares of it, folks. And I'm up $113 on it. Oh, yeah, look at her run. Look at her run. Bid is 609, ask is 610. Bid is 609, ask 610. Bid is 609, ask 610. Bid is 609, ask is 610. Bid is 609, ask 610. Bid is 609, ask is 610. Bid is 609, ask is 610. LAC, bid is 609, ask is 610. Bid is 608, ask is 609. 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 Bid is 606, ask is 607. I'm in right there. Buy market right here. I'm going in. And I just bought at $607. I just bought. Try to buy 604. Try to buy 605. Try to buy 606. You can clearly see they're now trying to dissuade buyers, and they're trying to take it back down to the 50 right now again. They're trying to dissuade them. They're trying to scare them out and bring it down to the 50 again. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. You did just what I thought you would. You did just what I thought you would. Thank you, market makers. And now watch it rise. Very nice. Right back up, folks. Very nice. Try to get it down to that 50 again and watch it bounce again. Watch it. Watch it. Look at that buy there. Oh, my God. Look at that buy. Holy smokes, folks. 408,000 shares there. 408,000 shares there. Right here. 210,000 there. Nice. Market makers. All just a bunch of fakers and takers. All of them just try to fake and take and fake and take and fake and take. All of it is manipulation, folks, in the market every day. Every single day, it's all manipulation. It's all a game. And every single one of the markets index today is red a fraction, not even the whole percent. Every one of them is just a fraction in the red, folks. Not one of them is down more than 0.5% today. Not a single market is. There we go. Nicely done. Thank you for those last few shares. And ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that the most shares of this stock, LAC, that have been bought today have all been bought 1 cent below my dollar's cost average. The most shares of this LA stock today, LAC, that could be bought were bought, believe it or not, 1 cent under my dollar cost average. I know that sounds unbelievable for the 20th day in a row, but it's true. For the 20th day in a row, the most shares of this stock have been bought 1 cent under my dollar cost average. Can you believe that? 20 days in a row, they're trying to buy the most shares they can just under Catfish's dollar cost average. Why? Why do so many parties want to buy these shares 1 cent below my dollar cost average? Why? Because they're going to run it up from there? Is that why? So they can run it on up from there? You think I'm kidding, but look down here. Do you see anywhere else where more shares were bought? No, you don't. You see right here, 7,659,000 were filled at 576. And by the way, 577 is a number I tell you to buy. And then right up here, 7,511,000 were gotten at 592. And by the way, I tell you to buy 592.93 if they run it down to that. I tell you to sell if they run it up to that, though. And then up here, 8,059,000 bought 3 cents under my dollar cost average, and 8,400,000 bought 1 penny under my dollar cost average. Again today, folks, the most shares bought of a stock 1 cent under my dollar cost average. How many times have you seen that, people? How many times have you seen that happen? How many times have you seen them hoard up shares 1 cent under my dollar cost average, folks? It happens every day. It happens every single day, regardless of where my dollar cost average is sitting. It doesn't matter where it is on any stock. You see this? This is crazy, folks. But once again, another stock that happens to be up, coincidentally, is up, how much? It's up 96%, folks. This stock is up 96%, but they want to accumulate at 1 cent under my dollar cost average. This stock is up 96% today, and they want to accumulate it 1 penny below my dollar cost average. A stock up 96%, folks. What are the chances of that being coincidental? I mean, wow. It doesn't matter if the stock's up 20% and I decide to DCA it, they're going to be a penny below me. It doesn't matter if the stock is up 5%, they're going to sit and be a penny below me and fill their coffers. And today we pick a stock that's up 96%, and they're going to try and hold it at my dollar cost average. 96% up, folks. 96% up, and they're sitting here buying the shit out of it, a penny under my DCA. You can't make this shit up, folks. You cannot make this up. And I'm sure you're starting to get the picture now that they're using my numbers, folks. They're using my numbers. And they all want to buy with Catfish Ty. They all want to say, I got it a penny less than he did today. I got my dollar cost average 1 penny less than Catfish today. Ha, ha, ha. See what I did? Look at all those shares they're trying to snatch right now at my price. Look at them just hoarding up shares here all around my price. Look at them just hoarding it up, hoarding it, hoarding it, hoarding it, hoarding it. Hoarding up shares at my DCA. Oh, Catfish, you're full of shit. That's not what they're doing. That just happens to be that way every day. That's not what they're doing. That's just total coincidence that they do that every single day, Catfish, at 2 o'clock. And here they are, 2 o'clock, trying to get it down below my DCA at 215. Just like always, folks. Just like always. Same time of day, 215. Like I said, it's like they have to pay me an homage or something, or out of some sort of a ritual. At 215 to 230, the price needs to be under my DCA by a penny or two. It's a ritual, folks. It's a ritual. But today, they seem to be having a little bit of trouble to get it there, don't they? Got a whole shitload of shares being bought here. 6,250,000 right over my DCA. 6,250,000. 6,300,000 now, right over my DCA. And here they are, it's 215, and they're on my dollar cost average. Just like every day. 220 now, and they're almost below me, 2 cents below me. They're almost there at the ritualistic number. They're almost there. They're almost there, folks. And you look how many people want to buy at 1 penny below my dollar cost average. 2,100, and there's 199 that want to sell. Look at all the buyers that want to buy at my dollar cost average there. 2,085 trying to buy 1 penny below my dollar cost average. Just look at that, folks. God dang. 2,075 want to buy a penny under my dollar cost average, and 300 want to sell. Wow. Outrageous, folks. Look at all the buying at my dollar cost average. Look at how many want to buy there at my dollar cost average, folks. God dang. And just look at them, drop it down right there, dropping it to right to a penny below my dollar cost average. Oh my gosh, look at them try to attack it down to 10 cents below me now. And by the way, look here, this is the same number. They've already 10 cents below me. They've already got 7,600,000. 10 cents under me, 7,600,000, folks, 10 cents below me. Jeez, oh, Pete. And look at this last desperate gasp to get it down here below my DCA. So they can all brag that they bought the price 6 cents or 7 cents below me today. They're all bragging. Well, folks, this is every day. You see this every day. There's nothing unusual about it. It's every day. Every single day, folks. There should be no surprise. Every day. And by the way, look, this isn't 10 cents below me. This is just 9 cents below me. Now, actually, the truth of the matter is, earlier today, my dollar cost average was here. Earlier today, this was my dollar cost average, 593. But now, and that's why the accumulation was here, because earlier today, this was my dollar cost average on this stock. When they ran it up here to 613s and 14s, and then they started to drop it down to 6, I started buying here at my DCA, and that raised my dollar cost average up to there. But this was my dollar cost average earlier, and that's why there's 7,800,000 right below that price, right there. Because this was my dollar cost average 2 hours ago. I'll show you what I mean here, and you'll see. Just hold on here. Hold on. And now let me just do something here. Look right here. Do you see where my dollar cost average was? $5.97 right there is where it was. My dollar cost at that was $5.97, but it was lower. It was down here. $5.93 is where it was. I can't get in there, and you can't see the numbers very clearly there, but $5.97 was my dollar cost average. And when that was my dollar cost average, look how many shares they tried to buy around that price. Look how many they tried to buy there. 8,173,000 when my dollar cost average was right here. They tried to buy that many. But I'm telling you, before that, my dollar cost average was even lower. It was at 593, where they made this massive amount of share buys now. And I'm going to find it and show it to you in a minute. And here it is right here. And I can't really show it to you because the numbers aren't good. They don't come in good. Hold on, let me try this. Maybe I can see them here. Well, here my DCA was 598. 598. I'm trying to find where I had it lower than that though, and I know I did. I know it was at 593. There you can see 580, 589 and 80, 99. Anyway, right here was my dollar cost average. 593 was my dollar cost average, folks. There was my dollar cost average. And that's not even on it. I got to find it where it was. Sorry, folks. LAC, folks. I bought it early today. Man, oh man, I can't get this thing to update. All right, well, it doesn't matter. That was my dollar cost average earlier today. 593 was my dollar cost average earlier today. And now I'm going to get this back out. And I just can't wait to see this thing now springboard for the last hour. I saw all the effort just then to get everyone out. I saw how hard they just tried to scare everyone out of it. And now I see all the accumulation that they've gotten down here below me, just below me. They're accumulating the shit out of it again, like always. Fortunately, I bought it down here and got so many shares. Just waiting to see it springboard now off the 2 o'clock Tata. 2:30 Tata, baby, and it's going to run. Now, I want you all to do me a favor. And I'm buying right here. I'm going to buy some shares at this price. I want to try to get my dollar cost average down, so I'm going to try to buy at 593. I'm going to buy again here at this price. And now I'm going to be buying some more of this stock here at this price. 594. I just bought it. I'm buying the stock LAC right now, folks. I'm buying it at 594. I'm going to buy it again now. I just bought it at 595. Just bought it again at 595, and I'm going to buy it again. 595. I just bought it again. You know why? Because I want my dollar cost average down. I do not like seeing the most shares bought today 1 cent under my dollar cost average. I don't like that. So I'm going to buy here, and then I'm going to get my dollar cost average down to the same number where they all bought. Or at least I'm going to try to, but it's rising fast. It's rising fast. Yep, just bought 594. And why not? There's been almost 8 million shares here at 592 as well bought. And now I'm buying at 595. Now I just bought 595 again. Hello there, Duck Kings. Oh, yeah, let's buy some more here right now, 593, where they're accumulating. Look at that KY flag at 59299, folks. Look at that KY flag at 59299. They're done there, folks. That's all done. That's all the last gasp desperate attempt to buy it there. And I just filled at 594 again and 593. And I'm going to fill again here at this price. 593, thank you. And again, because I am sure this is going to rise. 594 I just filled. And she's going to run, folks. And this stock is up 93%, folks. It's up 93%. LAC. And I just bought 594 again. Look at him just sitting here accumulating this thing, folks, at this price. Look at him accumulating the shit out of it. 592 I just bought. And yeah, I'm going to buy where 8 million other shares have traded hands the same price. You bet I am. I'm going to trade there. Yeah, I sure as shit am. I know it sounds crazy that I would do that, but I am. I'm going to buy with 8 million other shares. Yes, I am. Thank you, manipulators. I appreciate it. Thank you, market makers. Nice. Thank you, market makers. Price is still up 92.5% where they're accumulating shares here. Oh, yeah. 8,076,000. They're trying to get the same number they did here, 8,003,000 and 8,006,000. They're trying to get the same range here on this price now, 592. That's all they're trying to do is get to 8,006,000 as well there. Oh, yeah, I'm buying more. Nice. There she goes. She's gone now. She's out of here. That's the end of the monkey business. That's the end of the monkey business, folks. Now 594. They maxed it out at 8,160,000 here. They've maxed it out up here already at 8,003,000 and 8,006,000. And look, I just dropped my dollar cost average to $6. No, yeah, baby. No, yes, I did. Yes, I did. And I am about to start making some major money on this stock. SoFi's about to rock too. She's going to come off this bottom and run. And I'm just going to come in here and keep buying these shares of this stock. LAC, folks, is what I'm buying here at this market manipulated number. LAC. Going in again on it now. I got 698 shares of this stock now. LAC is the stock I'm buying here. LAC is what I'm buying. I just bought it $5.94. I just bought it $5.95. Buying again here now, 5 shares at a time. $5.95 I just bought. $5.94 I just bought again. $5.95 now. And she's rising, folks. Here she goes. Here she goes. $5.98. $5.98 I bought again. $5.97 I just bought 5 shares. Oh, man, I'm just buying 5 shares at a time over and over here, waiting for it to run. Just waiting for it to run, folks. Waiting for it to run, folks. And you better look at this chart. Look at this chart. Look at the 5-day breaking up right now, going over the 10-day right now as it all capitulates together here. All this convergence of the 50, the 200, and all the current price. And I'm buying here, folks. LAC is what I'm buying here. And holy crap, I'm going to get my dollar cost average right in between where 8,000,003 were bought and 8,000,006. I'm going to get my dollar cost average right there in between them. That's what I'm trying to do right now, buying all these shares now at $5.93. I'm going to try and get my dollar cost average to settle in right between those two there. And I'm just buying 5 orders at a time, 5 share orders at a time. Nice. I love it, folks. Oh, look at the 59217 KY flag. 59217 KY flag goes out. That ain't going to work, shorty. No, sir. 59217 isn't going to work, shorty. Oh, yeah. Here she comes, folks. Here she goes. Man, I'm just hoarding up shares here. Hoarding up shares, folks. Yes, I am. And she's rising, folks. She's climbing now. She's climbing, climbing, climbing. Ah, yes. And look where my dollar cost average just went to, $5.99. And I got 8,300,000 that bought below me and 8,600,000 bought over me. At $5.99, look at all these shares bought around me. Nice. Oh, yeah, they all bought with Catfish Tyler today. They all bought with me. And then they ran it down 10 cents below me, and then they just accumulated more, and now it's rising right up over my dollar cost average. There it goes, ladies and gentlemen. She's out of here. She's a rocket ship. There she goes. There she goes right now. Look at the 5-day crossing the 10-day right now. All of them going to cross over the 20-day now. All of them rising. And they just went over my dollar cost average. They just went over. There it goes, folks. I was completely right. I was completely right. I was completely right, and now I'm up $70. And I just sold at 601. Now I'm up $83. I just sold at 602. Now I'm up $87. I've got 846 shares of this stock now. Oh, yeah, baby. Up we go. The rest of the afternoon, power hour, folks. We're going to see an hour and 15 minutes of this thing rising, folks. LAC. Look at that chart. Look at it break over the 200-day right there. And if this breaks over the 50-day as well, this thing is going to completely catapult, folks. Now I'm going to try to buy 593, try to buy 594, try to buy 595. I'm going to try to buy 596. I want to try to buy 597, which were so easy to buy just 15 minutes ago. Try to buy 598, where 8,400,000 others have bought. 8,425,000 have already bought there. There's my dollar cost average there at 599. And as you can see, they're trying to sit underneath me and accumulate shares. All around Catfish. Look at them trying to buy shares all around me. The highest numbers of shares today, even higher than down here, are right here. And there's my dollar cost average right there, 599. And look at all these shares bought around my dollar cost average today. The most shares they could buy were bought at my dollar cost average. And look, folks, the stock is up right now 95%, and they're still going to nestle in around my DCA. The stock's up 95%, and they're going to nestle in around my DCA and try to buy the shit out of shares. Well, I'm going to try to buy some with me too. I'm going to try to buy some with me too right here. Let's see if I can buy with myself. Let's see if I can buy where my dollar cost average is right now, myself again. Let's see if I can buy there. You better look over here at this chart on LAC. Look at that freaking passing over the 50-day right now. This is LAC, folks, the stock I'm talking about, LAC. And I'm now up $74 on this position today. But it's been a very hard-fought battle. I've had to fight them tooth and nail to make money today. I mean, this has been a very, very tough battle. But they like to make it hard on you, folks. See, they don't want you to make money. They want you to think that you're losing, that you're a loser, that you, see, we drove it down here below your dollar cost average. You better sell there. Well, whatever you say, shorty. I'm not buying that. I'm going to watch you buy my shares for me when it gets up here at 613, and I'll be selling. And I'll be up $120 then, folks. I'll buy every share they can give away now at 601. Every single one I'll buy. Thank you for those shares. Thank you. Goodness gracious, look at them trying to get just a few more shares here, just over my dollar cost average. Look at them trying to buy just a few more. Look at them trying to buy on my dollar cost average now. Look at them buying on my dollar cost average. Thank you for all that love. Richard, it won't. It's my limit of what I am willing to lose. Thanks for caring. And I said earlier, nobody knows. What happened, Ruth? To be scary, but heard from a different trader who really knows what will happen, what we could see. $26. If we do and bounces, fine. If we don't, I'll take the loss. I have to. Listen, folks, don't get all paranoid about SoFi going to $26. The price of the stock was $8 6 months ago. Come on, please. Come on, people. Now the market makers have now purchased 9 million shares. And look here, a half cent over my dollar cost average. They bought 9,200,000 shares. A half cent over my dollar cost average. 9,200,000 shares. On my dollar cost average, they bought 7,384,000. On my dollar cost average. And 1 penny below my dollar cost average today, ladies and gentlemen, they bought 8,500,000 shares. Just look at all this massive accumulation right where Catfish is sitting. Look at everybody hoarding up shares here now. Just buying right here where my DCA is. Right on it, folks. They're buying right on my DCA right now. Right now. They're trying to buy now 1 penny under my dollar cost average. Amazing. And you want to see how hard they're trying to keep it there and buy. Look at how hard right there when it broke over the 50-day. Look at them take it to my dollar cost average again. Just like right here. Look at they took it there. And then they tried to scare me because they drove it down below my dollar cost average. I just sold SoFi and bought the shit out of it there and there and there and there. And then I dropped my dollar cost average to right here now where they're just trying to accumulate around my DCA now. They're not trying to. They are. They are accumulating here. And 1.5 pennies below my dollar cost average, the most shares have been accumulated today. 10 million shares, 1.5 pennies below my dollar cost average. The most shares bought today, right there. 1.5 cents below my dollar cost average, folks. They couldn't get the 2 cent below me. Just had to settle with 1.5. 1.5 cents below me today is what they had to settle with to buy 10 million shares there. 10 million there. Isn't that interesting? I'll buy here again. Everybody else has already bought here too. I would love to see them knock this thing down so I can get my dollar cost average even lower, but they won't. They're just going to sit here 2 cents under me and they're just going to accumulate. They don't care about taking it way down here. They're not going to do that right now. They just want to sit here and accumulate 2 cents under my dollar cost average. Just buy all the shares they can here. And I'm buying too, folks. I'm buying with them, the market makers, 3 cents under my DCA. And the reason I am is because they've got it on the 200-day moving average, folks, is where they love to buy. They love to buy a stock on the 200-day moving average, folks. They love to buy it right there. And that's what they're doing now. They're buying it here on the 200-day moving average. That's why they bought so many shares here already, folks. It's because that's the 200-day moving average. That's exactly why they're buying so many shares at this price. It's right on the 200-day, folks. They're not idiots. Buy the 200. I said it to you the other day when we were talking. I showed you, buy the 200, buy the 200, buy the 200. I said, buy the 200. I said it 4 or 5 times in a row to you, and sure enough, it bounced right off the 200. So that's why I'm saying again today, buy the freaking 200 right now, folks. Buy it. Buy it here right before 3 o'clock at the 200-day moving average. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I see SoFi's being hoarded up now at the 55-cent range, too. Doesn't surprise me at all. They love to accumulate that number, 55. And my dollar cost average right now, ladies and gentlemen, $5.99 on this stock. And they're trying to accumulate 3 cents below me now. And they've gotten nearly the same amount, 8 million, 8 million, 8 million, all of them. They've gotten the max they can get here, 9 million, 8 million, 8 million, 8 million. That's all they can buy, folks. And here she goes. Look at this chart. Look at the 5-day now rising. Look at it bounce off the 200 and rise. Look at it rising right now, folks. Buy market right here. I'm buying. And they've already maxed this out. This is completely maxed out at this price. They've maxed all this out. All the buying's been maxed out there. Buy it market. All maxed out, folks. They've maxed it out. And watch it run now. Watch it run, folks. Just bought $5.98 just then. Just bought $5.98 again. And look at all the shares being bought here, folks. Look at all the shares being bought now. One on my dollar cost, 1 cent under my dollar cost average. Look at them piling in. 1 cent below my dollar cost average is where they're piling in now. 1 cent below me, folks, is where they are acquiring all the shares they can. Very nice, Shorty. Very nice. And then look at this buy they just made. 597.6865. Look at that buy there, folks. 3,112,000 at that weird number. 3 million there, folks. They just bought it. 597.6865. 3 million shares just bought there. Why? Why do they want to buy 3 million shares, a penny and a fraction below me? Because it's going higher, folks. That's why. Look over here at the chart. Look at it run. Look at it go. Look at it rising. Look at the freaking chart. Bounce right off the 200 again like I said it would. And now you can see I'm up $69 today on this position. Now 72. And I own almost 1,000 shares of it, folks. And now they bought 9,666 at my price, over my price. 9,666. I'll buy there. I'll buy there 9,666ers. No, yeah. Look at them try to buy even a half cent over my dollar cost average. Look at them throwing in these massive orders. 9,200,000. 9,200,000 now, all around my DCA, just buying it up, buying the damn thing up. Look at it rise. Look at it rise. Buy it market, folks. Buy it market with me. And now we go over 6. And folks, we are at 2:57 p.m. and this thing's going to fly. This thing's going to fly now. It's got wings and it will fly. They've already reached 9,100,000 here, folks. They've already reached 10 million at a number in between here. 10 million. It's going to run, folks. They can't stop it. They cannot stop the demand. And they can't stop the demand for SoFi either. It's going to run for the rest of the day, too, after 3:06 p.m. After 3:06 p.m., SoFi is going to take off, folks. And look at them trying to buy 59956, where they just purchased 2 million shares at 59996, folks. 2 million shares just bought there. All right, look at it go, folks. Back over 6 now. And she's on her way, ladies and gentlemen. You can clearly see that now. Look at the 5-day crossing the 50-day now. See, they tried to stop it before, and they tried to nutsack it right there at 230. They tried to nutsack it at 230 on the 200-day, and look at it rise now. I'm buying here. I'm buying here where 9,300,000 shares were already bought. 9,300,000, folks. Just look at them trying to buy on my DCA. And they're over my DCA, and they're piling in a half cent over. Piling in now 2 cents over my DCA right here. Or 1 cent over. They're piling in 1 cent over. They're piling in 1 cent over my DCA, folks. It's crazy. Why not below me? Why are they piling in here? Well, I'll stick with those people. I'll buy with them. I'm buying with those people, folks. I just filled at 602. I just filled at 601. Oh, my God. Look at that. They're trying to buy 60021, folks. KY flag. And they bought 9,891,000 there. At 60021, folks. They bought 9,918,000 at 60021. Whoa. Buy market. Thank you. Amazing, folks. Now I bought at $6 just then. Where, by the way, 9,411,000 others have bought $6. The most bought today. 1 penny over my dollar cost average. The most shares bought today. 1 cent over my dollar cost average. And folks, you better look at how long they've been sitting here. It's a long time, folks. They've been sitting here a long time at this, capitulating here, consolidating at 600 and a half. They just bought 1,600,000. They just bought 1,600,000 at 600 and a half. 1,600,000 just bought at 600 and a half, folks. Buy the thing here. Look at all the shares they bought here now at my dollar cost average today. Look at all the shares they bought around my dollar cost average, folks. Again, it's the same thing every day, folks. They look at my dollar cost average and they want to buy there. And not just buy, they want to buy way more than any other amount. They're not even close to that down here. Just look at this swarm of buying on my dollar cost average, folks. Jeez, oh, Pete's, folks. Wow. It's insane to see it every day. Every single day, this is what they do, folks. It doesn't matter where my dollar cost average is, folks. It does not matter. It does not matter where my dollar cost average is. And look at the irony that this stock is up freaking 94%. And they decide to gather around my dollar cost average and up 94%? Huh? They're buying all these shares up 94% on my dollar cost average. Why? Why are they buying a stock that's up 94%, a penny over my dollar cost average, or 2 cents below it? Why are they doing that? The freaking thing's up 94%. Usually they'd be selling right now like crazy and taking profit. But no, they're going to sit here right below my dollar cost average and buy 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 up 94%. That's right, folks. And I say game over. I say run time now, baby. And I can look at this chart and I can see it right now. I see what's happening. I see it bouncing. I see the volume coming in. I see this candlestick. There's no sellers on it at all. No sellers on that candlestick. All buying on the ask, every one of them. And that candlestick, by the way, happens to be a volume level of 120,000 shares. 120,000. The previous candlestick was 114, and this one was 120,000. And there she goes, folks. Right on off. Right on up. But oh my, they're making such an effort to hold it here at my dollar cost average. I mean, just look at that swarm of buying on Catfish's dollar cost average. Just look at that, folks. You're talking 10 million shares almost, 2 cents over my dollar, a penny over my dollar cost average. Almost 10 million shares bought, a penny over my dollar cost average today. Amazing. And folks, you better look at this chart because this right now, this is scaling up and this is more buyers than sellers. And it's rising, folks. It's rising upwards. I can't believe it's still even sitting here this long. I can't believe they've had it here for an hour now this afternoon. For an hour they've been sitting here. For a full hour they've been sitting right here for an hour, folks. For one whole hour they've been sitting here gobbling up shares right at my dollar cost average for an hour now. I'll buy more here. Thank you. Thank you, shorts. I know what's going to happen the rest of the day. I can see the chart. I can see what you've been trying. I can see it over and over. I've seen your attempt. I see what you're trying to do. I'm going to buy here again. Bought at $6. Buying again here now. Bought at 601. Bought 601. And by the way, folks, you need to look over here at all the dark areas of these. All the dark areas are how many shares were sold to make the price fall. All the dark areas. All the light areas is the amount of shares being bought now to make it go back up. All the light areas on these candlesticks are what is buying it now to make it rise past these numbers. All the dark areas is what was sold. Look how all that dark sold. But look at the light areas increasing here that are buying right now, that are buying on my dollar cost average. Watch the candlesticks grow and grow. 9 million now, a penny under my dollar cost average. 9 million, a penny under my dollar cost average, folks. And now they're filling on my dollar cost average. They're filling right on my dollar cost average now. Look down here. Do you see anywhere that 9 million shares were bought down here? No. Do you see here where 9 million were bought? No. But here they are, 9 million, a penny under my dollar, and then 9.5 million, a penny over my dollar cost average. Jeez, oh, Pete. Just look at all that buying right here trying to get in under Catfish's price. And folks, they've done it over and over all afternoon. Just look at this. Look at this manipulation. They tried to buy some here, then they tried to take it 10 cents below me. Then they ran it up here, then they tried to buy at my average again. They ran it up here, try to buy at my average again. That's all they're doing, folks. They're just trying to buy at my dollar cost average or below it. That's all they're trying to do right now is get a few shares 5 cents under my dollar cost average. And I'm buying there right now. I sure am. I got $624 to buy with here. And I'm going to keep buying it. And again, I'm buying it because it's right on the 200-day. Like the last time, they ran it down to the 200, then boing, and then down to the 200, and then boing again. Here we go. Watch it run. Right off the 200, watch it bounce. Right off that 200-day, it's going to bounce. And by the way, you can see here, every time they've taken it down to the 200, look at the buying, folks. When they take it down to the 200, look at them hoard it all up. Look at them hoard it up on that 200-day moving average. Again, now they're doing it again right now. Trying to buy it on the 200-day before the very end of the day, folks. Trying to hoard it up on the 200-day average. Oh, yeah. Nice. Nicely done, market makers. Nice try there. Oh, yeah. Hoard it up down there. Right before frickin' 306, folks. Man, look at them hoarding the shares. Look at them buying all these shares here now. Look at them buying all these shares. And now I'm coming in here big time on this. I'm going to lower my dollar cost average on this thing big time now. I'm going to drop my dollar cost average on this thing big right now. I'm buying 10 shares at a time now of this stock. LAC. I'm buying 10 shares at a time now. And I just lowered my dollar cost average down to 598. So kiss my ass, shorts. And I'm buying more here, folks. What are you going to do? I'm going to bring my dollar cost average down below your big accumulation today. What are you going to do about that? Yep, I'm going to drop my DCA down to 597, you suckers. I got it down to 598 right now, and I'm going to take it lower because you're manipulating it down. I'm trying to get my DCA down to 597 now, folks. And I'm buying 10 shares at a time here now. 10 shares at a time. Come on, baby. Let's get down to 597 here. Come on. There we go. We're at 597 now. Nice. Very nice. And look at him trying to get 9 million here too at 592 now. Look at him try that. Buy market here. Buy market again here. Buy market again. 588. I'm all over it. I'm all over 588 before the end of the day. I'm all over that, folks. All over 588, where they've already bought 7,600,000 shares just below there. And I am buying here. I am buying here, folks. I'm buying here, and the price, the stock is now up 91%. It was up 96%. Now up 91%, folks. And I'm trying to buy. I just lowered my dollar cost average to 596 is what I'm trying to do right now. I want my dollar cost average below 596. And there it goes, right back up, folks. It's rising right back up now. Market makers trying to play a big splash close on this, but that ain't going to happen, folks. They're going to let me get my DCA down to 596. There it is. Yes. My dollar cost average is now down below where that massive wall of buys was. Awesome, market makers. You're just awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that attempt to scare people right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll keep buying here 10 shares at a time. And now I'm going to come back over here and try to buy. $589.88. 589.88, folks. Oh, yeah. 589.88. And I'm buying this stock right now. This is LAC that I'm buying. I have 1,400 shares of it now. And I'm buying it right now at 588 if I can, because I'm going to sell it at 620 a share. I'm going to sell this at 620 a share, all these shares I'm buying right now. And I'm still buying here, folks. I'm no dummy. I know the limit they get on these, each one of them is going to be about 8 million. And so they've already got almost 8 million here at 589. They've already got that. So they're going to max this out right here. They're maxing this out. And I'm buying the shit out of it. And I've now been able to lower my dollar cost average to $5.96. And I bet you they can't believe that. They're like, holy shit, man. We bought all these shares over his dollar cost average now. That looks stupid of us. We look like a bunch of idiots buying all these shares over Catfish's dollar cost average now today. Yeah, you are a bunch of idiots doing that. You are a bunch of morons doing that. Look at all the shares you bought over my dollar cost average now, dumbasses. Isn't that funny? Look at all the shares they're trying to buy, and they bought over my dollar cost average now today. Look at all the shares. They bought over my dollar cost average, suckers. Sorry about your luck, suckers. You're not showing very much wisdom doing that, buying so many shares over my DCA. That's pretty dumb of you. I'm sorry, I got to call it for as I sees it, and that's pretty stupid of you right there. I suckered you, didn't I? I suckered you into buying there, didn't I? Ha ha ha. I suckered them, everybody. I catfished them. And now my dollar cost average is $5.95 a share. I catfished the shit out of them. And I'm far from over, folks. I'm far from over. I'm going to make some serious money on this before the close. Oh, I'm far from done buying here. I can guarantee you that. I'm going to keep buying at market here, and I'm going to get my dollar cost average even lower. And you think they're going to close this stock at 588 today? Well, I don't think so, folks. I think it's accumulation time with Catfish. And I'm just going to sit here and pile in at 588, and I'm going to lower my dollar cost average all the way down to 592 or something. And there she goes, right back up now. She's going to rise now. She's on her way right now, 589. They just got out of 588s. They just ran out of 588s. And I'm accumulating here now, 588. I'm buying the shit out of it. LAC. LAC, folks. Get all you can right here. 588 is what I'm saying. And every one of those orders I just filled at 588. And my dollar cost average has now come down to 595, folks. And I'm going to drop it even more. And there we go, folks. She's running now. Take a look over here. Look at her running. Watch the 5-day. This is LAC, folks. LAC. There she goes. She's running, folks. She's out of here. And they're trying to stop it, but it isn't going to be stopped. It is going to rise. And now I've dropped my DCA down to 594. I've dropped my DCA down to 594 now. Yeah, baby. Come on, come on. Let's take it even lower. Thank you, shorts. Let me get all this 588 I can here, man. Let me buy this and sell at 620 tomorrow. I'll be even selling at 620 before the bell rings, possibly, folks. We got 40 minutes left. And this thing is just being accumulated here, folks. And look at all the dark that was sold here. Look at all the dark area that was sold to make this price fall. And look at the very little light areas now that are buying it right now. Look at all the little light areas that are buying it. Look at all that dark that was sold to make it fall. Oh my God, that's total manipulation, folks. And now I've dropped my dollar cost average down to 894. And I'm buying here, folks. I mean, 594. Yep, 594. I've dropped my dollar cost average to 594. Remember, there's a lot of buyers that have already bought way up here, way over my price. There's a lot of buyers that have already bought way over my price, folks. Way over me now. They must feel like absolute morons to have done that. They're like, oh my God, here we thought we were going to buy all these shares below him. Then we run the price down to try to shake it out the tree, and he gets the price down below our DCA. God, how could they let that happen to themselves? How could they let that happen to themselves, folks? How in the shit could they let that happen to themselves? How could they be so stupid? Yeah. Time now is 3:24, ladies and gentlemen. 3:24 is the time. And I'll be buying some LAC right here at the 84 mark. And I just bought 85. And I'm now lowered my dollar cost average to 593 now. And I just bought 586. Just bought 586 again. And I've now lowered my dollar cost average down to 593. Yep, and I'm going to drop my dollar cost average to 592, where they bought 8,500,000 shares. I'm going to get my dollar cost average there. If they can keep it here long enough for me to buy here. I want my dollar cost average where that 8,500,000 shares was bought today. And she's turning north now, folks. The manipulation has just ended. There's the buyers coming in. That's a huge candlestick buy right there, ladies and gentlemen. 756,000 shares. 756,000 just bought right here. 756,000 shares. And I just went green on the stock again because I've lowered my DCA now down to 593. And I'm trying to get it down to 592. I'm trying to get my DCA down to where 8,500,000 shares were bought at 592, folks. And there it is, where they just came back over my DCA. And look at my account now. I'm up $60. And I'm buying here. Buying again here. And the suckers have now got themselves in a pickle because they were planning on closing it out up here. But if they do now, where they got all those shares that they bought today, I'm going to be up 100, 150, 200 bucks. Man, did that ever totally backfire on them right there, what they just tried to do. Oh my God, look at me rising now. Look at it rise, folks. Buy market anytime they drop. Anytime they drop it, I'm buying it. Buy market right here. Look at them now trying to get all those shares below me. Right there. 8,700,000 trying to buy below me, 1 penny below me. Nice. Market manipulators, folks. Oh, my goodness. Look at it go back up over my DCA now. They're going to be shitting their pants when they see that. Look at it go over me. And they just can't believe it, I bet, that I'm up $58 now. Now, it's not a big gain, but I bet they just cannot believe that they got suckered by me like that. Oh, man, look at that suckering. Ah, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah, sorry about your luck. And look at this thing launching now. Look at it launching. Look at it launching. LAC is the stock. LAC is the stock, folks. And I bet they cannot believe their eyes that they're seeing me in the green. And I got 2,350 shares of this sucker, folks. Watch how fast this thing goes up now. I got 2,600 shares of this stock. Let's add to that. Come on, let's get some more of it. Thank you, shorts. Let's buy more even. And by the way, look at this thing running up right there. Look at it run up, and look at the 50 go flat now. Oh, my God, they can't believe their eyes. I'm up 105 now, up 120 now. Yes! And watch how fast it goes up over this massive wall where they've already shaved it bald there. Watch how fast it runs up past this. Watch how fast it goes through this right here. Watch how fast it runs through this because they've already maxed this out, folks. There's just no more shares here. I could be wrong, but I sure don't think so. And I'm buying right here because of it. Awesome, man. Run, baby. Suckers. Look at all those shares they bought right below my dollar cost average, and now my DCA's down here. What are you going to do, shorty? What are you going to do, shorty? Trying to accumulate now at that much below me, a quarter of a percentage point below me, you're going to try and fill here, huh? I see. That's a nice tactic. Suckers. You fell for it, man. You got catfished. All of you are suckers. I'll buy at market here. I'll buy at market right here. And they're just shitting their pants. And they're like, oh my God, how did we fall for this? How did we fall for this? How are we not going to be able to close the price under his dollar cost average because of what he just did to us? Watch it rise, folks. Just watch it go. Watch it run now. I'm up 110. I just sold at 594. All those shares, they just let me buy at 588, and now I'm selling 594, 595, 596. I'm up $100 on this position today now, and I just sold 594 again. And I expect to see it rise right past all this huge accumulation. It's going to run right over that, folks. It's going to run right past all that because this is already all maxed out, folks. They've maxed it out selling it. They oversold it, folks. I just sold 60 shares at 595. This is lovely, folks. Look at it rise. I'm up 120 now on the position. Now I'm up 130 on it. Suckers. Sorry about your luck, Shorty. Sorry, suckers. Here, let me put some shares up for you to buy 60 at a time from me here. Let me give you some cheap shares here. Come on up and take these from me. Come on up and take these cheap shares from me at $5.97, $5.98, $5.99. There we go. Nice. Yes, I take it. Come on, get all the rest. Come on. Thank you. I'm up $146 now. I appreciate it. Now I'm up 151. Take them. Take them. Buy them all from me. Buy them all. Oh my God, just look at all these shares they're buying, and there's no way to keep it here because they already maxed out these numbers. They got to buy them from me now, folks. They got to buy them from me. And here they go. I just sold 597. I'm up 140 on this position now. I just sold 597, 60 shares there. Oh, yeah. Watch it rise, folks. Watch it come right back over all this because they can't stop it here. They've already maxed all this out. They already maxed all of it out, folks. They're suckers. They're suckers. And now they got to buy my shares from me. Come on in and take it. The water's fine. And I'm going to remove that. Remove that. You missed out. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to get this $5.99, or I'm going to remove it too. 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18. You're running out of time. 16, 15, 14, 13. Oh, that's a bad number. I just took it away. Now you don't get that either. See that? They jumped to $5.99 and they missed it. Too late, Powell. Now you got 20 seconds to get this, or I'm going to take it away. 19, 18, 17, 16, and I'm up $213 today on this position. You got 10 seconds to take this. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. I lied. I'm done. You missed it. Too late, Powell. Now you got 5 seconds to get that. I'm lying. I took that away too. Now you got to come up here and buy it 602 if you want it. That's all you can do, folks. Look at that thing crossover. Oh my gosh, look at the crossover of the 200-day. Holy smokes. Look at these suckers. They can't believe I just did that to them. They got, all of them got catfished. I made them think that I was going to leave my dollar cost here at 6. No. When they ran it down, I got my dollar cost at $5.93, and they are totally screwed. They cannot believe that I just did that to them. They thought they were going to run it down here and get a bunch of shares, and then they were going to run it back up here and close it right here, and I wouldn't make any money. You're dumbasses. You're dumbasses, shorts. I'm up 200 on it now. What are you going to do about that, shorty? I know you're going to buy some shares from me here. Come on up and buy some shares right here from me, shorty. I know you want them. I know you want them. Go ahead. They're yours. Take them. I'm being nice. I'm going to be nice to you while I'm up $182. Come on. Take them. Take them, shorty. Take them, shorty. Take them, shorty. You got 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. I'm lying. I took them away already. You're done. I'm taking these away too. Screw you. Screw you. I'm going to take these off the table too. You can't even take those now. They're all gone too. What are you going to do now? What are you going to do now that I got freaking 2,000 shares of this stock below your dollar cost average, monkeys? What are you going to do? Look at all that buying that they did here, and now my DCA is down here below them. Oh my God, they have to be feeling like dumbasses, like absolute fools. And they are. I'm up $170 and I just sold 60 shares. I'm sorry, suckers. But now I'm going to start coming in below you with 5 share orders, and I'm going to run the price up. Come on, cats, let's go. 5 shares there at my DCA, 5 shares at 593, 5 shares at 594, 5 shares at 595, 5 shares at 596. If you can get it, mustard, if you can get that mustard, shorty. 5 shares at 597 I'd like to buy. And instead, look, they see us putting these orders in and it scares them. They run from us. They're going to run from us, folks. 5 shares at 598. Just bought there, 598. Where 9,400,000 shares have already been acquired. Look at that, folks. 9,500,000 just there where I just bought, and the price has risen now. They maxed it out, folks. 9 million is all they can get there. And up here, 9,900,000 is what they got. 9,500,000 and 9,900,000 now. Oh my gosh. What are you going to do, shorts? Look at all this hoarding of shares. Look at all this hoarding of shares here. Thank you for that 5 at 599. And thank you for the 5 at 599 that I almost got 598. Come on, baby. Give me some more here. Give me some more of these. 9,500,000. And by the way, this is where my dollar cost average was. $6 is where it was. I just lowered it to 592. I just lowered my dollar cost average to 592 during the last hour. Because I knew they were going to try this manipulative move. I knew it. I took advantage of it. Bring it on down here. 9,575,000 here. 8,064,000. Oh man. When they get to 10 million, it's gonna go. Thank you for those shares. Filling right now on this number here. 9,600,000 now. Filling here now on this number. Filling on this number right now. 597. And I'm sorry, shorter. That's 5 cents above my dollar cost average where you're trying to accumulate here. That's 5 cents over my DCA. Oh, look at them throw in the KY flag in between. 443,000 they just bought there. At 59699. Look at the desperation there. 445,000, 446,000 trying to buy at 59699. Holy smokes, look at all that volume there. 4,470,000. They're buying, folks, at 59699. Oh my God, and there it goes. It's over. She's out of here, folks. There'll be no more 59699s. And there's no more 597s. And there's no more 598s. And this is going to be the last 599, folks, that I buy right here. 9,600,000, 9,900,000, 8,340,000. Oh my gosh, look at them buying up these shares here. I mean, they're just hoarding shares here, hoarding them here at this price. Up 96% right now. Shorty got Trump today. I trumped them, folks. I whipped their asses. I friggin' whipped their asses today. I got them in a pickle. I screwed them over, folks. They thought they were going to keep my dollar cost average at 601 and $6. And I screwed them because when they ran it down here, I piled in and now I'm making money. I'm up 160 right now on this position and I'm not done. I'm not done yet. Nope, I'm not done kicking their asses yet. I'm not done. I bet they cannot believe their friggin' eyes. Sorry, shorts. Sucks to be you. Sucks to be you. You got suckered today by Catfish Tyler. I told you, folks, listen, if they run this thing down, I'm going to get my dollar cost average down here and they're going to be screwed. And they did run it down. And I'm glad they did. I'm glad they did. Just look at this massive buying going on here. 9,800,000, 9,900,000, 8,450,000. Look at all this buying, and I'm up $191 on this position. And I'm glad I decided to start buying this thing. And I've got 2,000 shares of this stock. And ladies and gentlemen, the time is 3:45. In the next 15 minutes, this thing could go up 15 cents. After all this manipulative hoarding right here. Their plan is to make money, those that bought here, so they can run it up now. They'll just keep buying it and run it up. They didn't buy all these shares here to not make money. They bought all these shares and hoarded all these shares to make money, folks, to run it up further now. And they will. They're going to run it up now. Watch them run it up now. They didn't buy all these shares not to make money, folks. They bought all these shares to run it up from this price. And they just bought 10 million shares. That was my old dollar cost average. They bought 10 million now there. At what was my old dollar cost average right there. And look at that. Below that, they bought 11 million now, it looks like. 10,080,000. They can't hold this thing down. I don't believe so. Not for another 15 minutes. They're not going to. Look at all the buying going on here, folks. And you better look at this chart. Look at the chart right now. Look at it. Folks, the 50-day moving average is about to cross the 200-day right now. The 50-day moving average is about to cross the 200-day right now. The 50 days crossing the 200. The 50-day is crossing the 200-day right now on this stock, LAC. And you better look at that 5-day rising above the 10-day now. The turquoise 5-day rising above that one. And here she goes, folks. And now I'm up $181 on this position today. I see a definitive effort to hold this thing under $6. 10 million shares traded at $6 today, folks. 10 million at 6. Well, I'll try to buy below that, $5.99. I'm going to try to buy at $5.99 now. And I just did. Let me try it again. Thank you, $5.99. Let's try it again. Thank you, $5.99. I got it. Let's try it again. 8,900,000 shares now bought at this price. At the price I'm buying right now. Yeah, I'll buy with somebody that bought 9 million. Some entities bought 9 million here, 8 million 3, 7, 8 million 9 now. Oh man, she's going to go higher. She's going to go higher because they've already got 10 million here. See that? Watch it rise, folks. It's going to go up. It's going higher. Watch it rising, folks. And I'm now up 242 on this position today. And there she goes. She's out of here now. She's out of here. And there's the chart, folks. Look at it go. And look at that buying candlestick that just came in. Look at that, folks. Right there. That volume right there is 614,000 shares just bought there. 614,000 just bought there. Selling 60 shares now. Willy Wonka, hello there. What's the name of this stock so I can buy? LAC, LAC, LAC. LAC. You might want to wait until tomorrow because this thing is up right now. It's up 96%. You may want to wait and come in on it tomorrow because they might try to drop it 20% in the market after the market opens and scare out newbies. So you might want to wait until tomorrow. But look at this. I'm up $300 on this position now. And I'm selling here 60 shares at a time. My dollar cost average is $5.91 now, folks. Look at that. My dollar cost average is $5.91. Kiss my ass, shorts. And I'm selling 60 shares at a time. Just sold 603. Now up $285. I would suggest you wait to buy this stock tomorrow morning, not now. It's too late to get in now. Tomorrow morning at 9:45, they're going to run this thing down to 588 or 566 a share, and you can buy it tomorrow. This is fabulous, though, folks. Congratulations, all of you folks that trading with me today. Sold with me SoFi at 29 plus this morning and got to buy it back at 28.40s. And look at them try one more time to get it back down here to $6 so they can try and get another few shares at 6. But I'm sorry about your luck because, Shorty, my dollar cost average is down here because of your manipulation efforts you tried about an hour ago. Sorry about your luck. And by the way, everybody, I'm going to sell every single share of this stock that I'm up 240 on right now. I'm going to sell every share of it before the market closes. Got 7 minutes left, and I'm going to sell every freaking share of this stock. And I'm going to be selling big quantities, folks, 200 at a time. And now I'm up $248, now up $244, now up $257, now $244, now up $248, now up $257, now up $257, now up $244. Algorithms, folks, now up $250, now up $253, now up $257, now up $248. All algorithm trading now up $257, up $254, up $257, and it's going to rise now. It's going to go up higher because you saw that pullback just to $247, $248, now $257, and it's going to rise. From $248, it should have been $244. Right now, we should see $240. Oh, no, it went back to $257 already. It's going higher. There it goes. I'm out right there. I just sold right there. I just sold 200 shares right then. I've got now 1,500 shares left. I'm up $249. I'm up 246, up 252, up 248, up 249. This looks good. That looks real good. 257 again now. Now 260s are coming. Yep, 249 again. I'm waiting on 260s. Waiting on 260s. Here we go. 245. Come on. 241. 249. Now 257 again. Should see 257 next. Should see 257 right now. Waiting on 257. There's 252. Here comes 57. There it is. Here comes the 60s now. Come on, baby. Up 260s. Let's go. There we are. Here we go. Gonna rise. Algorithms are trading completely here. This is all algorithmic trading. You can see that. Next number is going to be 257 again. There it is, just like I said. Now higher. There it is. I'm out right there. 200 shares. I just sold at 602. Now I'm up 271. Now up 277. Now up 284. Very nice. Very nice. Going to go to 284 again. Right here, I hit the sell. I just sold again. I just sold at 604. I now have 1,100 shares left. 1,100 shares left, and I'm up $276. Come on, baby. Keep rising now. Come on. And I got 3,800 to buy with tomorrow. Got 2 minutes left to sell all this, folks. I'm out. Just sold 601. I've got 959 shares left. Up $245 on the position right now. There she goes. There we go. Right on up. Come on, baby. Run. Run, baby. Run. I just sold another 200 shares. I've got 759 left. I'm up 240 on the position today. And I've got 700 shares left, and I have $5,000 to buy with tomorrow. Nice. Up $228 today, and 5,000 to buy with tomorrow. Nice. Doc Airlines, nice. My DCA is 577. All right. Very nice, you guys. Yeah, look how many wanted to buy at $6. I know it. That's why I didn't sell all of it. Man, that's a bunch of people wanting to buy $6 right there. A whole shitload. And the reason they wanted to buy $6 is that was my dollar cost average, Ruth. That's why all these people bought all around me, because they wanted to buy at my dollar cost average. But then an hour ago, they ran the price down to here. Man, I just started piling in. I sold a bunch of SoFi and I piled in, and I got my dollar cost average down here to 590, and that screwed them over. They didn't know what to do about that. That caught them off guard. They were all trying to say, oh, we bought with Catfish today. Oh, we got all over Catfish. Ah, ha, ha. Well, no, you didn't. Here's my DCA way down here. You didn't buy shit near me. Here's where you suckers all piled in, dumbasses. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, SoFi is going to start its recovery tomorrow. And by the way, don't be surprised to see this LAC. Don't be surprised to see it run right on up in the after hours now, because there was a hell of a lot of buying there at $6, folks. Somebody wanted a lot of shares at $6 of this stock today, LAC. And I believe that we're going to see it run right on up this afternoon and in the pre-market tomorrow. Let's go look at LAC here. Lithium America Core. 596, ask 597, and Yahoo's showing the price at 596. They're showing the price 595, and the bid is 596. And now the bid is, yes, 596, ask 597, and Yahoo's telling you it just sold for 595, even though the bid is 596. See that? All right, Yahoo, keep up the great work. Well, here's SoFi today, folks. Market makers trying like hell to get a 28.66 close or 28.55. Look at this time. It's all catching up here. 147, 148, 28.60, 28.61, 60, 60, 59, 58, 56, 55. 149 now is the time. 28.57, 58, 149, 150 now is the time. 151. Just watch it go through time, down 1.66% there. 1.66 is what they're trying there. Well, nicely done today, guys and gals, if you traded this stock with me. Very nicely done, guys. That was way that we played it right. And that's a lot of hoarding there. Look at all that hoarding. Gosh dang, folks, look at all this accumulation. Look at that accumulation all day. Just look at that accumulation there. Gosh dang, man, that's consolidating, baby. Hey, let me show you something. Look at this 6-month chart. Look at that 6-month chart on this stock. It's up 102% over the 6-month, up 115% on the 1 month. And on the 5-day, up 84% on the 5-day. But ladies and gentlemen, what does this say? Jeffries buy lowers from 8 to 7, and now it's at 6. Jeffries lowers from 8 to 7, and now it's at 6. Okay. Well, I see a lot of accumulation on this price right here. That looks like the same kind of accumulation that happened here. But instead of the drop, I think now this is going to accumulate here and pop. I could be wrong. But I don't think so. Not with all that volume I saw buying this thing at $6. I don't believe it. All right. SoFi summary. SoFi summary says today's low was, and that's obviously wrong because it's going to have to refresh this, 28.35, today's low attempt. All right. Action says 28.35. 28.35. Okay. And then after they ran it down to 28.35, it closed at 28.44. Oh, I love that. Closed at 28.44. Look at him try to suppress the recovery to just 11 cents. And what was the high today? 29.67. Wow. 29.67. All right. So, Alexa, what is 67 minus 49?
67 minus 49 is 18.
So, this morning we saw the price go up out of the gate 18 cents. Well, I got news for you, folks. After you saw that rise 18 cents, you should have known it was going to get attacked. And here's why, folks. Because every day they let this stock open up and go up 20 cents or 21 or 26. They always attack it down afterwards. Always. Always, folks. And from 29.67, they took it down to what low? 28.35. 28.35. All right, Alexa, what is 29.67 minus 28.35?
29.67 minus 28.35 is 1.32.
Down $1.32. So here's what I want to do here. I got this wrong. All right. Alexa, what is 67 minus 49? Is 25. Okay, so here we go.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what is 29.67 minus 29.49?
29.67 minus 29.49 is 0.18.
So out of the gate, folks, they went it from 29.49 to 29.67, up 18 cents. And then Alexa, what is 29.67 minus 28.35? Alexa, what is 29.67 minus 28.35?
29.67 minus 28.35 is 1.32.
Then they ran it down $1.32. And that's a red number, folks. So does it surprise you, folks, that yesterday they ran the stock up 39 cents at the open from 29.75 to 30.14? After they ran it up 39, they took it down $1.29. And then today, after they ran it up 18 cents from 29.49 to 29.67, they ran it down $1.32. It's the same thing, folks. And then it closed at 28.44 close. Off the low, that is up 11 cents off the low today. Wow. And what was the volume today? What was the volume today? 44,683,830. 44,683,830. Enter. And I'm only sorry that today I didn't write down the volume at 20 minutes till like I usually do so we could see how much volume came in. Usually at 3:40, I track what the volume is, and at the end of the day, I put the volume, and I can see how many shares were bought in the last 20 minutes, and I forgot to do that today on SoFi because I was too busy with that other stock that was getting manipulated all over, and I was playing the game. But, well, my goodness, why do you think the price went all the way down to there, and then as soon as the market closed, it's already up from there, 28.33? Why do you think it's all the way up to here now, 28.60? Why? Why do you think after the market closed that it ran up that much, 30 cents? Why? Oh, I know why. This is manipulation and manipulation and manipulation, 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 manipulation. And then this is when the manipulation ends at 4 o'clock. Boom. That's when the manipulation ends at 4. That's right. All the market makers are out. And by the way, look at the entire market red today. Everything's a sea of red, and you can thank Mr. Jerome Powell yesterday for getting up on the podium and telling the world that he thinks that the stock market is fairly overvalued. You can thank Jerome Powell for a sea of red today because he is the one who said yesterday that he thinks the stock market, this 72-year-old dipwit, thinks the stock market is overvalued. So you can thank Jerome Powell for this right here, ladies and gentlemen, because he, in his 72-old dementia mind, thinks that the stock market is overvalued. And it's none of his business anyway to even talk about the stock market. You're out of your league, Jerome. You got no business talking about the stock market. Talk about inflation. Talk about unemployment. But one of the things that's not in your category is the stock market, for God's sake. You don't know shit about stocks. It's not your business. Jerome, it's none of your business, okay? It's none of your business, Jerome. I'll tell you something about the stock market. When it's manipulated down, they like to try to manipulate it down to the devil's number, 66 cents. You see that? That's during the daytime. They got it down almost 66. And look what happened after that when the market closed. Up 13. Oh, jeez. Down 66 at the close, trying to get the devil's number, and then up 13 after the market is closed. See that? You learn from that, Jerome. I can tell you a lot more about the stock market, Jerome, than you'll ever even... I have forgotten more shit about stocks than you'll ever learn. Dumbass. Today I asked, after selling SoFi with me at $29.20, did you just buy back at $28.44? And you should be glad you did, because that's where they tried to close the price. And look where it is now. And I can see that out of the 215 votes, that it says 22% said yes, they did. Wise. Alexa, what is 215 times 22%?
215 times 22% is 47.3.
So, Alexa, terminate. So, basically, ladies and gentlemen, 47 individuals on this channel today sold SoFi with me this morning at $29.20 a share and bought it back with me at $28.44. Nice. Congratulations. That's day trading, baby. Nicely done. For those of you that are joining me late and you saw my thumbnail, here's the record to prove what my thumbnail says. ARKF just bought 2,220,559 shares of SoFi yesterday. And then with another fund, ARKK, bought 2,655,000 shares. That's $73 million worth of SoFi stock bought there, and $65 million bought there. You're talking 130 million, and she increased her portfolio value on the one position by 118%, and the other was a new position, so 4,306% up. Kathy Wood buying yesterday. Yike. Why? Why is Kathy Wood buying so many shares of SoFi? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the same reason that this one here, Wisdom Tree, increased their portfolio by percentage 203% increase. Wisdom Tree just increased their portfolio by 203.33%. See up there at the top, percentage shares. And then above that, we got Strive 1000, who increased their portfolio by, it says up here, value percentage 65%. And the one above that up 59%, 54%, 186%, a 4,300, 118% value increase. They're all buying the shit out of SoFi, folks, right now. They're buying the shit out of it. They're buying the dip, folks. They're buying the dip, and then they're going to smell the rip. Just like you who bought at $28.44 today, and now the price is $28.57. Nice. But hey, I'll ask you one more time, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and that is, can I show you some numbers? I want you to let you know about SoFi that an article came out yesterday. And let me save this information here first, and then I'll show you this article that came out yesterday. Just give me a second to get signed in here. And my wife is not going to be here till late tonight, so I can show you this right now. And here's what I want you to see. I want you guys to see that yesterday, a company called Interactive Brokers leads the Zero Hash Capital raise. So this Interactive Brokers helped Zero Hash Capital raise right here as Morgan Stanley, Apollo, and SoFi also make significant on-chain infrastructure investment. Zero Hash reaches unicorn status and is now valued at $1 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that SoFi is part of this. And Anthony Noto said yesterday, blockchain is a technology supercycle that will reshape financial services and make it faster, cheaper, and easier for people to interact with money. We're pleased to support Zero Hash's continued growth and accelerate the adoption of crypto, stablecoins, and tokenization across mainstream finance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is big. Very, very, very big. Interactive Brokers, Milan Galik says, Interactive Brokers has always prioritized giving clients better access to global markets. Zero Hash has been central in enabling us to expand into digital assets and to continue to innovate with confidence. Their regulatory first approach and proven scalability align with customers' values, and we're pleased to deepen our partnership through continued investment. So there's a lot of people here who have invested in this, and SoFi, ladies and gentlemen, is one of them. Also, Tasty Trade also has invested. As crypto moves into the mainstream, Zero Hash will be the default backbone for enterprises integrating digital assets, from neobanks and brokerages to payment companies and loyalty platforms. Their obsession with trust and doing things the right way makes them stand out. They have proven that they take a long-term view, and we're proud to stand behind them. Folks, this is very big news about Zero Hash, and you can read all about it. The lending crypto and stablecoin infrastructures platform Zero Hash today announced a 104 million Series D2 raise, and SoFi jumped right in on that. Morgan Stanley came in on it. SoFi, Apollo Managed Funds, Jump Crypto, Northwestern Mutual, Future Ventures, Liberty City Ventures, all of them piling in. Yep, and existing investors included Peaks, Six, Tasty Trade, and Nika Partners, who had participated in the round. Folks, this is big. You didn't know about it, but I'm sharing it with you. It's about SoFi being part of this whole thing. SoFi's right in the middle, and they're mainstream of it all, folks. They're right in the middle of it all. SoFi is positioning itself to be a leader in this whole new industry, folks. The new 104 million raise brings Zero Hash's total funding to 275 million. This capital will accelerate product expansion, support talent growth, and further solidify its role in powering on-chain innovation for the world's leading financial institutions. Zero Hash provides the infrastructure that enables any businesses to seamlessly unlock crypto, stablecoin, and tokenization solutions for their customers. The company has been building in the United States since 2017, making it one of the industry's longest standing players. To date, Zero Hash has supported over 5 million users across 190 countries, providing solutions for some of the largest and most innovative global companies, including Interactive Brokers, Stripe, Shift4, BlackRock's BUIDL. This is big, folks, for SoFi to be in on this. And I want you to know that this is the channel where I found this guy here. I can't remember what his name is, and I always like to try to give credit where credit is due. So SoFi's now up 15 cents in after hours. So it's only down 50 cents today, folks, at the end of the day. And let's do one other thing here. I'm going to try to look right here and see if I can find this guy's name so you guys can hear all about this and look more into detail in it. All right, so let me just go over to history and find my history here. Hold on. And I will show you this guy's channel. I'll show you this guy's channel so you know who he is. Just give me a second here. Oh, jeez, history. Dadgummit. Well, I must not have it on this. I must have been watching it on my wife's phone or something. It's not showing up on my history, unfortunately. Shoot. I'm sorry about that. I don't see it, though. I don't see his name either. Dang. Well, at least you can see his picture, and you can try to maybe find it. I wonder if there's anything. Let me just try and search SoFi zero hash. SoFi zero hash. Maybe I can find it that way. Ah, here he is right here. I found him. His channel is Jason Amareld. Okay. This is his channel right here, Jason Amareld. And you can go there and watch his video yesterday about if you want all the details about this deal, okay, about zero hash. I just wanted to let you know that that's his name, Jason Amareld. And now you can see SoFi continuing to rise in the after hours, just as we all expected. And now this morning, just for kicks and grins, I decided to see what SoFi's price was at the pre-market. And this is at 8 o'clock and 11 seconds on September 24th. 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock and 11 seconds. This is 8 o'clock and 15 seconds. And I want to make sure you guys can see what I'm showing you, so hold on a second. There we go. Yes, you can. This is this morning at 8 o'clock, folks, on SoFi. Look at that, 29.33 at 8 o'clock and 16 seconds. And 29.28, 8 o'clock and 17 seconds. 5-cent drop in 1 second. 29.40, well, then you got to put in your sell orders at 29.39 and your buybacks at 28.88. This is in the pre-market this morning. SoFi was 29.35 and then 29.39 at 8 o'clock and 21 seconds. 29.32 at 8 o'clock and 23 seconds. 29.33, 29.33 at 8 o'clock and 42 seconds. The 31, the 33, the 33. The 28 again, 8 o'clock, 8:01 and 7 seconds. 29.28. 8:01 and 17, 29.30, 8:01, 29.26 at 8:02. So, folks, you could put in sell orders at 29.39 because that 29.40 was spiking, and put your buy orders at 29.27 and just keep it up all morning after 8. Because there it is again, right back to 29.33. And then 29.32, and that's the last picture I took this morning. All right. Somebody says news has just broke out about Open. So let's go over here and look at OPEN stock. OPEN. Alexa, call Dave Sunday.
Calling Dave Sunday's mobile.
Tyler.
Hey, you still holding Open?
I don't know. I gotta look.
It's up 21% right now. Big news this afternoon just came out.
No, I got rid of it all.
Oh, all right.
Yep,
All right.
it happened.
Yeah, it went up. It went up 16% today and up 5% in the after hours.
Wow.
Yep. What are you holding right now?
I got BBAI, Lyft, RGTI. That thing's going crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
And SoFi.
All right, BBAI. Let me take a look at that.
It was up a couple days ago, pretty good at 806. 761.
Yep, I saw.
Let's see. BB.
So it's today it got worked down just like SoFi did, 5% down today.
Yeah.
Are you holding a lot of it?
If you look at the history on it.
Yep, the 1 month. Oh my God, yeah. So there's going to be some consolidation. Yeah, there's going to be a pullback. There has to be.
Well, there was just a takedown from a response to yesterday's shit.
Yep. And yesterday, our buddy Jerome Powell decided to come out and stand at a podium and tell the world that he believes the stock market is fairly overvalued. Now, Dave, it's none of his effing business to talk about the stock market. That's not his forte, and that's not what he does. So why he's standing at the podium telling everyone he's worried about the stock market is out of his league.
He's not making money at it, so that's why he...
That's right.
Or that's actually what he's doing. He's influencing because he wants everybody to bail on it so all the prices go down so he can buy it low, and then it's going to take off again.
Oh, you think he would do something like that, Dave?
Yeah. No, that never happened.
Oh, goodness. You don't think. Oh, look at all the people showing the love. Everybody agrees with you there, my friend. Everybody agrees with you there. There's no doubt about it. What a piece of shit that guy is. Oh, man, he is a work of art, folks, telling everybody the last time around for the meeting that he wasn't going to lower interest rates because he's worried that tariffs could be inflationary. I told everybody then, you better go look at what tariffs have done every time they've been implied, because every single tariffs that ever got introduced into the United States, every single time, history is without fail, shows that tariffs are deflationary. And it's historically proven. You can go back and look at it in the early 1900s and the 1930s when tariffs were around. It was deflationary, and he should just know that. But apparently, he wasn't going to lower interest rates because he was worried that tariffs could be inflationary. What a moron. I mean, I tell you, that guy is just, oh, God, unbelievable. So, Bullet Serenade says, I never was good in history. Yep.
For sure.
Hey.
It's all the push.
Poor Jerome.
Influencers.
Yep. Yeah. Doug Dillner says, poor Jerome Plow got what his department, WAW. Great work. Thank you, Paul Thomas says. You're welcome very much. We love you so much, Kat. Thank you, Fortnite Chills. Haven't seen you in a while, but thank you. I know you were getting in with me when the prices were $6 and $7 and $8 Fortnite, so congratulations to you. And World Free Speech says it will be running up soon as we get the first commercial with the Bulls. All right, I hear you. Yep. Telelamas, thank you for Telelamas, thank you for your comments. Ruth C, thank you. Ruth C. Kenny Putnam, thank you. $5.98. Ruth C, look how many wanted to buy it at $6. Yep. All right, everybody. Well, we had a very good day today. Dave, today someone called out a stock this morning. They called out a stock called QURE. The thing went up. The thing went up 236%. QURE. So tomorrow, folks, Don't be surprised to see them come after this thing and wash out all the newbies at 9:30 to 9:45. They're going to knock the shit out of it. You know they will, because God dang, the volume on this thing is just outrageous. But be
That
aware.
was volume 1 million. Today it was 69 million.
Yeah, for sure.
And it went up 3384 today.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. So anyway, I just that's kind of like the stock that I told everybody you owned about a year and a half ago called COMS. And I told you, I called you and said, sell that stock right now. You were riding down the highway, and I told you to pull over and sell it because it had gone from $1.50 up to $24 a share. And he tries to sell the stock, and they told him he didn't own it. They told him he did. They told him he didn't have any shares of it. Those liars. They lied to him. They lied to him, folks, and told him that he didn't own any shares of that stock. And that's because they had sold his shares to someone else, folks. Yeah, they had sold his shares to someone else. So when he went to sell them, they'd already sold them or loaned them out. And he couldn't sell his shares, folks. I couldn't believe my eyes when I heard that. When you told me that, I could not believe it. They ripped you off like that. My God, I mean, that is just insane that they would rip him off like that, folks. And you just heard Gary Inwards talking yesterday about them ripping him off. These brokerages, man, they will take you to the cleaners. And they ripped off Gary yesterday. They told him that he didn't have the money, and then he called them about him, and they said, "Oh well, we'll get the money back to you in a couple days." 20-something thousand dollars, I think it was. They took his money, and then told him he didn't have it. At first, he had to go and he had to dig and find, and he found out, and then they said, "Okay, we'll give it back to you in 48 hours." Can you believe that shit? I mean, folks, listen. These brokerage houses, they will screw you over, okay? And you better put your sell orders in on these stocks up high, because they'll loan them out to other people, and then you won't have them to sell when you want to sell them, like they did him that day on COMS. I'm not sure that was the stock symbol, COMS, but it was something like that. COSM, I think it was, COSM. And I had told him to buy it, and when it was $1.50, and sure enough, it went all the way up to $24. He called them to sell. He went on his account, and there was nothing there. There was no shares.
Disappeared.
Disappeared. His shares had disappeared when the price went from $1 to $24. His shares were gone. Did they ever put them back in there, Dave? Did they ever give you back the shares?
Oh yeah, when it went back down.
Oh yeah, they gave him the shares back after it went back. What? Man, I tell you, man, watch out. These people will rip you off. They're all crooks. Yep. Can I? I never. No, I'm not kidding, man. These people, they're all crooks. They're all crooks. If they can find an angle to screw you over, they will. All right. Well, thank you, Alex Pakal, for letting us know about Open. I'll be having that on my radar for tomorrow for a buy. OPEN. Thank you, Alex Pakal. OPEN. And anyway, today, Dave, I jumped on a stock called LAC. LAC.
Okay.
Yep, LAC. It's a lithium company. And I started buying it at about $5.88. And it went up to over $6. It got to around $6.10, $6.13, and I started selling it. And then at the end of the day, I got my dollar cost average down to $6. And then they just started buying shares all around me, Dave. They just started buying. And at $6, they just amassed a horde of shares at $6. I mean, they bought at $6. At $5.94, they bought $7,800,000. At $5.96, they bought $7,800,000. At $5.97, they bought $8,400,000. And my dollar cost average, Dave, was at $6. At $5.98, they bought. At $5.98, they bought $10 million. At $5.99, they bought 9,200,000, and at my dollar cost average, they bought 10,384,000 shares. The most of all at my dollar cost average. Well, then, Dave, what they did was about an hour before the market closed, they ran the price down to about $5.83. And man, I started selling SoFi and I bought shit tons of that thing. And then they ran it right back up and they ran it up and they tried to close it at my dollar cost average and they couldn't do it because by then I ran my DCA from 6 all the way down to 590. And then at the end of the day, I got to sell almost every one of the shares. I had about 4,000 shares and I ended up making $290 on the stock. And everybody else was trading it with me. I think they might have done well too. I don't know. But today, Dave, I asked my channel, and this morning when SoFi got up to 29, 17, 18, 19, and 20, and all the way up to 29.30, I told everyone to sell there. And we started selling at 29.24 through 29.30. We sold a bunch of shares. A lot of everybody on the channel sold there. And as a matter of fact, I had 223 people voted. And I asked, after selling SoFi with me at 29.20 to 29.30, did you buy back at 28.44? And out of 224 votes, 47 people said that they did exactly what I did. 47 of my viewers sold today at the high of the day, 29.20 through 29.30, and then bought back at the low, 28.44. And then now the price in after hours is, where's it now in after hours, folks?
28.58.
Well, there you go, folks. You bought it back at 28.44, and it's now 28.58 in the after hours. So good job, folks, because you sold with me at the 29.30, which was on my buy-sell sheet, which I showed everybody this morning. And I showed them. I said, they were like, well, why are you selling here, Catfish? Your dollar cost average is higher than that price. And I said, because I know they're going to kill it at 29.20 to 29.30. They're going to knock it down from 29.30 is what I said. And sure enough, from 29.30 all the way back down to 28.40 or something today was the low. 28 what? God dang, man. They massacred that thing after we sold it. The low.
28.37.
God dang. That is a massacre, folks. They ran it down 93 cents after we sold it. Nice. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. Yep, the low today, 28.35 after we sold it, 29. And by the way, Dave, this morning when the market first opened up, it jumped up to 29.60, and I told everybody to sell there. And I had sell orders. I had sell orders in at 29.60, 62, 64, 65, 66. I had sell orders all through there, and not a.
I was buying in at 29.20, 29.37 yesterday.
And
so
not
I was just sitting on it, waiting.
Right, and
to see if it'll come back. Everybody's buying today. Volume is way down today.
Yeah, it was.
Volume 72. There's only 45.5 million volume today.
Right. And also, by the way, even though I had
Still
all
there, I lost you. Can't hear you.
Hold on. All right, can you hear me now?
Yep.
So listen, and today, even though I had sell orders up to the 29, 63, 64, 65, 66, and it went up to 29.67, I think was the high, but not one of those orders sold. Not one of them sold. I had 60 share orders at 29.61, 29.64, 65, and 66. Not one of them sold. Not one of them sold. And I was putting in market sell orders there. Market sell, market sell, market sell. And then they let it fall. And I said, shit. So I had to cancel all my sell orders because they ran the price right down from 29.66 all the way down to 29.30. And my orders still weren't filled. So they were going to sell my orders that, not at the high at 66. They were going to sell them at the 30s. And I said, shit, no, man. So I canceled all of them because God dang, they didn't fill my orders. I was mad. Oh, man, I was mad. Why, you know, why and I'm putting in these market share sells when it was up there at the 60, 61, 63, 64, 65, and they just sat there for minutes. They sat there, and then the price started falling, and though my orders weren't filling. I'm like, what the man? So I just canceled all of my sell orders. Or I would have made even more money today if they would have filled my sell orders that I had at the 60s. But anyway, at least I got to sell some at the 30s, you know, but damn. They screwed me. They screwed me, Dave. They didn't let me get those orders out at the high of the day. They just didn't even fill those orders. And there's other people I know that were right there with me trying to sell and they wouldn't sell. Could Uncle Tyler suggest me some more stocks to buy like SoFi? I bought SoFi at $6 watching your stream. Oh, very nice, Kunai. Well, one stock we're going to be trading tomorrow is going to be OPEN, okay? Open. When we watch the market tomorrow, when it opens up, Open is probably going to get dropped because it's up 5% now in after hours. But they're going to drop it in the morning at 9:30 to 9:45. And we're going to look to get in on OPEN, okay, Kunai? All right.
Well, Monday it was up at 9:33, and then went down to 9:21, but then it started collapsing. It went clear down into the sevens, and it's attached to real estate, so be careful on that one.
All right. Yep. Open.
It's attached to the real estate market. The real estate market, I think, is tightening up.
Yes. Yeah. Well, actually, the new home loans. Oh my gosh, Open is now up 10% in after hours. It's at 9:07, folks. It's at 9:07.
There you go.
All right, tomorrow morning though, we got to have an eye on that one because they'll probably try to manipulate the newbies out of it in the morning. We're going to be watching OPEN tomorrow. That's going to be one of my top picks. OPEN. All right, guys. Well, listen.
All right, good luck.
Yep. I hope you have a great evening, my friend.
All right, love you, brother.
Love you too, man. We'll talk to you later.
Bye, man.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. Well, let's be watching Open tomorrow. No big deal to see SoFi get pulled down a little bit here because it really is at a point where it needs to breathe some. We need to let it breathe some, folks. I showed you guys 2 days ago. It was up 1 out of 1 days, 2 out of 2, 2 out of 3, then 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6. Then it was 5 out of 7, then 6 out of 8, 7 out of 9, 8 out of 10 days with a higher low. And you just got to have it pull back a little. You can't just keep it going up. That's not how stocks work, folks. So just let it breathe a little bit here, and then we'll get it, and it'll go right on up. And it will be going to the $33. All right? It's going to go to $33 because that's what the Elliott wave is calling for. And just so you guys can see something here, which I'm going to show you real quick, I want you to look at this, and then I'm going to be gone. All right? Here's what I want you to look at. On this right here, this shoulder hitch, look where the price was. $13.85. All right, on this low of this shoulder hitch, the price was $14.03. And look what it did after this hitch. It went from $14.03 up to this price. $21.70. Folks, it went up $7.70 after this hitch right here. $7. After this hitch right here, what did it do? It went from $21.22 up to this price. It went from $21.22 to $25.45. It went up $4.25. And then from this hitch, right here, from this hitch, it went up to this price. From this hitch, $25.44. It went up to this price, $29.60. Folks, that is again $4.40 up. From here, $4.40 up. From here, $4.40 up. Do you understand what I'm saying? And then from right here, I want you to look at something with me, please. When this price hit this price right here of $21.90, how much did they pull it down to where they got that shoulder? 70 cents down. 70 cents down from $21.90 to this shoulder. 70 cents. What is this drop here right now? What is this drop to this shoulder we're building now? What is this drop? The price was $29.66, I guarantee you, $29.67, and they dropped it down how much? $29.67 to this line where we are right now, to $29.59, folks. That is only a 7-cent drop. This is a 7-cent drop. This drop right here was from $21.85 to $21.10. Do you see that? This drop right here was from $21.85 down to this price, $21.10. That's a 75-cent drop right there. And then a shoulder. And here the price is dropped from what? $29.66 today was the high, $29.67, which would be right here. $29.66 is where it was. And they dropped it to what price? From $29.66 to $28. That's a 90-cent drop. So here a 70-cent drop, and here a 90-cent drop. And then the shoulder. Here, a 70-cent drop, and then the shoulder, and then a $4.40 pop. And here, a 90-cent drop, and then the shoulder, and we're going to see a $4.40 pop. Ladies and gentlemen, from where we are right here now, at this price, $28.48, we're going to go $4 up to $32.88. Write it down on your calendar. The next number we're going to go to is $32.88 right up here. Because it's the same thing they did here. And by the way, it's the same thing they did way down here. It's the same thing. Look at this drop right here. How much was this drop from right here? $13.84. And I'm sure that was really $13.88. $13.88, folks, to this price right here. How much is that drop? $13.88. Oh, look at that. A 70-cent drop again. 78-cent drop. So here, a 78-cent drop. Here, a 70-cent drop. And now up here, a 90-cent drop to build the shoulder on. And then we're going to go up to $4 higher, folks, just like we've done every time before. You understand what I'm saying? And this is probably why Kathy Wood just bought yesterday. She got on my channel yesterday, and she saw me show everybody that this is a shoulder and a pop. And then she showed, and I showed everybody yesterday that this is a shoulder and then a pop. And then I said, and this is a shoulder and a pop. And ladies and gentlemen, this again is a frickin' shoulder building from which to launch. And I showed you this last week when the price was here. I showed you the same shoulder, folks, and I told you it was going to pop off of it. I showed you this shoulder here and told you it would pop off that because it was going to do the same thing it did before down here. They're identical charts. I told you right here, this shoulder right here, when I saw that, I said, this is the same thing. And now we're seeing the same thing again. The same thing, folks, from which it will launch. And the thing you need to understand the most about this is you better look at where that 5-day turquoise line was when this shoulder was met. The turquoise line was right on where the shoulder was born. Right here, the turquoise 5-day was right here, right next to it, just below it. The 5-day was just below it there when that shoulder was formed. And here, the 5-day was right even with it when that shoulder was formed. The 5-day was here. And look where this shoulder is now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you, when this 5-day moving average gets to that right there, you can expect the same result as when this 5-day hit there and as when the other 5-day hit down here. When the 5-day got to it, folks, it was off. When the 5-day reached it here, it was off. When the 5-day reached it there, it was off. And I'm here to tell you, when the 5-day reaches this here, this thing is going to go off. You'll all witness it. You'll all watch it. When this 5-day comes up here and gets to right there, just like this place right here, and just like the one below, it is going to rise $4 to 32 and 33 bucks. 32.88, folks, is my call for next pit stop for SoFi to load the train. And let's just go and see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. Now, I want to thank all of you who've been here with me today. I appreciate it very much. I know there's lots of other places that you could spend your time, but I just want to thank you so much for being here with me on this channel for such a long time. And I hope that you've been enjoying my music and streaming my music on your Spotify or Apple Music or Google Play or Tidal or whoever, Amazon. Just look my name, Tyler, last name Self, SELPH. Get over to that channel and subscribe to it and stream my music all day while you're trading with me. I asked yesterday, and there were 39 people said they're streaming my music each day while we're streaming. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, because that creates revenue. My music channel is just going to get bigger and bigger if more and more people start listening while we're trading each day. All right. So go over, even on YouTube, I've got a playlist in my description down there with 125 songs. Play them. Before you go to bed at night, go over to YouTube and hit play my playlist and sleep all night long with my music playing. 125 songs. And you don't have to listen to them, just play them. That's what I'm asking you to do. Just go to YouTube, click on my playlist, hit play, and just walk away and let it play all night long. Sleep while it plays. And in the morning when you get up, go to YouTube and hit my playlist and hit play, and then 125 more songs will play back to back. And I get commercials each one, and I get paid on the commercials. So, folks, thank you for doing that. I appreciate it, because we're going to add up a lot of money in my music. Right now, as the last time I checked, I had $1,884 on September the 12th. Let's find out how much you guys make that raise by listening to my music each day. I can't wait to see how much it goes up in a month. From 1884.10. I can't wait to see how much you guys make it go up. And we're going to use all that money one day to have a massive party. And folks, listen, it can build up fast. This 1884, you guys aren't going to believe that. I don't even know how I got to that number, because here's how many songs you have to play to get to $1,800 when you're making this kind of money. Look how much money I make every time the song's played. Can you believe I've actually got the number up to $1,800 when I'm only getting fractions of pennies in Australia and Canada and Ireland and Denmark and Canada and all over the country, all over the world, my music is played. Hong Kong and Italy and New Zealand and Sweden and everywhere. Come on over and become part of the family that's listening to my music in Austria and Zimbabwe. Come on over and listen. And folks, as you listen and stream while I'm playing, doing stocks all day, and you sleep at night and my songs are playing, you'll be paying Catfish Tyler for what I'm doing for you every day. Just by listening to my music, or just by hitting the stream button and don't even listen to it. Just turn the volume down. I do not care. But it adds up, folks. It all adds up, as you can see, play after play after play. And these are all the songs. And you can even see here as you scroll down which ones are the favorite songs. If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. I mean, they're even playing My Old Red Truck Saved Christmas Day, folks. Singing the 3-minute song. People really like that tune. And it all starts to add up, folks. It all adds up. 28 cents I got for 96 plays. 28 cents for 96 plays. And again, it doesn't seem like a lot, but the next thing you know, after all these people keep listening and listening and listening, it adds up. And right now I've got my total for this term is $1,884. That's how much my music's being played. So come on, folks, join in and listen to my music on YouTube's playlist or on your Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. I'd appreciate it. And it's really, I think you'll enjoy the music, folks. I think you will. I think you'll enjoy some of the songs I have. And just to give you an idea quickly of what are the types of songs that I have, why not? I'm going to show you right now one of my songs so you can hear the quality of the music. And we'll play one here. Just let me get on my channel and my playlist, and I'll play you one of these songs so you can hear the caliber of the music that I'm doing. So you can hear I'm not just monkeying around here, folks. I've got some serious music that has absolutely been costing me a fortune to produce in all these studios. But I'm going to play you a song right now so you can hear one of my songs, and then we'll say farewell, okay? And this song that you're going to hear right now is called Two Kids in a Candy Store. Two Kids in a Candy Store, folks. And then we're going to say goodbye to everyone. And this is me and my buddy Jamie Loritz created this song. All right, well, that's just one of my many songs I wanted to share with you there, and I hope you'll come on over and enjoy my music, everyone, here. I hope you do. I have a lot more, too, many other songs, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to take a real quick break here. I want to go get a nice cold one, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to let you guys hear one more of my songs that I hope you like a lot called Like Me. And I'm going to play this while I go get a cold one, and then I'll come back and we'll close out the day. This song is called Like Me, and it is available on all platforms. You got another kid coming. Pick one now in 6 years. And I wish I could tell you how happy I am, but there's something with your I can't understand. Yeah, I must confess it's a little disturbing. How could I have missed what I've been observing? Look at our kids and it's become clear to see. Not a single day one of them looks like me. Children look like me at all. Yeah, I walk right by them and they're there in the mall. It's weird they can be there right in front of my eyes and look like old strangers I just can't recognize. And my friends, they all paired and show me is there. I should take time and pay better attention. Tell me my wife might be fooling around. That's why all my kids look like guys here in town. Now I'm watching my son as he's playing ball. He does look a bit like our mailman they call. I look in the eyes of the one born last summer, and much to my surprise, looks like Peter the plumber. That's a real bummer. Feeling the bummer. And now I'm looking around, and here's what I found. Yeah, my kids do look like other guys here in town. So I'm starting to wonder when I'm not home if my wife isn't there by herself all alone. But then my baby's born today, please don't say oh my. He sure looks like Richard, our piece of guy. I'll be proud and I'll shout if I finally see that when that baby pops out, it looks something like me. Looks a little like me. Oh, that'll sure be sweet. If it looks something like me, but we'll have to wait and see. But her hoping it will be just a little like me, a little like me. But we'll just wait and see. All right. Well, I'm back now. Hopefully, we won't get any commercials. And we can have a Mountain Blue here. A nice cold Mountain Blue, everybody. And I hope you just decided that and enjoyed that song. And it's time for a nice cold Mountain Blue. So let me turn this light on and get this back over here. And, yes, folks. Time to reward ourselves for a good day's trading. And I wanted to take a look at LAC now, see where that thing is in after hours. Where it is in after hours. It's only down 1%. Well, I sold about 2,500 shares right before the close of that, so I'm glad I did. But it's only down 1%, so 6 cents. 6 cents down. And ladies and gentlemen, we are, as I said, going to be sharing Mountain Blue here. This is the new Mountain Blue. Time to do the do with the Mountain Blue. And folks, when you pour this, you need to get yourself a 5. It's called a nickel head. So when you pour this, you better have a nickel head on it like that. A nickel head, folks. Don't do it anymore. JP Panex, see you tomorrow, Catfish. Gary Bullock, everyone have an awesome evening. The Lord bless you through a great day of trades tomorrow. Jose Rodriguez, how far will SoFi go? If you can wait long enough, it'll be at $80. I keep a frosted mug in my freezer as well. I need a second. I have 2 of them in there. Oh, that is delicious. And now I see LAC is about to go back up over $6 right now. It was just down 6 cents. Now it's down only 3. And it's going to rise, it looks like, LAC. What a day of trading today. Oh, yeah. Yep, LAC is now at $5.99 and climbing. $6. We just saw 6. $6 on LAC, folks. Watch it rise. Look at that thing go, folks. Oh, my goodness gracious. And it was just down 6 cents for a moment. And there she goes, folks. Cha-ching. I've still got 798 shares of this. Nice. Let's go look at the charts, ladies and gentlemen. LAC is what we want to look at now. LAC. Oh, shit. And I just poured a bunch of beer all over my laptop. All over it, folks. Dadgummit. Hold on a second here, guys. Turned off the light and knocked my beer over right on my laptop. Fortunately, it didn't get into the keys, I don't think, too much. It just got a little bit right on the bottom here. Right on the very bottom here. Holy smokes. That was a close call. Because it almost went on the keys, down in the keys. Let me turn the light on here, folks, so I can see this better. There's my splash spill. Unfortunately, like I said, it did not go down inside. It did not get down in the keys there, I don't think. I see a little bit of moisture there, but most of it did not get in the keys. Yeah, that's good. My whole daggum beard, half of it gone. Jeez, oh, Pete's. I don't care, though. There's more beer where that came from. We're never going to cry over a spilt beer. But dang. Hold on. There's a little bit that got up here, but not anything that got down inside there. And my keyboards needed a good cleaning anyway, so now we're getting them all cleaned off. All right. Get rid of that. And just give me a second to make sure I got everything off this bottom underneath here too. I don't want any beer left there. I think we just about got it all now. But I was going to show you something very cool until I just did that mess. Yes, I was. All right. I believe we got it all. Let me just make sure there's none right here. And none underneath here. All right. We're good to go now. Nice. We got the desk all cleaned off with a nice beer spill. And I did quickly grab it so it didn't all fall out. I mean, Mountain Dew, Mountain Blue, Mountain Blue. Michael Arianka, beer me. All right. Now let me get logged back in or up here again, because I want to look at LAC on the chart right now. And what I was going to do was come over here and get on this screen on here, and I was going to put LAC, and I hit my beer, LAC. There we go. And let us look now at it. Today on this stock, folks, I made $243 on LAC today. All right. And on my stream right now, I would like to do another poll. I'm going to close this poll. And on this poll, ladies and gentlemen, that I started today, it said, after selling SoFi at $29.20 with me, did you just buy it back at $28.44 range? And yeses got 23% of my viewers did that. Nice. Sold $29.20 and bought it $28.44. 76 cents less. And some of you bought even less than that. And some of you sold with me at $29.30 when I sold $29.28, $29.30. Some of you sold all the way with me up to $29.30, I know. So out of 238 votes today, 23% said yes. Alexa, what is 238 times 23%?
238 times 23% is 54.74.
So 54 people on this channel today sold SoFi near the high of the day and bought it at the low of the day. Nice. I'm very proud of you who did that. And just so you can see something, proof of what I'm getting at here, I'm going to go over here to my channel, and I want you to see me live. And there's my thumbnail that I created today. I hope you enjoyed that and it got your attention. But I got more for you. So this is this morning. Just give me a second here. All right. So this is this morning on this stream. And let me just turn this screen off here so you can see this. And this is right at the market open this morning. This is right when the market opened. So I'm now showing you what happened this morning when the market opened this morning. And what I did, as I started telling you guys to put in sell orders right there, and they would not fill. My sell orders up there where the price had hit for the high at $29.66 would not fill. I had tried to get them to fill up there at the top, and they wouldn't fill. Watch this. So right here, all these orders I started putting in that I had in to sell there, none of them sold. Now, I don't know if they sold on my Fidelity account or not, but I was trying to tell everybody right out of the gate to sell as soon as they ran it up about 40 cents. I was yelling at everyone, sell, 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 and then I couldn't get my sell orders. I couldn't get any of my sell orders to sell, but I had to start buying here. When they started running it down, I started nibbling because I'm like, well, shit. They didn't let me sell any of those orders up in the 60s. They didn't let me sell any of those orders in the 60s. This is this morning, right out of the gate this morning, the price ran up to the 66 cents, and I told you to sell there. And when they ran it down here, I started buying at the bottom of this big wall. I started buying right down here at the bottom of this. At the bottom of this massive wall, I figured, okay, when it gets down here below this, right below this, I'll start buying it. But first, the price ran up, and it got up here to 30, and you'll see me start selling it this morning. I started selling it when it got up into the 30. You'll see me start putting sell orders in right here when it gets up to 29.30. You'll start seeing me dropping in sell orders here, selling. And I was selling at 29.30. Went over here, I showed you again how they're trying to accumulate right here, and then it's going to run up, I said, after they accumulate at this level right here. And sure enough, there she took off. So, ladies and gentlemen, I said, look at this massive wall. And when it got up here, I started selling it. When it got over that wall, I started selling it right there. I started selling it at 29.30. I started getting out between 29.20 and 30. And I showed that massive wall right there. I showed that massive wall. I was trying to show people. This is this morning on this channel. This is what happened this morning early. And I was showing everybody the accumulation there. And then I'll show you that it started to run up. And I told you they do not want this price to go over this price. So every time it went over these prices, I started selling it. Because I knew they didn't want it to go over this. I could see that this was their line in the sand. They'd drawn their line in the sand. So anytime it got up there, I sold it this morning. And you'll watch it right here. You'll see what happens. You'll see as it goes up here, you'll see me start selling when it gets up there. And then I showed people again, look, they tried to accumulate a big nut sack here, right here. And I told everybody that they filled it yesterday all the way out to these levels. They filled out. And I said, they're not going to do that today. So this morning, if you look up at the top, I was up on SoFi, $188 right there. And I started selling it. I said, all right, folks. And then I showed everybody ARK Investment. And I showed everybody ARK Investment. That's Kathy Wood yesterday. On the 23rd, I showed them that Kathy Wood came in and bought millions of shares. 5,800,000 plus shares she bought this yesterday. Wow. I showed everybody that. Then I was comparing institutional ownership of the banks versus SoFi, all the other banks. Someone mentioned that stock, and I said, don't buy it yet. I showed everybody how fast they dropped the price on SoFi years back, and I told everybody they dropped it through there so fast it was going to go right back up through that. So this morning I showed everybody why I knew SoFi was going to rise, because it dropped too fast. So it went right back up the same way. That's what I showed everybody this morning. And I called it. I told you the way they had dropped it down so fast from this area down to there, I knew that it was going to run back up at the same rate. And that's exactly what it did. And I told everybody that for a year and a half. I told them it was going to go up the same way. I said, when it finally breaks, it's going to run up the same. And there it went. Boom, just like I said. Because it was run down too fast long ago, folks. So this is what I did this morning. In case you missed this morning, this is kind of a review of the day's events. And what I told you we were going to do with this stock is buy it there, buy it there, buy it there, buy it there, buy it there. This is SoFi. And I was right. And I'm just kind of going over a review here of what I showed everybody today. And when we got to this stage here, this is on SoFi. I started selling it when it got up to the top of this big thing here, I started selling it. And then I picked up this stock and I said, oh my God, look at that rundown. And I said, we're going to buy this right now, buy this here on that, which I did. And this was the stock LAC. So this is where I told everybody to buy LAC this morning, right there. And the price was $5.83. And I started telling it. And I bought 420 shares of it when it dropped to that little nut sack. That's when I bought it, when it got on that net sack today, and I told everyone else to come in with me too. And now I see it's continuing to rise in after hours. There she goes, right on up now. Not even 6 cents down anymore. Starting to rise. LAC, folks. And I told everyone this morning to buy it on that nut sack. That's what I told everyone when they got LAC down. Right there, when I showed you that nut sack right there, I said it's time to buy it. On the nut sack, folks. Someone mentioned this one. I said, don't get in on that yet. We'll get that one tomorrow. But anyway, basically, this is what happened this morning. I tried to get everybody to buy LAC on this drop right here. I tried to get everybody to buy LAC. Or that was SoFi. That was SoFi. Well, we did buy it there. We bought SoFi there. Right here, I showed you that all of the markets are red today. This morning, all markets red today. You want to know why? Because this guy that's 72 years old, that is called Jerome Powell, decided to get on a microphone yesterday and tell the whole world that he personally thinks that the stock market is overvalued. That's right. This 72-year-old Powell decided to, instead of just shut his freaking mouth and let things go and see where they fall, he had to come out and say he thought the market was overvalued. That's the kind of guy we got running the Federal Reserve, folks. Boy, he's really out to help our economy, isn't he, by saying something like that, that guy? He's really out to see America prosper and get better and better by making a comment like that, huh? Hey, Powell, I got a question for you. How does that help our economy in any freaking way, for you to say such a thing? Do you not realize that once you cut interest rates, even more money is going to leave the money markets? Folks, this picture I'm showing you right here of the money markets, there's a lot of money going into the money markets. There is a ton of money leaving the equities here over the last 4 years because of COVID and everything else that's left the market and gone into money markets. The money's flowed out of the equities market and gone into money markets. And I can show you right here on this chart. We do not, hey, Powell, we don't need any more money leaving the NASDAQ and the Dow. We don't need all the money leaving the markets and going into these things, money markets. We don't need that. So shut the fuck up about how the stock market is fairly overvalued. The reason all this money has been going into these money markets is because everyone's been scared with the tariffs and the COVID and everything, and all this money's just been going into money markets. $17 trillion is sitting in here right now, being ready to be unleashed onto the equities market if that guy would shut his mouth and just cut rates. It's the truth, folks. $17 trillion has now gone into money markets while the Fed has screwed around. And I say, why don't you get like me and wise up and cut rates and we can all make money? But for goodness sakes, one thing we don't need you doing there, Mr. P, we don't need you trying to deflate this remarkable stock market that is pissing you off, because it shows that somebody who knows about business has taken the helm. And all the Dems were saying, if he takes over, oh, the market's going to crash. Oh, they all were saying that. Oh, man, if he gets in there, the stock market is going to go to hell in a handbag. All of them, they were saying that, folks. If he gets office, the stock market, and then you had Tampon Tim a couple days after Elon Musk got into the thing and saying, oh, look at how much this Tesla stock has fallen. Ha, 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 ha. What a moron dipshit that guy is. But now that the Dow and the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, yesterday, all three hit record all-time highs the day before yesterday. All three at the same day. What do you got to say now, Tampon? Where are you? Oh, did you make the phone call to Powell yesterday and say, why don't you make an announcement that you think the stock market is overvalued, overinflated, it's going to collapse? Why don't you do that for us? Can you help us out? Because shit, man, we can't have this daggum stock market scaling up and like that, and we can't have Republicans getting so much Trump's approval rating at all-time highs, and Dems are just getting decimated with their memberships. People are just had it with they're just out of their minds, these 5% of the population that they keep trying to pander to. These Democrats are just like, I'm sad to say, but they're just like right now, the Methodist Church. And my poor sister, who is a Methodist minister, is subject to watching congregations drop and drop and drop as they try to appeal to the 5 or 10% of America whose souls need to be saved, that are now permitted to come into the congregation. Oh, we don't want to exclude them. Well, when you let them come all in, well, some of them come in with rifles, like the one a month ago, that transgender guy that came in and shot up all the people in the church, the little kids through the... And if you're going to let them, if you're going to pander to them and you're going to try to appeal to that part of the population, there's nothing wrong with reaching out for people that are wayward and might have a mental problem and are a little bit, think there's something they're not. But you don't need to welcome them in with open arms like you're trying to do, because all you're doing then is, and if you don't believe what I'm saying is true, go to my church in Florida, in Winter Haven, Florida, that used to have a congregation with 300 to 400 people out there in this massive church that they built because they had so much growth. There's 70 people in that church now on Sunday mornings. 70. And you have a budget and a church that you finance that you got to pay mortgage on, and your congregation's gone from 350 to 70 sitting out there. How is that going to work? But no, you can't go with what the Bible says. And if you don't know, there's a little story about a place called Sodom and Gomorrah you should look into. And I told my sister, I said, it's going to be your undoing. You can pander to them all you want to, but look what happened to Bud Light. Look what's happened to Jaguar. Look what happened to the Cracker Barrel. Look what's happened to all of them that try to pander to 10% of our population. all a disaster. Go with the flow. Mr. Plow is overrated. His ego is overinflated. Yes. Marvel have announced their newest superhero team, one's consisting entirely of trans women, the X-Men. So go ahead and listen, I understand when my sister says that we need to give everyone a chance. You know, when Jesus was here on earth, he didn't just go hang out with the scribes and Pharisees. He didn't do that at all. He hung out with the poor people and the impoverished and the disheveled. People like us. He hung out with people like us, Jesus did. And I understand that, you know, he always said that I don't need to save all you scribes and Pharisees and you holy rollers. You don't need God. I'm here for people that really need him. Casey says, LOL. Yes, everyone can be saved, but all behaviors cannot be tolerated. Exactly. I'll drink to that. Hold on a second. I've never tried to play this song and whistle it. I have a whistling song, but I'm going to try to play music to it. it worked out pretty good. I did it all right. That song is also on Spotify. I can't remember what the name of that song is, but Meandering Melody, I think it's called. Meandering Melody, to be found on Spotify or... I hear you, Kapira. That's right. Let's play another nice, quiet one. I'm trying to save my voice, folks, because I've got to start singing soon. I'm going to be going on a tour down to Florida, and I've got to perform on stage, so I've got to... Let's whistle a couple of songs. This song is called Mary's Tears, about Mary and her beloved Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. I just envision her looking up at him there on that cross, and this is what I hear. Hold on. Where are you going to be playing in Florida? Maybe I can come see you play. I'm going to be playing in Orlando, Florida at my a very good friend of mine's. His name is David Sunday, and you're all invited. I'm sure you're all invited. Lexi Trong, wow. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Here on this channel, I'm not just here to try to teach people how to trade stocks every day and buy low and sell high every day like we do and make good money. But I'm here also to provide a form of entertainment and keep you folks, hopefully you get something out of it that you can take away. And that song, you have no how hard it was for me to not concentrate about Mary sitting there looking at her son on the cross, because if I thought about that, I wouldn't be able to whistle a single note of it because I'd just cry. So hey, look at that. We got a Lexi Trong and we got a Wendy Twong. What are the chances of that? Lexi Trong and Wendy Twong. Amazing. I think tomorrow and the rest of the week, so if I might not go up a lot. Well, I think you're wrong. You're going to be in for a surprise because it's going to hit you go right now. It's going to go off. It's going to go off. It's going to go off. Stuck again in city traffic. Another Friday afternoon. And everyone's in such a hurry, 'cause the weekend will be over soon. I'm looking in my rear view mirror. That guy, he's riding way too close. I think if he gets any nearer, I'll hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Yeah, that's what he needs the most. But why is he in such a hurry? And why is everybody else? Why do we always push in a flurry? Why do we always push ourselves? I think I'm living in the country, and I think I'm living on a farm. No need to lock my doors and windows. No need to have a car alarm. No need for a car alarm. No need for a car alarm. I'd be feeling safe from harm. Sometimes I get sick of the city. Oh yeah, it drives me away. I think I'm gonna leave this city. I think I need to get away. Yeah, I think I need to leave today. Get away. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause when you leave the city, you can get unwound. Yeah, when you leave the city, everything slows down. But if you never leave the city, it's called the city, then you'll never know what it's like to leave the city and let your problems all go away. Pushing, shoving, standing lines almost everywhere we go. We feel we're wasting so much time. Where did another day just go? I think I live in the city. I think if I were to leave away, I know somehow I'd miss this city, and I know I'd be back one day. Even if city. Oh, that's all I can say. Yeah, even if I went away, I know I'd miss the city. Even if I went away, I know I'd miss the city. That song is called The City, Casey. You know, Casey, I wrote a song about a Casey one time. I don't know whether you'd like it or not. Do you want to hear it? These are all my original songs, folks, right here. And I have 125 original songs here, all in alphabetical order. And my wife is gone tonight for a little bit, so I can play a little bit of them for you. Do you want to hear my sad song about Casey? And Casey, I want to know, I'm in Crystal River. Keep us posted. Okay. It'll be February the 15th that we're down there. February 15th through the 19th. We'll go out and have dinner. We'll all meet together. I want to hear your best song you can do. My best of my original songs, or the best song I can play. Surprise me. All right, I'll play you one I think you'll like. When I moved as a child, when I was very young, I moved down to Haiti with my parents. I lived in Haiti. And I moved into this house, and I didn't know anybody. I didn't know anyone my age, and I was there to help with the church and help the community in Haiti and the impoverished people of Haiti, and I didn't know a single person. And but I did live in this house, and I did speak the Haitian language, which is Creole. I learned that while I was there. I lived there for about 2 years, 2.5 years total. And I learned to speak the language. I speak the language very well, very well. And this song is about what happened after I moved into that house and didn't know anybody at all. What happened to me while I was there in Haiti. And this song is about the girl that lived next door in a house, and I didn't know her. I didn't even know her. I had no idea what she really looked like, but I could see that she had long hair way down, because she would at night have a candle by her bed, and when she'd get up to walk around, her shadow would be on the curtains, and I could see that she was taller than me. You know, she looked like maybe 16 years old. I was about 14 at the time. And I could see, now I couldn't see her and what she looked like, but I always saw her silhouette. And so this song is about that girl and what happened one night. New kid on the block, didn't know a soul, but I saw right away she was right next door. Didn't know who she was, and she didn't know me, but she knew I could see in her room at night, and oh, what a sight. She kept a small candle by her bedside at night, and when she'd light it, her shadow'd appear, and when her shadow'd appear on the curtain, she kept a small candle by her bedside at night, and she'd draw up her curtains, draw them up tight, and when she'd light her candle, her shadow would appear on the curtains she always kept closed. so tight every night. Then came one night, she lit up her candle, so I lit mine up too. And there on that night, to the right moved my light, and I wondered, would she move hers too? Well, she moves to the curtains and her shadow grows, and then she started flirting with her shadow, yo, and she lifted her candle like a moon in the sky. And I could see we were starting to see eye to eye. We were conversing with candles and flirting with flames, even though didn't know each other's names. Oh, conversing with candles like two little kids, and sharing with shadows. Yeah, that's what we did. Well, we had lots of fun with our flirting around, and after a while the candle came down, and along came the wind, and it blew out our flames. Yeah, the wind put an end to our candlelight games. But there's more to this story, I'm happy to say. There's many more games that the two of us played. Never met face to face, and we didn't know names, but we flirted with candles and flirted with flames. Ah, yeah. Conversing with candles and flirting with flames. Neither one of us knowing each other's names. Speaking in circles, sharing in squares. Nobody knew what the two of us shared. Conversing with candles and flirting with flames. Playing our games, conversing with candles and flirting with flames. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Later on, within a year or so, I had a birthday party, and my mom invited her over. I didn't know. And she came over. Her name was Elizabeth. She spoke French. She was French. And she had that hair that just all the way down. I used to have a picture of her here. And of course, I had to hide that. But I had a picture of her here that had fallen out of my photo album as I was looking through it. But that's a song there called Conversing with Candles and Flirting with Flames. Casey, you're still there? Do you want to hear this sad song about another Casey? And you are a guy, right? Or you are a woman? Holy cow, you guys are still in here drinking and telling lies. LOL. Yes, we are, Gary. You are a man. Good. Well, then this song won't be about you, obviously, but I'm going to sing it for you. It's a sad song, so guys, get out your tissues, and ladies, please take out your tissues. It's a sad song. Casey, just in case you weren't aware, Casey, she had a body that she loved to share. And Casey, she'd do anything you dared. Oh, Casey. Casey, she could be your closest friend. And Casey, she never wanted it to end. And Casey, if you wanted, she'd pretend. Ah, Casey. She was having a ball with all the men here in town. And all the other girls wished Casey wasn't around. Because when men would get the urge to fool around, with Casey, they'd be found. But Casey, she had a secret that she kept. And Casey kept a list of all the men she'd slept with. And Casey, when they locked her up in jail, she had too much to tell. And Casey, many men would surely fall if Casey had the chance to talk it all. So Casey, she just had to disappear. They had to get her out of here. And Casey, well, last night they found her dead. Yeah, they found her with a bullet in her head. Oh, yeah. Casey, the papers called it suicide, but the headlines lied. Casey, she liked to misbehave. Casey, she took her secrets to the grave. Casey, she pissed off the sheriff's wife. That's how she lost her life. Casey, well, she loved to fool around. And Casey, with all the married men here in our town. But Casey, now she's 6 feet in the ground. All make-believe, folks. It didn't really happen. Yeah, that sure took a turn. I dated a girl, Casey and Casey. All right. My music is not. Hey, listen, you can't just make everything happy, happy, joy, joy. You got to have a little yin and a little yang. So Casey's a little yin, and now I'm going to bring a little yang your way, folks. I hope you're enjoying this little special we're doing after market special. I hope you're enjoying it. Get ready for something that your ears might have to adjust to. Well, the other day I was headed on home by myself. Yeah, I was all alone. Stopped for a while just to check it out. Was a car for sale? The young man stepped out. He said, go ahead and take her for a spin. I said, nah, wait till you pull back in. Drove like a dream, but was out of my range. But the salesman said the price could change. Well, he took me inside, sat me down. Was it long and all before he came around with the price he said that would blow my mind? I said, my wife ain't here, so I just can't buy. Oh, that's okay, was his reply. He went on to tell me why. Said his dealership was known all around. The local folks called the place Dickertown. That's right, Dickertown. So go get your wife, bring her on down. Bring her on down here to Dickertown. But I want one thing to be understood. Let me get her here. We're gonna dig her good. I dig her down. Oh, we do dig her right. Dig her all through the day. And dig her all through the night. Dig her down. Yeah, that's where we'll be found. So come on down Dickertown. 'Cause we love to dicker and we do it slow. We got nowhere else. My wife just called in. She's gonna kill the best part of this song. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey. She hates this song, folks. She hates this song. She's probably listening to my stream right now, and she's calling to stop me from singing it.
Thank you for calling Facials and More Med Spa.
Alexa, terminate. Alexa, call
Want to call?
Sweetie Petey.
Which phone number? Contact
Alexa,
device.
call Sweetie Petey.
Calling Sweetie PD's mobile.
Hey,
Hey, honey bunny.
when my steering wheel is being turned, I hit the end button instead of the answer button.
Where are you?
I'm on my way home from work.
All right, good. I'm still streaming, everybody. I told him that I'd get to play a little bit tonight because you were going to be late, so I'm still streaming.
I thought so. Since you didn't answer, I assumed you were still streaming.
I'm playing songs for everybody. And you know what? Do you know what song you called and interrupted?
Cheryl Marie.
Nope, it's one of your favorites. It's one of your favorite songs to hate.
Oh, to hate? Then it's that Johnny one. Or
No, it's not Johnny. No.
what is it then?
The car
What's
sale.
that hate? The what?
The car salesman.
Oh, yeah, I do hate that one.
Yes. Casey says hello, Mrs. Cat, from the chat.
Hi.
And what this
Hi.
hot TV show, what to sell SoFi at tomorrow? At the high. We're going to sell it at the high tomorrow. Just watch my channel. I'll tell you when to sell it like I did today. It'll probably be at the same price range, $29.20 through $29.30. I don't know. We'll see what it does. I have no way of knowing what it's going to do. If we could just keep Jerome Powell's colonoscopy mouth shut, the market would still be much greener today, but he had to go and put a damper on everything yesterday, saying that he thinks that the stock market is overvalued. He has no business talking about the stock market at all. Shut up, Mr. Powell. It's not your business. You don't know anything about the stock market. No, Casey, I haven't sold it yet. Well, I got a lot of people that I don't know, because I don't get to respond to all these people all day long that write to me about stuff on Facebook. I have to get off here and then I start responding to people. I've had a lot of inquiries about it. Brian, I'm not allowed to play other people's music because I run into copyright infringement issues. So if I do other people's music, I have to change all the words. I have to turn every song I do into a SoFi song. Should we get back to Dickertown? Well, the other day I was headed on home by myself. Yeah, I was all alone. Stopped for a while to stack it out. Was a car for sale? A young man stepped out. That's a car for sale, he said. He said, go ahead, take her for a spin. I'll sit and I'll wait till you pull back in. Drove like a dream, but was out of my range. But the salesman said, my price could change. So he took me inside, sat me down. Wasn't long at all before he came around. With the price he said, never blew my mind. I said, my wife ain't here, so I just can't buy. Well, that's okay, was his reply. He went on to tell me why. I said his dealership was known all around. The local folks call the place Dickertown. So go get your wife and bring her on down. Bring her on down here to Dickertown. Want one thing to be understood. When you get her here, we're gonna dicker good. At Dickertown. Yeah, we do dicker right, dicker all through the day, drink liquor all through the night. Dickertown, yeah, that's where we'll be found. So come on down to Dickertown. 'Cause we love to dicker and we do it slow. We got nothing else to do. We'll dicker her down to a price that's right. If we got to, dang it, we'll dicker all night. We'll dicker up, dicker down, dicker till it stings. And when we're done, you'll have one, 'cause we're the dicker kings. So go get your wife and bring her here. She's kinda shy, we'll dicker in the rear. Guarantee you when the dickering's done, Dickertown, you'll both have fun. At Dickertown, yeah, we do dicker right. Dicker all through the day, drink liquor all through the night. At Dickertown, yeah, that's where we'll be found. So come on down to Dickertown. Come on down to Dickertown. Thank you for putting up with that. I wish I could sing all these songs. Both of us knowing that our love is real. This is our way of showing the way we truly feel. This is a wedding song I wrote for my very good friend Lisa Tell, thinking now of the good times we've shared in the past. And we both come to realize we want them to last forever. Together, I think of the future, living with you. Nothing else I could dream of that I'd rather do. So we'll share all our feelings and erase all our fears, and our love will grow stronger as we share the years together. Accept that the future may sometimes get rough, but we know that we'll make it, 'cause our love is strong enough. And we won't let anything stand in our way. No, nothing can come between the love we share today and forever. Together, sharing our lives together. Together forever and ever. And as we grow older, we'll look back and see you and I with each other. It was truly meant to be. So we'll be together and we'll help each other through. 'Cause we know what we're doing when we each say I do. That means forever. Together, forever. Is sharing our lives forever. Oh man, oh my fingers, oh. That one hurts. But she's my Goldilocks, and I'm a Papa Bear. Yeah, she's my Goldilocks. I got that golden hair, she got golden hair. I'm coming home to find my place a mess. Not here alone, no, I got a special guest. Her name is Goldilocks and she's here in my place. 'Cause it's her that I'm smelling and her I taste. Goldilocks, and I'm a Papa Bear. Goldilocks with that long golden hair. Well, I come to the table, find all my food. Goldie's cooked the dinner that puts me in the mood. She cooked my favorites and knows I like me rare. Knows just how to flavor it, nothing compares to my Goldilocks. And then I'm a Papa Bear. Goldilocks, I got that long golden hair. Well, I head to the parlor and sit in my chair. Appears again that Goldie's been there. If you ask how I know, I can tell you a lot. I can tell that it's Goldie 'cause the chair is still so hot. Oh, so hot. She's my Goldilocks, and I'm a Papa Bear. Well, I pick up the candle and I head up to bed. Can't wait to see Goldie there in my bed. Who knows, maybe she'll kiss me and share. And maybe she'll have missed me while I wasn't there. Goldilocks, and I'm a Papa Bear. She's such a fox, none other women can compare. She's my Goldilocks, and I'm a Papa Bear. Oh. How you guys doing? You hanging in there? Just playing you some originals, folks. Playing you some originals. Well, I was there the day they laid you in the hospital bed. Remember just exactly what the good doctor said. He said your test results had really baffled them all, and they couldn't seem to find any vitamin E in your body at all. And they were all appalled. And And what the doc suggested sounds so strange, I won't lie. And though I'm rather skeptical, I'll give it a try. See, the doctor told us not to worry, we were in luck. Said, you and me, what you needed was a handful of nuts a day, and everything would be okay. A handful of nuts, he said, would help you find your way out of that hospital bed. Just a handful of nuts a day. He said a handful of nuts keeps the doctor away, and you should have a handful of nuts every day. It's something of a mystery I don't understand, but I've got some nuts for you, so hold out your hand, and I'll fill it up with a handful of nuts. Oh, I'll tell you what. See, the nuts I've got for you will make a great snack, but let's put them somewhere safe where they won't get whacked. It's a mystery how holding nuts can make you feel good, but I guess you better hold them like the doc said you should. Yeah. I said a handful of nuts is the one thing you need. A handful of nuts to get your vitamin E. A handful of nuts, let's let the treatment begin. A handful of nuts, I'm all in. Oh, with a handful of nuts, I'll tell you what. I hope the nuts I have will do for you. A handful of nuts, for sure. Anything for a cure. Yeah. Casey jamming. Yes, we're jamming. I'll play you one of my songs here. That's one of my favorite songs that's listened to on the internet today. And after this, I think I'm going to be done. All right, and then I'm going to get myself on out of here. I'm glad that there's only 30 people here listening to me right now, 25 now, but I'm going to play this song here called I Can't Find My Pants. Well, I climbed out of bed with a pound in my head. I guess I drank too much. Here I am clutching the toilet again. But I must have had fun, and I know it sounds funny, but I can't find my pants. I remember the party last night with my friends. That's pretty much where my memory ends. Appears I may have drank a little too much, and I know it sounds crazy, but I somehow lost touch with my pants. And I don't know where they went. Did I fall in the pool? Did I nearly drown? Did I decide to give my pants a lost and found? What the heck did I do with my jeans of blue? I wish I could remember, but I haven't a clue. Yeah, I know it sounds strange and a little deranged, but I can't find my pants. Well, I asked all my friends, none would reply. They said I had them on the slide when I say goodbye. They said I had too much to drink and I didn't try. I guess I should be happy that I made it home alive. So I'm asking you, please, if you happen to see a pair of old blue jeans, will you send them to me? Yeah, if you happen to hear my pants and they're jingling, do me a favor, give me a ring, 'cause I can't find my pants. No, said I can't find my pants. All right, well, I hope you'll consider coming over to my music channel and joining me and listening to all my music that's online on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. My name is Tyler. My last name is Tyler, last name Self, S-E-L-P-H. And you know what? Before we leave tonight, I know my wife's going to come through the door pretty soon, but let's end this on a thankful note. We've had some very good success here on this channel with our trades and money making. And I think we should give thanks to that person, that entity that deserves it. So, not sure. He says, this man told us to buy NBIS last year. He's a damn genius. Thank you. He says, I think you keep missing my message when I said it, but I'm AKA Soy's case 919. I don't know why it keeps flip-flopping in your chat. I don't know. Kapira, do you have any of your music online? Space Case 919. Okay, Space Case. That makes more sense. I thought that's what you meant, but I don't know why it would be doing that, but I'm going to end this song, end on this song, because I feel very blessed to have all you people on this channel and to have such great, great people that share together on this channel. And all these donators up here behind me, this wall of fish fame, thank you so much for all of your contributions and keeping this channel going so I can share this kind of music with you and hopefully keep entertaining you for many years to come. This song is called Thank You, Lord. And I'm going to end this day on this song today. Thank you, Lord. Actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do another song called I Said a Prayer for a Turtle. Because a lot of people like this song. This song is called I Said a Prayer for a Turtle. And I'm going to end this on this song. Casey, yeah, I'm not sure why. I'm here a lot. You read a lot of my messages. Just wanted you to know I'm the same person. I got it. I got it. I said a prayer for a turtle today. He was walking so slowly as he made his way down a little two-lane highway that runs through the woods, and I'd have stopped and helped him if I only could. But the traffic was busy with cars close behind. No, his chances of making it didn't seem kind. So I said a prayer for that turtle. Yes, I said a prayer for that turtle. Yes, I prayed all the drivers behind me weren't blind and would see him and swerve just to make sure he'd find safe passage in crossing and traveling on and enjoying his future with cool sips from a pond. Yes, I said a prayer for that turtle today, and I prayed that he'd make it safely. Yes, I said a prayer for that turtle today, and I prayed he'd survive and somehow stay alive. Yes, I said a prayer for that turtle today. I said a prayer for that turtle. In an hour or so, heading home with my load, and I was dreading the sight of him there in the road. Was my prayer for him answered, or was his life lost? Oh my God, there he is, going right back across. So I said a prayer for that turtle. I did. Yeah, I said a prayer. No, I didn't. I got out. I stopped my car and I got out and I pushed him across. I didn't just say a prayer the second time. I got out and I escorted him across so he didn't get hit. And that's my song for today, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. I said a prayer for a turtle. So remember, put my music on, go to my music on your music provider, hit the play button and just let it all play for hours. Even if you're not listening. I want to get some more people coming to my music channel, and you guys can help that happen. If you just come over to my music channel and you'll hear this many songs. That's right. You'll hear song after 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 song. And I think you'll like them. I think you'll like them. Casey says, what a guy. Hey, I care about my turtles. And I stop and I do move them on across if I can because they get hit. Man, the other day, I don't want to tell you the story. We passed a turtle and I quickly pulled over and I was going to turn around and go back. And it was around a blind corner. And it was trying to make it. And I ran back and some truck comes around. Oh. So I save the turtles every chance I can if I can. I stop. And people get mad because they're behind me and they're like all in a hurry, they're blowing the horn. I'm like, screw you. Well, I don't do that. I go like this. I never flip anybody off. I just go, I don't like that. So I see this turtle and everybody's behind me and I just stop right in the road and I get out, park, go walk over there, put him over in the woods and people are flipping me off and blowing the horns. And I just look at them and I go, too bad, I'm saving the turtle. You can wait. You can all wait. Maybe next time you should leave your house a little earlier if in that big of a rush. Right? Hey, I hear my wife just walked in. All right, she's here. I got to go, everybody. I love you all. We'll see you guys soon. Have a great one. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:48 a.m. Haha, it's okay to flip a bird to save a turtle. I like that. Well, I try not to do that. I try to, sometimes I'll say, can you read between the lines? I'll do that one. But mostly I just do that. Someone comes up to a stop sign and you've got the right of way and they pull the short stop. They don't stop and they just go across. All right, you guys. I love you all. Like I said, we'll see you tomorrow. I hope you're all surrounded with love because you all deserve it. And if you haven't hit that like button yet, please consider doing that. If you haven't donated yet today, please consider making a little contribution. And I see that someone apparently did here earlier on my Cash App, I think. So let me check my Cash App because I want credit to be given. I think I saw Cash App come in. Hold on. All right. Well, no, I did not see that. But I saw it flash, so there must be something going on with Cash App notifying me about something. But Hey, everybody, I'm going to get on out of here. You guys have a blessed evening. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Catfish Tyler saying to you all, farewell, over and out. And like I said, I hope you're all surrounded with love because you all deserve it. See you at 8:48 a.m. Eastern. I think you're going to like my thumbnails coming up the next 2 days. Bye-bye, everybody. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you for so much helping this channel out. You people really do make a difference. And I just wanted to let you know that. So I'm out here now. Bye-bye.